Chapter 194. Moon Raiment! Fan Jing screamed, activating his goo worms. His body emitted a blue misty light, quickly spreading and covering the surrounding goo masters. But even so, it could not hide the despair on their faces. Struggling is useless. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with cruelty and coldness. But at this moment, bam! The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly bulged, as if it was about to explode, mud flying everywhere. The goo masters screamed, rolling everywhere. In the dust, a giant spider appeared in front of everyone. The aura of a rank 5 goo made everyone's heart palpitate. On the spider that seemed to be made of steel, a young man with black hair and a black robe stood with his head held high. "I've finally reached the ground!" Fan Yuan clenched his fist, his eyes shining brightly. Immediately, he saw Bai Ningbing in midair, hacking towards him. The giant ice blade whistled as it slashed towards him. "Fan Yuan, you're finally here!" Bai Ningbing's calm and indifferent expression changed after a moment of shock, revealing excitement and fighting spirit. Fan Yuan snorted. Before the ice blade reached his body, the cold wind caused him to shiver, his long black hair fluttering behind his head. He raised his hand. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bam! The ice blade and chainsaw Golden Centipede collided. In the stalemate, the Golden Centipede's teeth spun crazily, sending ice shards flying. Crack, crack. Cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the ice blade, spreading across its entire body. "Open!" Fan Yuan shouted. He had the strength of 2 boars. His strength completely suppressed Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only let go and retreat. The ice blade broke. Ice shards flew everywhere. The thousandly earth wolf spider went berserk again, spreading its 6 legs and charging towards Bai Ningbing. Goo worms have low intelligence, but are naturally sensitive, able to differentiate which target is more threatening. Bai Ningbing's aura caused the thousandly earth wolf spider to treat him as a great enemy, locking onto him. Bai Ningbing raised his hands, shooting out a row of icicles. The icicles hit the thousandly earth wolf spider's body. The icicles shattered, and the thousandly earth wolf spider went berserk. With a roar, it carried Fan Yuan and jumped. Shwa shwa shwa. 3 pairs of black spiral steel legs shot out like arrows, piercing towards Bai Ningbing's frail body. Sensing danger, Bai Ningbing's aperture. Suddenly, a ray of snowy light flew out. Snowy light erupted, revealing the white form immortal snake goo floating in the air. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily and leaped onto the white form immortal snake's back, looking down at Fan Yuan. Interesting. Interesting. Fan Yuan. You really didn't disappoint me. Brother. Fan Jing crawled up from the ground. His face was cut by an ice blade. His face was stained with blood, and he looked at Fan Yuan with a complicated expression. They also have a rank 5 goo? Bai clan leader's gaze sank. Tensed up. Fan Yuan, you really showed up. A rank 5 goo. Isn't that the thousandly earth wolf spider? Guyu Bo's attention was also attracted. On the battlefield, 2 youngsters of opposite ages stood facing each other. A white-robed man with silver hair and blue eyes rode on the white form immortal snake, holding an ice blade. Like an ice fairy descending to the mortal world. A black-robed man with black hair and black eyes stood on the thousandly earth wolf spider's back, holding a chainsaw Golden Centipede in his hand, buzzing noisily. Like a demon god appearing in the world. The confrontation between the 2 attracted many gazes. Bai Ningbing had a fanatical expression, raising his ice blade and shouting, "This will be the most exciting battle of my life. Come, Fan Yuan, let us fight to the death." Humph. Fan Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. This was the 3-clan competition's battlefield. To think that the thousandly earth wolf spider brought him here. He did not want to fight with Bai Ningbing and waste his time here. Whether it was Tai Shueleng or Guyue's generation, whichever side won, they would find trouble with him. But if he did not defeat Bai Ningbing, how could he escape? He could only fight. Bam! The white form immortal snake and the thousandly earth wolf spider collided. The white snake coiled and the black spider stabbed, entangling with each other. On the backs of the two goo worms, two figures moved about, the ice blades drawing shadows in the air. The chainsaw golden centipede roared, shrinking and extending at times. Mountain rocks cracked, and thunderous explosions sounded continuously. The icicle hit Fang Yuan, but was blocked by the sky canopy goo's white armor. The blood blade hit Bai Ningbing, causing a huge wound, but a layer of frost instantly covered the wound, mending it. The frost turned into flesh and blood, and Bai Ningbing recovered. It really is the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique! Xiong clan leader stared with his eyes wide open. The 10 Extreme physique was a legendary talent. He did not expect to see it with his own eyes in this life. Fang Yuan is actually trying to contend with Bai Ningbing. He will definitely lose. Bai clan leader laughed malevolently. That might not be true. Tai Ruinan curled her lips. 10 Extreme physique, it must be the 10 Extreme physique. In such an intense battle, if it was AC grade talent, he would not have enough primeval essence. Fang Yuan, you really are Guyue's desolate in physique. Guyuebo clenched his fists, his expression extremely agitated. This is Big Brother's true battle strength. So Big Brother really has the 10 Extreme physique, and has been hiding it all along. Fang Jing opened his mouth slightly, his expression dejected. The truth was in front of him, so what was his arrogance before? Every time Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing clashed, his heart would tremble violently. He felt himself becoming smaller and smaller, and his big brother Fang Yuan's tall figure covered him again. What kind of battle is this? It is hard to imagine that it is a battle between two rank 3 Gu masters. Did I see wrongly? Fang Yuan is so fierce? He is fighting Bai Ningbing one-on-one, and he is not at a disadvantage. Some of the young Gu masters who were lucky enough to survive stared with their mouths agape. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The white form immortal snake and the thousandly earth wolf spider were both heavily injured. It was not refined by Bai Ningbing, but was attracted by the aura of the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. The white form immortal snake opened its mouth and spat out a lump of white fog, covering the battlefield. Then its body shook, shaking off Bai Ningbing, and it turned around to fly away. This great immortal! Seeing this scene, the Bai clan leader was shocked as he looked at the white snake that had escaped. He did not know what to say for a moment. This fog was the maze fog. It could block one's vision and follow them like a shadow. Fang Yuan was shrouded by the white fog, his eyes were white, he was in a daze. But he did not panic. Although his vision was blocked, he still had 4 other senses: taste, hearing, smell and touch. Earth communication ear grass. Fang Yuan's ears fluttered, and he quickly heard the sound, determining the situation within 300 steps. Lightning Eye Gu! Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with lightning. However, the Lightning Eye Gu was only rank 3, and although it could see through the enemy, it was completely suppressed by the rank 5 immortal snake's fog. Damn it! He cursed. Icicle Gu! Tens of icicles shot out indiscriminately in all directions. Fang Yuan's ears twitched, and he heard the sound of the icicles tearing through the air. He quickly flipped to the side of the thousandly earth wolf spider. Bam bam bam. The icicles hit the thousandly earth wolf spider's body. The latter was enraged, and charged towards the direction of the icicles. I'm not playing with you anymore. Fang Yuan flipped down, resolutely abandoning the thousandly earth wolf spider. Relying on the earth communication ear grass, he escaped from the battlefield. This thousandly earth wolf spider had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy goo, and would turn into a pool of blood soon. It was better to give it up. That Bai Ningbing was now a ticking time bomb. Killing him would cause him to self-destruct, and he could not be touched. The Gu masters who had been observing the battle saw a small part of the cloud split out. It flew towards the southeast direction of the battlefield. Within this lump of fog, it was Fang Yuan. The maze fog followed him like a shadow. Unless it was dispelled, it would continue to cover Fang Yuan's vision until the maze fog dissipated. Fan Yuan's vision was still white, but he had the earth communication ear grass, so he could use sound to determine the location. The autumn wind blew the leaves, the rivers flowed, the birds chirped, and the beasts breathed. All these were sounds. Only the mountain rocks were silent, and thus they collided. Ice blade storm! Bai Ningbing's shout came from behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind blew, and cold air spread everywhere. The temperature of the air dropped, and a white ice storm formed, twice as large as before. The thousandly earth wolf spider was also forced away. That lump of fog should be Fan Yuan. Quickly stop him! Tai Ruonan shouted at the side. Fan Yuan, don't go. Guyue village is your home. Guyue Bo was anxious, and wanted to chase, but was stopped by the other two clan leaders. What? Guyue clan leader, are you going to break the agreement and enter the battlefield yourself? Xiong clan leader sneered with his arms crossed. Humph, consider this as our Guyue clan admitting defeat. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them. Guyue Bo looked at Fan Yuan getting further and further away, and was extremely anxious. Are you trying to scare me? I am not afraid of you, Guyue Bo. Bai clan leader's face was gloomy, and at the same time, he gave a look to the Gu master beside him. That Gu master understood, and immediately mobilized his men to chase after Fan Yuan. I can't let him escape, I will be right back. Tai Ruonan took this chance, and suddenly moved. A pair of black iron wings grew from her back, and she flew in the air, chasing after Fan Yuan. But at this time, a green shadow shot over. Rank 5, Giant Mountain Puppet Gu. This Gu looked like a bronze mask, simple and unadorned, with 3 holes for the eyes and mouth. The bronze mask was stained with blood, and ignoring the shocked Tai Ruonan, it covered the young girl's face. Father! Seeing the blood, Tai Ruonan subconsciously cried out. At that moment, a giant metal hand flew over and grabbed Tai Ruonan. Then, without stopping, it flew into the distance. This sudden change caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. It seems Tai Xueling is done for. Hee, it has been 1,000 years, senior brother, you really gave me a pleasant surprise. Over 100 feet in the air, an elderly Gu master looked at everything with a cold expression. He had white hair and brows, and was sitting on a giant crane. His right hand was open, and there was a kinship blood worm Gu in it. This Gu was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was shaped like a cicada, and faintly glowed, pointing towards Guyue village's direction. Senior brother, even if you hide here, I will find you. Back then you stole my opportunity, this time, I will return it to you 10-fold, 100-fold. Chapter 195. High up in the blue sky, there were many clouds. The elderly Gu master rode on the white crane, and under his sharp white eyebrows, his eyes emitted deep killing intent. Hee, this grudge I'll start from your descendants. He laughed, looking down at the battlefield, and stretched out a bone-thin finger, pointing downwards. The white crane beneath him immediately raised its long and elegant neck, letting out a loud and long cry. The sound spread in the vast sky, and as the sound lingered, countless responses could be heard. What sound is this? Fan Yuan was activating the earth communication ear grass, and was the first to hear it, and was shocked. The crane cries continued endlessly, rising and falling with a majestic aura. This was not a group of 100 or 200 cranes, nor 2,000 or 3,000 cranes crying together. There had to be at least 10,000 cranes to create such an effect. Is there some crane group migrating? Inexplicably, Fan Yuan felt an extreme sense of unease. The crane cries also attracted the gazes of the Gu masters present, and they all raised their heads to look. What is that in the sky? From the sound, it should be a large-scale bird group migrating. Warn all Gu masters not to attack recklessly and cause trouble. Bai clan leader was speaking, but his voice suddenly stopped. His eyes slowly widened as he saw 1, 2, 3 thousands of flying cranes appear in the sky. They were densely packed together as they swooped down to kill this piece of land. How can this be? Quickly be on guard, defend! Let's escape, there are tens of thousands of these cranes. There must be a myriad beast king. The wolf tide just passed, and now there's a crane calamity? Heavens! Our Qingmao mountain is really plagued with disasters. The Gu masters were in an uproar, all of them were shaken and their fighting spirit wavered. They finally managed to resist the wolf tide, but now there was a crane calamity. Qingmao Mountain's 3 great clans had suffered heavy casualties. How could they have the strength to deal with such a large group of cranes? The cranes retracted their wings, and like a sky full of arrows, they shot down. Loud shouts, panic screams and screams erupted together, and all sorts of lights surged. Moon blades, water bullets, metal spikes, and so on were reflected in the sky. After a short but intense resistance, more than half of the Gu masters died. This flying crane's long beak was like an iron awl. Every time its wings flapped, it had the force of a wild boar. Its claws were sharp enough to crack rocks. Ordinary flying cranes were already very difficult to deal with. Moreover, there were a large number of 100-beast king-level flying cranes among the flock, and there were also quite a number of 1,000-beast king-level flying cranes. The family had accumulated a wealth of experience in resisting the wolf tide. More importantly, they had a sturdy mountain stronghold to rely on for defense. But here, the mountains were vast and empty. Where were the defensive structures? Almost in the first wave of attacks, the number of Gu masters was halved. The long beak of the flying crane pierced through the heart, and the crane claws tore through the skull. With a flap of its wings, the man spat out blood. He was thrown far away, all the bones in his body shattered. Fan Yuan was also attacked. His eyes were completely white, and he could only rely on the earth communication ear grass to avoid the attacks. Fan Yuan, hang in there! At this time, Gu Yubo's voice came from behind him. Fan Yuan was very puzzled. What was wrong with this Gu Yubo? When he shouted earlier, his tone was not right, as if he was trying to protect him. Now he specially rushed over to support him. Although Fan Yuan was astute and had deep foresight, he could not predict things like a deity. In such a hurry, how could he have thought that Tai Ruonan would think he was one of the 10 extreme physiques? Gu Yubo was a rank 4 expert, but the flying cranes attacking Fan Yuan were ordinary birds of prey. They were easily killed or dispersed by Gu Yubo. Fan Yuan, is that you? Gu Yubo came to the outside of the maze fog. Fan Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. Now that the situation is extremely dangerous, relying on Gu Yubo can greatly increase his chances of survival. He immediately replied, "It's me." Gu Yubo could tell it was Fan Yuan's voice, and a huge weight was lifted off his heart. "Good. Fan Yuan, let's not talk about the past. No matter what, the clan will protect you. Let's return to the village. I will protect you while you retreat." What he did not know was that the village to Fan Yuan was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But comparing the crane calamity to the village, the former was close, and if one did not escape, they would die. The latter was slightly further away, and was not at the point of being in a desperate situation. Fan Yuan sighed, and without hesitation said, "Clan leader, please lead the way, I will try my best to follow." But at this time, a giant crane descended from the sky. Bai Mei old Gu master sat on the crane's back, his voice cold. "No one can escape, die here." Fan Yuan could not see, but he heard Gu Yuebo exclaim, "Rank 5 Gu master!" Evidently, clan leader Gu Yue had investigative methods, and could determine a stranger's cultivation. Fan Yuan's heart shook. How could another rank 5 expert appear? The small Qingmao mountain was not some famous mountain or river, nor was it a land of spiritual beauty. How could rank 5 experts appear one after the other? Don't tell me it has something to do with the Gyue generation? A flash of inspiration flashed in Fan Yuan's mind. His heart skipped a beat. If it was a normal crane calamity, he would have no chance. Wild birds were hard to make use of, and although his cultivation was rank 3 peak stage, compared to a rank 5, it was really limited, and difficult to break out of this predicament. But now there was a rank 5 Gu master, bringing him endless danger, but also a glimmer of hope to break out of this predicament. In this Qingmao Mountain situation, the 3 rank 5 Gu masters were the key, and the others were just supporting characters. Only a rank 5 Gu master could deal with a rank 5 Gu master. In an instant, Fan Yuan made a decision in his heart. It was time, he had to take this gamble. Lord Clan Leader, the first-generation ancestor, has already awakened underground. We will be safe once we return to the village, Fan Yuan said. What? Guyu Bo's shocked voice resounded in his ears. His shock instead made Fan Yuan's heart calm down. How could I speak carelessly about such matters? Only by going to the village can we save our lives. Fan Yuan continued. Guyu Bo was a decisive person, and immediately dragged Fan Yuan, flying towards the village. But the flying cranes continued to fly over, blocking the way. 100 Beast King level, 1000 Beast King level. They appeared one after another. Guyu Bo fought bravely, bathed in blood, protecting Fan Yuan. Gradually, he found it difficult to move forward, and fell into the heavy encirclement of the flying cranes. Fan Yuan was protected by Guyu Bo, and was temporarily safe. Once the time was up, the maze fog dissipated. Fan Yuan looked at the battlefield, and saw corpses everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The Gu masters had sacrificed a lot, but the crane group had also suffered many losses. Other than the broken limbs of the humans, there were black and white crane corpses. Isn't this an iron-beak flying crane? Fan Yuan was astonished. Others could not recognize it, because these flying cranes were not native to southern border. But he knew these iron-beak flying cranes originated from central continent. Myriad Beast King, rank 5 expert. Soon after, Fan Yuan saw that in the air, a giant crane was slowly flapping its wings, floating in the air. On its back, sitting on it, was a white-browed, white-haired, cold-looking old man. Fan Yuan retracted his gaze, and looked at Guyu Bo. This Guyu clan leader was already covered in injuries. His body was covered in blood as he fought with his life on the line. Many times he could have dodged, but for Fan Yuan's safety. He would rather fight and get injured. Clan leader! Right now, the situation is extremely bad. The Gu masters are fighting on their own, but they are cut into small pieces by the flying cranes, and will be swallowed sooner or later. We can only gather their strength and combine them into one force. Only then can we break out of the encirclement, and return to the village. Fan Yuan said to Guyu Bo. You are right. Guyu Bo's gaze swept across the battlefield. Next, he shouted loudly. Everyone, we are facing a great enemy, but my Guyu village has a method to deal with them. Quickly come and meet up with me, we will charge out together. His voice reverberated in the battlefield, immediately attracting countless gazes. What? Guyu clan still has a trump card to subdue a rank 5 Gu master? I would rather believe it than not. Brothers, charge out and meet up with Guyu clan leader. The Gu masters were already in despair, but now they saw a trace of hope from Guyu Bo's words. Under the threat of death, these Gu masters who were once enemies joined hands, and quickly gathered together. Guyu clan, hee. They are all your descendants, senior brother. On the giant crane, the white-brow old man sneered, and was about to command the crane group to intercept them, but he changed his mind and stopped this plan. I might as well let these people escape, it will be easier to catch them all. These are all his descendants. When the battle starts, he will have to hold back a little. But these 3 rank 4 Gu masters have the ability to interfere with the battle. I cannot let them live. I will kill them first. Thinking of this, the white-brow old man gave a strange cry, and flicked his finger. 3 white halos flew out. What Gu is this? Xiong clan leader was the first to be hit, and was enveloped by the white halos. His speed fell sharply, and he was crawling like a snail. The other 2 clan leaders were also the same. Fan Yuan, leave quickly! Guyu clansmen, listen up, we swear to protect Fan Yuan's safety, only he knows that method! Guyu Bo tried many methods, but could not get rid of this halo, and could only shout loudly, turning around to face the white-brow old man. Fan Yuan turned around, and looked deeply at this Guyu clan leader. Elder Fan Yuan, we are here to protect you! Immediately, a large number of Guyu clansmen gathered around Fan Yuan, and firmly protected him. The healing light wave, and the speed-increasing whirlwind buffed Fang Yuan's body. Rumbling sounds came from behind. Under the mysterious and cruel fate, the three clan leaders who originally disliked each other were now closely united, and started a life-and-death battle with the mysterious old man. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The three clan leaders died one after another. The white-brow old man flicked his sleeves, and sat steadily on the giant crane. The flying crane army covered the sky and covered the earth, slowly pressing towards the Guyu village. The Guyu village was in chaos, and mournful cries could be heard. Large numbers of bamboo buildings collapsed, and among the ruins, rows of corpses were covered with white cloth. The injured groaned in pain, lying on the ground. The healing Gu masters were sweating profusely. The clan leader pavilion had mostly collapsed, and the plaza was already covered in a layer of blood. Such a scene caused the clansmen to be extremely terrified. Tai Shueling and Guyu first generation's intense battle caused the mountain to shake, and naturally affected the village above. Guyu Yaoji, who had been guarding the village, did not see Guyu Bo, but instead saw this group of remnant army from the three clans. "What is going on?" she shouted coldly. Fan Yuan did not speak, because the flying cranes behind him were the best explanation. "This? Heavens, is my Guyu clan going to perish today?" For a moment, Guyu village was in chaos. "Senior brother, I came all the way here just to see you. Why didn't you come out to welcome me?" The white-brow old man sat on the crane's back, and his tone was filled with cold, killing intent. Before he finished speaking, on the village plaza, blood suddenly spurted 10 meters high, and a red coffin appeared vertically. First-generation Guyu, who had turned into a blood white, stood in the coffin, his blood-red eyes staring at the white-brow old man. Chapter 196. How did I find you? Ha! The white-browed old man laughed heartily. His laughter was joyous, and his gaze was ferocious. He opened his palm, revealing a Gu. It was the kinship bloodworm. The kinship bloodworm was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was like a cicada, shining brightly and pointing its head at Guyu. "Senior brother, although you stole my fortuitous opportunity, plotted against me, and took all my Gu worms, I also mastered the secret method. Thus I refined this kinship bloodworm. Do you know how it was refined? It was the blood of your 2 sons. Your 2 sons were only 5 or 6 years old, they were too young. Their blood was not abundant, so I could only raise them as herb men, extracting their blood every month. This took me tens of years. After accumulating enough blood, I refined this Gu," the white-browed old man said confidently, his tone extremely proud. "Oh, by the way, your 2 sons also died not long after. Ha ha ha, after refining the kinship bloodworm, I used it to find you for many years. But the world is too big, and you disappeared without a trace. Although the kinship bloodworm is rank 5, its range is limited. Finally, I grew old. I could only use the life-saving jade burial Gu, seeking life through death, and seal myself. Not long ago, I had to break the ice and try one last time. Unexpectedly, I found you by chance. Senior brother, do you know how happy I was at that time? As for that Tai Shueling, I indeed used a letter to guide him here. Seeing him reminds me of the way we used to be. But it makes me reminisce, back then, we killed demonic path thieves together, and were known as the Righteous Path's twin cranes," the white-browed old man said, his face full of reminiscence. His expression was relaxed, his tone gentle, but the more he reminisced, the more intense the killing intent in his eyes became. This white-browed old man came from Central Continent, and his title was Master Tenshuru. Back then, he used the rank 5 Imperial Crane Gu to control the Myriad Beast King level Crane King, and became famous. Being able to control Myriad Beast Kings meant that he controlled a huge beast group of tens of thousands. This kind of power was enough for him to wipe out an entire village on his own. Master Tenshuru and Guyue's generation all learned from Zhongzhou Crane Gate. Hundreds of years ago, they were fellow apprentices and were extremely close. Killing demonic Gu masters, working hand in hand with great tacit understanding. Once, while chasing a demonic Gu master, they found an inheritance. This legacy was one of the legacies set up by Patriarch Blood Sea. However, if it was an ordinary inheritance, then it would be fine. At least, the two brothers wouldn't fall out and become enemies. However, the treasures within the inheritance site were extremely precious. They could allow one to ascend to the heavens and become an immortal. The two of them couldn't help but be tempted. Legend had it that Patriarch Blood Sea had left behind hundreds of thousands of legacies throughout the world. But the real purpose was to hide some of the treasures. These treasures hid his signature goo worms, his true methods. The heritage they encountered was Patriarch Blood Sea's true treasure heritage. Master Tenchiru was one step ahead and obtained the inheritance. Blinded by greed, Gyue's generation schemed and tried to kill Master Tenchiru by stealing goo worms. However, he didn't succeed and escaped. Gyue's generation saw that the matter was exposed and could only conceal his identity and escape everywhere, guarding against the sect's pursuit. After tens of years, he couldn't find lifespan Gu and could only stay in southern borders Qingmao Mountain in his twilight years. He changed his appearance and changed his name to Gyue, creating Gyue Village. Master Tenchiru's search failed and was filled with hatred. Crane Gate also had great interest in the Blood Sea true inheritance. With the help of the sect, Master Tenchiru could only use the life storage Jade Burial Goo to hibernate and hang on to his life. This life storage Jade Burial Goo method was also an external path. It was very similar to Gyue's zombie transformation, belonging to an unorthodox path and struggling at death's door. Zombie transformation was using death as a substitute for life. Life storage Jade Burial Goo could hang on to life and not truly increase lifespan. There was only one way in this world to increase lifespan. Like Fan Yuan's previous life, using lifespan Goo to increase one's own lifespan, this was the correct way. Other methods had their drawbacks and were not recognized by heaven and earth. They were helpless. Senior brother! You shameless scoundrel! You despicable scoundrel! Back then you schemed against me. Did you expect this day to come? Haha, heaven does not disappoint those who wait. I finally found you. Today, not only will I end your lineage and make your 1,000 years of scheming come to nothing, I will also snatch back my own fortuitous encounter. I have waited for this day for too long. Master Tenchiru finished his recollection and sighed towards the sky, his killing intent surging. But before he could make a move, Gyue's generation was one step ahead of him. The blood on the ground suddenly gushed out like a torrent. The wolf tide rose, and in an instant, it had the power to overflow the heavens. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils as tens of thousands of blood droplets shot out from the thick blood water, densely packed together. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With the sound of wings flapping, countless blade-winged blood-bat goos soared into the sky, covering the sky and earth as they charged towards the crane group in the sky. The crane group was immediately thrown into chaos. The blood droplets and blade-winged blood-bat goo were much smaller than the iron-beak flying cranes and had the upper hand in the battle. Master Tenchiru was furious. He roared and activated the flying crane king under him, charging straight towards Gyue's generation. Retreat! A goo master shouted. The wind howled as the myriad beast king's charge was too powerful, like a meteor landing on the ground, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. But suddenly, a wave of blood soared to the sky, and the blood river python that was in hiding attacked under the cover of the blood wave. It opened its huge mouth and bit the iron-beak flying crane king's slender neck, at the same time coiling its body, trying to drag the flying crane king into the pool of blood on the ground. Master Tenchiru snorted. He had some understanding of the blood river python. To the blood river python, blood was a supreme recovery item. It must not come into contact with it. Thus he willed in his heart. The flying crane king stretched out its iron claws, firmly grabbing onto the blood river python, and at the same time flapped its wings, flying away. After the battle with Tai Xueling, the blood river python's body was riddled with injuries, and its strength was greatly depleted. It was brought into the sky by the flying crane king, gradually leaving the village. Hand over your life! Master Tenchiru roared, his body turning into a white rainbow, still pouncing towards Gyue's generation in the red coffin. Gyue's generation stepped out of the coffin, and with a boom, a pair of wings spread out from his back. This pair of wings were wide and powerful, like the wings of a bat, completely black. Zombie goo was one of the most classic series of goo worms, widely spread throughout the world. Rank 2 roaming zombie goo, Rank 3 hairy zombie goo, Rank 4 jumping zombie goo, Rank 5 flying zombie goo. Blood white zombie goo was one of the flying zombie goo. It could naturally fly. First Gyue's eye sockets burned with raging blood flames, his arms spread open, looking sinister and sinister like demonic claws. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, colliding with Master Tenchiru in midair with a loud boom. The two were evenly matched, and after retreating a distance, they stabilized their bodies and charged towards each other again. Bam bam bam, the two battled in midair, their figures colliding continuously. The might of the Rank 5 goo was awe-inspiring. Waves of aftershocks caused countless bamboo buildings to collapse. After a while, Gyue's generation shouted loudly, his body turning into layers of blood shadows. His attacks were swift and fierce, increasing by several times. Master Tenchiru's eyes shone with a profound light, like flying knives slashing and immortal swords piercing, breaking the blood shadows one by one. First Gyue spat out blood mist again. Master Tenchiru activated his goo worms, forming a light barrier to block the blood mist's attack. After a while, Master Tenchiru was old, his body was weak and his strength was weakening. He was gradually suppressed by First Gyue's generation, falling into a disadvantage. Hundreds of years have passed, you still haven't improved. First Gyue's generation jeered loudly. Damn bastard! Master Tenchiru scolded furiously. He did not expect First Gyue's generation to become so strong, be it blood guillotine or blade-winged bloodbat goo, they were originally his. Thinking of this, he became even more furious. Humph, it is time to use my trump card. Master Tenchiru snorted inwardly, his white eyebrows lightly raised, and a change occurred. The tips of his eyebrows suddenly grew crazily, forming two long eyebrows that were tens of meters long. One on the left and one on the right, they were like snakes coming out of their holes, extremely fast, coiling around First Gyue's generation. First Gyue's struggle was futile, his claws unceasingly tearing. These eyebrows looked weak, but they were as tough as steel chains. Once coiled, it was like an old tree taking root. It is actually the raise eyebrow and exhale goo. First Gyue's tone changed for the first time. He was shocked and angry. This raise eyebrow and exhale goo did not spit out ordinary chi, but primeval chi. It would dissipate the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture. But this goo was not commonly seen. Killing 1,000 enemies would result in 800 losses. Master Tenchiru used it now. Not only was First Gyue's primeval essence being consumed, his own primeval essence was also being consumed. The raise eyebrow and exhale goo was like a bridge, connecting the two's apertures, causing the primeval essence to be consumed. It was often used by goo masters with high cultivation to bully the weak. If it was used on goo masters with higher cultivation, it would be courting death. But in this situation, there was a difference. Master Tenchiru and First Gyue were both rank 5 peak stage, but First Gyue had turned into a zombie. His aperture was dead, and could no longer recover primeval essence. Master Tenchiru might be old, and did not have much lifespan left, but his aperture still had vitality, and his primeval essence could still recover. This struck First Gyue's biggest weakness. Master Tenchiru's primeval essence was still slowly recovering, but First Gyue's primeval essence was decreasing as it was used. First Gyue retreated with all his might, but his white eyebrows were lengthened as if they were endless. At the same time, Master Tenchiru was also getting closer. First Gyue roared, and with a thought, he summoned the flying guillotine and blade-winged bloodbat goo, trying to cut off the white eyebrows, but it was of no use. The white eyebrows were extremely tough. Even if a few of them were cut off, they would quickly grow back. The primeval essence in the aperture continued to be consumed, and at this rate, First Gyue would definitely lose without a doubt. He was after all a formidable character, and after being forced into a corner, he gritted his teeth and changed his battle tactics, summoning the flying guillotine and blade-winged blood-bat Gu towards Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru had to divert his attention to activate the raise eyebrow and exhale Gu, and could only activate the defensive halo and defend passively against such attacks. The white halo was on the verge of collapse, and Master Tenchiru's heart sank. At this rate, the situation was far from good. Chapter 197. Master Tenchiru's expression was malevolent, and his eyes shone with an ominous glint. Suddenly, he made his move and rained down bird-wing arrows. The arrow rain did not hit Gyuyu First Gen. Gyuyu First Gen had transformed into a blood-white zombie. His defense was outstanding, and it was hard to attack. The bird-wing arrows rained down and countless Gu masters were pierced through, dying instantly. At the same time, Master Tenchiru's eyes shone with white light. 2 white light pillars swept across the village, and wherever they went, the bamboo buildings were destroyed and the stones on the streets crumbled. When the light shone on a person's body, their muscles and bones melted like snow under the sunlight. When a rank 5 Gu master made his move, it caused a large number of casualties. Miserable cries, screams, and cries of despair mixed together. A bird-wing arrow flew towards Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan casually grabbed a person beside him and threw him far away. The bird-wing arrow pierced through this person's head and got stuck. Fan Yuan smoothly rolled and dodged an iron-beak flying crane's claw. The gap between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big, it was hard to make a difference. Even Bai Ningbing was dodging at this moment. Every time he was injured, the northern dark eye soul physique would recover, but it would also bring him one step closer to death. Rank 5 Gu masters already stood at the peak of the mortal world. "Stop!" Gyuyu First Gen shouted. Seeing the Gu masters being massacred in large numbers, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He established the village and passed down his bloodline. It was not as simple as concealing his identity, but he had a big plan. The clan members were the fruits of his hundreds of years of hard work. But now, they were destroyed by Master Tenchiru. This was Gyuyu First Gen's hard work for hundreds of years. Without a choice, Gyuyu First Gen could only give up on Master Tenchiru. The blade-wing blood-bat Gu and blood guillotine changed directions and flew down the village to defend against Master Tenchiru's attacks. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly. The Blood Sea inheritance focused on offense and not defense. Gyuyu First Gen's move was giving up his strong points and using his weak points to deal with him. He knew the ins and outs of Gyuyu's generation and knew what he was plotting. Therefore, he deliberately let these people of Gyuyu's clan go. Now that he attacked them, sure enough, Gyuyu's first generation was unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Thus, he was able to resolve the crisis. Not good! As the situation fell into a stalemate, Gyuyu suddenly let out a loud cry, and the shadow of iron chains appeared around his body. This black shadow instantly materialized into a chain of iron chains that coiled around Gyuyu's body like snakes and pythons, binding Gyuyu tightly. A strip of yellow talisman gradually appeared and stuck between Gyuyu's eyebrows. Bang! Gyuyu was tied up by the iron chain. He couldn't spread his wings and couldn't fly anymore. He fell to the ground. Such a shocking change not only shocked Gyuyu, but also Master Tenchiru. But the latter laughed crazily. So it's the demon suppression iron chain Gu, and also the talisman flaying Gu. Ha ha ha, it seems that the so-called divine investigator isn't completely useless after all. My good senior brother is dead for sure today. These 2 Gu were the Tai clan's signature Gu worms. The demon suppression iron chain Gu could restrict a Gu master's movement, causing them to be unable to move and be slaughtered by others. The talisman flaying Gu could extract the Gu worms in a Gu master's body and seal them. Tai Xueling had used these 2 Gu worms to capture countless demonic Gu masters, and now he was using them on first-generation Gyuyu. When did this happen? First-generation Gyuyu was furious and shocked at the same time. He recalled the final scene when he killed Tai Xueling. That bronze mask flew out, revealing a square face. Although he was definitely going to die, there was no fear on his face. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and determination. His blood-stained palm lightly patted, vaguely hitting first-generation Gyue's chest. But this strength was very small, and first-generation Gyue didn't care at that time. So it was that time! Damn it, if I had a living body, I would have sensed it long ago. But a zombie's body, although strong and has outstanding defense, is not sensitive. First-generation Gyue felt great hatred in his heart. Turning into a blood-white zombie also had many drawbacks. According to his original lifespan, he should have died long ago. Defying heaven and prolonging his life, how could there not be a price? Ha ha! Master Tenshiro laughed loudly, his aura rising as he attacked first-generation Gyue. First-generation Gyue could only block, and naturally fell into an absolute disadvantage. The demon suppression iron chain Gu not only helped his body, but at the same time, a black iron chain phantom also appeared in his aperture, trying to suppress and seal the entire aperture. The primeval sea boiled like boiling water, and countless Gu worms flew around in the aperture, resisting the demon suppression iron chain Gu's suppression. Like this, first-generation Gyue's primeval essence expenditure was extremely intense. You are going to lose today, die! Master Tenshiro's attacks were like waves, unceasing, as if he had gone berserk. First-generation Gyue's body was covered in injuries. His white bones could be seen on his chest, and his arms were chopped off at the shoulder by Master Tenshiro. Seeing that Master Tenshiro was about to succeed, first-generation Gyue suddenly let out a strange cry. Yang! The sound wave was extremely ear-piercing, and instantly hit Master Tenshiro. Master Tenshiro heard this sound and immediately flew back dozens of steps like he was hit by a huge blow. His white eyebrows straightened. Then he fell down, landing on the ground. He got up with difficulty, blood gushing out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The sound wave was still rampaging in his body, causing his blood to flow in reverse, and he was unable to move for a while. Many Gu masters saw an opportunity and shot moon blades, water bullets, and so on from afar, but they were all blocked by Master Tenshiro's halo. Dozens of flying cranes swarmed towards first-generation Gyue, but their iron beaks hit the blood-white corpse. Like hitting steel skin and iron bones, all of them broke. The defense of a rank 5 Gu was no small matter. Even if Fang Yuan used Chainsaw Golden Centipede to grind the blood-white corpse, he might not even be able to cut off a piece of flesh in 7 minutes. In this battlefield, only the 2 rank 5 Gu masters could threaten the enemy. Although they were in a sorry state, as long as their primeval essence was not depleted, the others could only watch and sigh, unable to do anything. Master Tenshiro saw that the flying cranes could not succeed, and the flying crane king was fighting the blood python Gu far away, while his own blood and chi were in conflict, making it difficult for him to move. He could only stare and concentrate, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu, greatly increasing the consumption of primeval essence. This almost took the life of first-generation Gyue. The primeval essence C rapidly dropped. Once it was depleted, the Gu worms would not be able to resist the suppression of the demon suppression iron chain Gu without the support of primeval essence. Once the demon suppression iron chain Gu was completely suppressed, the core flit Gu would activate, sealing the Gu worms and pulling them out one by one. That would be the end of the trend. First-generation Gyue shouted in panic. Quickly grab the white brows, activate your primeval essence and help me. Go help! Help the first-generation ancestor! Let's go together! A large group of Gu masters rushed over. Not only Gyue tribe, even Bai and Xiong tribes Gu masters rushed over. Even first-generation Gyue could not cut off the white brows, let alone their methods. They could only respond to first-generation Gyue's words, stretching out their hands and grabbing the white brows. Just as they placed their hands on it, the white brows separated into strands, tightly wrapping around their wrists and arms, then extending to their bodies. Ah! Screams resounded. How could rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters' primeval essence compete with rank 5 primeval essence? Their primeval essence was exhausted in an instant, the primeval sea bottomed out, the aperture dried up, cracking and finally collapsing. The aperture was a vital part of the human body, even more important, then the heart. Once the aperture was broken, many goo masters' eyes rolled back and they lost their lives. Damn it! First generation Guyue cursed, the demon suppression iron chain goo tightened, cutting into the flesh and causing the white bones to creak. Logically speaking, Tai Shuiling was dead, and this demon suppression iron chain goo could not be activated without the goo master's primeval essence. But this demon suppression iron chain goo was contaminated by the blood frenzy goo, and could absorb the primeval essence in the air. At the same time, the demon suppression iron chain goo was Tai Shuiling's goo, and inside it was Tai Shuiling's will to suppress and kill first generation Guyue's will. First generation Guyue's primeval essence was being consumed too quickly, and he could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, many of the goo masters who were rushing over to help paused in their steps. What are you afraid of? If the first generation is defeated, we will all die. Don't tell me you think the other party will let us go! Fan Yuan shouted, rushing to Guyue's side and grabbing White Brow. The thousandly Earthwolf spider was already dead, and the other party had flying cranes that could fly and attack. There was no hope of escaping alone. On the contrary, helping first-generation Guyue had the possibility of both sides fighting each other and reaping the benefits. White Brow firmly locked onto Fan Yuan's wrist, and like a vine, it grew crazily along his arm, spreading to his waist. In the aperture, the snow's silver primeval essence was being consumed rapidly. Fan Yuan clenched his teeth, persevering in his heart. His actions played an exemplary role. The other goo masters were spurred on, rushing over. If we attack together, we might not die. That's right, there is strength in numbers. Sigh, what else can we do? We can only fight. Countless hands were placed on White Brow. Goo masters were continuously dying, and at the same time, goo masters were continuously filling in the gaps, joining in the battle of attrition. Ha ha ha, to be able to fight against a rank 5, this is so exciting and interesting. Bai Ningbing also came to help. Whether we live or die, it all depends on this fight. Xiong Jiaoman also stood up. Fangjing was nowhere to be seen, he was lost in the wilderness, and did not escape to the village. His life or death was uncertain, and the odds were against him. Time became exceptionally long and unbearable at this moment. As time passed, goo masters continued to die. Some goo masters attacked Master Tenchiru, but the white halo did not budge, as steady as Mount Tai. Only rank 3 goo masters could hold their ground in this battle of attrition. Many goo masters' confidence wavered, showing signs of hesitation. Both sides fell into a deadlock. Master Tenchiru laughed sinisterly in a low voice. I will win, all of you will die. The difference between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. Rank 4 could be affected, but the 3 rank 4 clan leaders had already been killed by Master Tenchiru. First Gen Guyue's entire body was tied up by the metal chains, and his white eyebrows were tied up. On his forehead, the Fu Yenji Gu was floating, and the primeval essence in his aperture was extremely sparse. Suddenly, the Fu Yenji Gu let out a faint yellow light. From first Gen Guyue's aperture, a lump of yellow light was pulled out. This yellow light was bigger than a fist, but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated down to the ground, and the yellow light weakened to a faint glow. A goo that looked like a crystal skull showed its true form. This goo looked like a baby's skull, and could be held in one palm. The skull was like a crystal, and was covered with light red blood veins. Chapter 198. First generation Guyue gritted his teeth, but he could not struggle or move. Suddenly, a lump of yellow light was taken out from the yellow talisman and landed on the ground, turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, 2 peculiar goo worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. The Taiji light ball rotated continuously, and traces of the great Tao flowed out, attracting the attention of countless people. What goo is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest were bewildered. This is actually a rank 4 goo. Fan Yuan's gaze concentrated. Yin-yang rotation goo! Master Tenchiru shouted, showing a shocked expression. He was dazed for a moment before laughing loudly. My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good goo. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human. What a pity, I ruined your plans. First generation Gyue kicked his legs in panic, screaming and losing his composure. Be it the blood skull Gu or yin yang rotation Gu, they were the key to his 1,000 years of scheming. Now that they were sealed and taken out, his hard work was all for naught. Master Tenchura laughed even more heartily. Seeing first generation Gyue's performance, his desire for revenge was fully satisfied. Another yellow light was taken out and landed on the ground. It was a scarlet Gu, translucent like a water ball. First generation Gyue saw this Gu and suddenly paused in joy. He opened his bloody mouth and bared his fangs, shouting, "Quick, come, kill this Gu!" Several Gu masters heard this and immediately moved forward, using their methods. This Gu was sealed by the bottom talisman Gu, and could not be activated by first generation Gyue's thoughts. On the surface, there was a layer of yellow light with a seal. Only Tai Xueling or a special Gu could unseal it. But this Gu was a consumable Gu, and was very special. To use it, one had to crush it. Several Gu masters made their move. The yellow light seal only sealed Gu worms, and did not have any defensive ability. After taking a few attacks, it collapsed, and the sealed Gu worm was also destroyed by brute force. Buzz! With a soft cry, the crimson light blossomed and suddenly expanded. In an instant, it formed a spherical barrier. First Gen Gyue was inside the shield, while Master Tenchura was outside. The blood-colored barrier had a radius of 6 mu. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were inside, while Xiong Jiaoman and the rest were outside. The most exciting thing was that the white eyebrows were instantly cut in half by this barrier. The white eyebrows disintegrated, and Fan Yuan and the others regained their freedom. This barrier's aura is rank 5, why does it look like water curtain skyflower Gu? Fan Yuan was bewildered, he had never seen this Gu before. Master Tenchura was obstructed by this barrier, he staggered to his feet and sneered. Senior brother, you have good methods, you can even counterattack like this and break the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu. What a pity! How can you stop me with your puny defense? He's just struggling at death's door. Gyue, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Junior brother, why don't you attack and see? I have the same intention. Killing intent flashed in Master Tenchura's eyes as countless cranes pounced over. At the same time, white light shot out from his eyes as countless birdwing arrows rained down. However, this blood-colored barrier did not budge, it was stable as usual. Master Tenchura's expression turned extremely gloomy as he stopped his attacks. What Gu is this? First Gen Gyue raised his head and laughed. Let me tell you, this is the blood curtain skyflower Gu that I refined exclusively. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4, it can block rank 5 Gu's attacks. This Gu of mine is rank 5, its defense is even stronger. Even the owner of the water curtain skyflower Gu cannot enter or leave, but my blood curtain skyflower Gu can leave and not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out and take your head, ha ha ha. You scoundrel, you are boasting shamelessly. Master Tenchura was flustered and exasperated. He had a 90% chance of winning, but to think Gyue managed to turn the situation around, the situation fell into a stalemate again. He attacked crazily and fiercely, all the Gu masters outside the barrier, including Xiong Jiaoman, died. But inside the blood curtain skyflower, everything was calm and tranquil. The blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai, the Gu masters gradually relaxed. The first generation ancestor is truly a hero. We are finally saved. Next, the first generation ancestor will display his might. This person will lose for sure. Huff, this is the strength of a rank 5 Gu master? How powerful! I'm actually still alive! Everyone cheered and shouted. But Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, he would die without a doubt because of the 10 extreme limits. This stalemate lost some of its excitement, making him unhappy. Master Tenchura attacked for a long time, but there was no effect. He suddenly stopped his attacks and woke up. First generation Gyue's words were to provoke him, to make him waste his primeval essence on attacking the blood curtain skyflower. If he was not wrong, this blood-curtained skyflower and water-curtained skyflower had similar effects, but the fusion cost was extremely high. It was a one-time consumable, it had strong defense but had a limited time. Once the duration was over, it would dissipate on its own. Thinking of this, Master Tenchu took out 2 yuan stones and held them in his palms, sitting cross-legged and starting to recover his primeval essence. Help me, only by helping me will I have a chance to live. Yuan stone, I need a large amount of yuan stone. First generation Guyue shouted, and immediately the surrounding Gu masters took out yuan stones and piled them around him. First generation Guyue opened his mouth and sucked deeply. Yuan stone was sucked into his mouth. He opened his mouth and with a cracking sound, the yuan stone was crushed, and a large amount of natural primeval essence poured into his aperture. Master Tenchu saw this and became anxious. He shouted, "Don't give him any more yuan stone, you bunch of fools! Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death. Humph, using such a low-level tactic to sow discord, aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, this old scoundrel told us not to give any more, we have to give even more yuan stone. Everything depends on first-generation Guyue." The Gu masters generously donated, and large amounts of yuan stone were thrown into first-generation Guyue's mouth. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched coldly from the side. If it was a normal human body, it would not be able to withstand so much primeval essence, but his blood-white corpse body was strong and sturdy. The primeval sea in his aperture rose rapidly. Demon suppression iron chain Gu's power became weaker, and after a while, it turned into a pool of blood, completely dying. First-generation Guyue was no longer restricted, and with a loud roar, he activated blood-white corpse vital Gu. Large amounts of smelly blood were attracted and poured into his body. In the blink of an eye, his strong arms grew back, and his claws were sharp like blades. He laughed loudly and stood up. At this time, the bottom-flick Gu on his forehead also turned into a pool of blood, completely dissipating. "Heaven has not forsaken me!" First-generation Guyue laughed loudly towards the sky. "I beseech first-generation ancestor to make a move and kill this old scoundrel. With the help of a great lord, he will definitely succeed immediately. He will be invincible." Everyone rejoiced. First-generation Guyue's laughter gradually subsided, and flames burned in his eyes as he spoke slowly. "Of course I want to kill the enemy, but before that, I need to do something. Not good." Fan Yuan heard this tone and his heart jumped, as he moved towards the outside of the crowd without leaving a trace. The people around him did not understand, but were still filled with fighting spirit. "I wonder what first-generation ancestor wants to do. If it is within our capabilities, we will definitely do our best to serve first-generation ancestor." First-generation Guyue raised his head and laughed. "Haha, this matter is to take your lives." "What?" Everyone turned pale with fright. First-generation Guyue attacked brazenly. With a swoosh, he stretched out his claws and pierced through a rank 3 Gu master. When he retracted his palm, first-generation Guyue's hand was already holding a beating heart. This Gu master was a Guyue clansman, and with an expression of disbelief, he screamed as blood spurted out like a fountain and fell backwards. "Good blood, we cannot waste it." First-generation Guyue laughed and sighed, and with a thought, the blood skull Gu flew up and circled around this Gu master's body. The Gu master's corpse twitched, and all his blood was sucked out by the blood skull Gu. Then it entered the blood skull Gu's 2 empty eye sockets. The blood skull Gu drank its fill of blood, and on its crystal-like skull, the blood-red lines became even brighter. "First-generation ancestor you?" Everyone quickly retreated, and someone shouted in shock. "Noisy!" First-generation Guyue's figure flashed and appeared in front of this person, slashing with his palm and cutting his body into 2. The blood that spurted out was sucked dry by the blood skull Gu. "First-generation, you heartless bastard, you are not our yuan stone, how can you still have the strength to fight? This first-generation is also not a good person, everyone attack together and kill him." "That's right, we have strength in numbers, ugh!" a bloody massacre began. First generation Gyue was rank 5 peak stage, and his primeval essence had completely recovered. These Gu masters were mostly rank 1 and rank 2, and there were even a few rank 3. How could they be his match? And this blood-curtained skyflower isolated the inside from the outside, forming a sealed space. Only its master, first generation Gyue, could go out. But once he went out, he could only destroy the blood-curtained skyflower or wait for its effect to run out. The Gu masters could neither escape nor fight, so they were quickly defeated and killed one by first gen Gyue. Other than Bai and Xiong tribe Gu masters, every time he killed a Gyue tribesman, he would use the blood skull Gu to suck the blood. After killing hundreds of people, the rank 4 blood skull Gu was glistening red, reaching its limit. First generation Gyue laughed loudly, summoning the blood skull Gu and floating it above his head. This day, this moment, after hundreds of years of planning, has finally arrived. He heaved a long sigh of relief. The blood skull Gu opened its tightly shut mouth and spat out a fountain of blood. The blood fountain did not have a fishy smell, but instead emitted a fragrant smell, making people feel relaxed and happy. First generation Gyue was drenched from head to toe by this blood fountain. But this blood fountain was mystical. Not a single drop fell on the ground, but stuck to the surface of first generation Gyue's body, and slowly seeped in, all the way to his aperture. First generation Gyue silently stood on the spot, feeling it for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Gaga gaga, my aptitude has risen, my aptitude has really risen. The other Gu masters were all shaken. Chapter 199. Gyue's laughter became even more carefree, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Master Tenchiru, saying hatefully, "Junior apprentice brother, you never thought this day would come. We are both orphans, adopted by Master, but ever since we were young, Master has always doted on you more. Why? Isn't it because your aptitude is a grade, and mine is C grade? You have a grade aptitude, of course your cultivation progress is fast. Do you know how much more sweat and effort I have to put in to barely keep up with you with my C grade aptitude? Although we are known as the twin cranes of the righteous path, you have always been the leader, and I the second. You are the most dazzling. Just because you are an A-grade genius. But you were lucky, and obtained one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. Blood Skull Gu can kill your kin, purify the blood spring, irrigate the aperture, and raise your aptitude. Do you know how I felt at that time? This Blood Skull Gu was my only hope. The hope that I yearned for day and night, the hope that I tossed and turned in my sleep. With it, I can change my life, change my fate. But that's mine. Master Tenchiru stomped his feet and cursed. Yes, it's yours. Gyue nodded. You have good aptitude and good luck. We set off together to kill the enemy. But the heavens only favored you, allowing you to obtain the true inheritance. Do you know? Looking at your smug expression and listening to your words about the future, I suddenly understood. The heavens favored you, giving you a great aptitude and Blood Sea's true inheritance. What could I do? I was just a C grade, how could I succeed by myself? I could only snatch. What doesn't belong to me, become mine. The heavens arranged a fate for me, to let me be willing to be below others, to be their shadow. I am not satisfied. Why should it be me? Why should I be below and you are above? At this point, Gyue actually started sobbing. The blood white's body was extremely terrifying, and it let out such a strange cry, making people feel even colder. Since the heavens don't favor me, Master doesn't love me, and others don't think highly of me, I'll have to do it. I can only love myself more, I can only value myself more, I can only rely on myself more. I can only work harder, I can only take more risks, I can only work harder. Only in this way can I achieve something. But the righteous path emphasized principles, friendship, seniority, and seniority. I'm just a nobody. I have no background, no talent, and no resources. What do you think I will use to succeed? If I walk the righteous path, I can only be exploited and bullied. I can only look up to you young masters and geniuses. I can only endure until I am old, but my achievements are insignificant. This is the righteous path. What bullshit righteous path? Only by becoming a demon, abandoning human emotions, abandoning the rules of the world, and paying a heavy price will I be able to forge a path that belongs to me in the thorns. So I plotted against you and stole your blood-sea true inheritance. Then I became a demon. Haha, then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. His voice reverberated in the blood barrier. Outside the barrier, Master Tenshiro was speechless. First Gen Gyua held back his laughter and started to kill again. Large numbers of Gu Masters were killed, their blood absorbed by the Blood Skull Gu and condensed into Blood Spring Essence, pouring it into First Gen Gyua's aperture to raise his aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture. First Gen Gyua killed more Gyua clansmen, the higher his aptitude. After chewing the Yuan Stone, his primeval essence would be stored more, and his battle strength would increase. Outside the blood barrier, Master Tenshiro was burning with anxiety, but the blood-curtained skyflower was like a heavenly moat, making him sigh. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. Eventually, only a few people were left inside the blood barrier. Brat, you stole the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, right? I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Hand it over obediently and I'll spare your life. First Gen Gyua approached step by step, his killing intent firmly locked onto Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan knew his chances of survival were slim, but his expression did not change as he sneered. Your bullshit can only be used to coax a 3-year-old child. Humph, if you come any closer, I will destroy the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. You have to know, this goo was refined by me. I can make it self-destruct with just a thought. Do as you see fit. First Gen Gyua's footsteps slowed, but he quickly approached Fan Yuan with determination. Brat, you are very courageous and smart. That's right, you are my descendant. I want to take your blood to raise my aptitude, so I will not let you go. Unfortunately, back then I used the blood seed goo to purify my descendant's bloodline, attempting to create a descendant of Gyua's desolate physique. As long as such a genius is born, I can take all of their blood and raise my aptitude to a grade, 99%. If there is such a genius, I can let you go, but your luck is bad. Humph, the thing I hate the most in my life is being forced by others. It's fine if the Heavenly Origin Treasure Lotus is gone, but you can die now. Before he finished speaking, the wings on his back flapped, and his body shot out like lightning, appearing in front of Fan Yuan in an instant. He grabbed with his right hand. Instantly, Fan Yuan's pupils shrunk, his hair stood on end, and he quickly retreated. But how could a rank 5 expert dodge so easily? Just as the ghostly claw was about to reach him, an ice hand suddenly appeared from the side. Bam! With a sound of collision, the ice hand shattered, cold air spread everywhere, and First Gen Gyua took a step back. Bai Ning Bing! Fan Yuan turned around. Looking at the person who attacked, he was slightly shocked. Bai Ning Bing retracted his broken arm, cold air spread around the wound, and instantly condensed into an ice hand, recovering to its original state. But it did not turn into flesh and blood. He was already very close to the limit of the 10 extremes. To think that I would have such an interesting way of dying. It is a pity that I will not be able to see the end of this battle. Bai Ning Bing heaved a long sigh, then suddenly laughed, a pair of eerie blue eyes looking at Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan, you and I are the same kind of person. I am dead for sure. If you die too, it will be a pity. I will protect you, but I have a condition. Although Bai Ning Bing was only rank 3, he was not far from death. His battle strength was increasing like a fountain. In the end, the only one who could hope to win against First Gen Gyua was him. Oh, what condition? Fan Yuan's eyes flashed. Bai Ning Bing stretched out his arms, as if to embrace the world. He wore a white robe and had snow-white hair, his brows slightly raised. Live on for me, and witness the wonders of this world. In an instant, Fan Yuan was moved. This man, Fan Yuan looked at Bai Ning Bing, as if he was looking at himself when he was young. Bai Ning Bing's words sounded like nonsense, but in fact, they were sincere. Perhaps ordinary people would not believe it, but Fan Yuan understood the deeper meaning behind these words. Bai Ningbing was a top genius. His talent was heaven-defying, but his lifespan was short. He had already found his path, found his belief. He was not afraid of death, but he was reluctant to leave this world. He had regrets in his heart, but in desperation, he could only entrust this remembrance to Fan Yuan. "Oh, it really is the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. TSK, it's a pity that you're not my bloodline descendant, otherwise everyone wouldn't have to die." First Gen Guyu let out a sinister laugh. "You want to stop me with just this Northern Dark Eye Soul physique? You are too naive!" Saying so, his figure flashed, and when he appeared, he was already in front of Bai Ningbing. Boom! A loud explosion, the two clashed. First Gen Guyu retreated 2 steps. Bai Ningbing's entire head and half of his body exploded. But in an instant, kacha, cold air spread, frost condensed, and a new body and head grew out. Bai Ningbing was resurrected. This! First Gen Guyu was shocked. The 10 extreme physiques were rarely seen, and this was the first time he fought with one. The two clashed. Bai Ningbing's cultivation was weak, and he was at a disadvantage. The situation was very disadvantageous. But First Gen Guyu could not kill him no matter how hard he tried. The Northern Dark Eye Soul physique was now almost immortal. No matter how heavy the injuries were, in an instant, it would be as solid as ice. This made Guyu even more furious and fearful, and his attacks became even more frenzied. Bai Ningbing gradually lost his normal color, and turned into an ice man who could move freely. Even her snow-white hair had turned into strands of ice. The time was finally up. Death descended at this moment. Boundless worldly affairs are colorful, the clouds and waterways are long. At this moment, the wind returns to heaven and earth, incomparable to the moonlight in the water. Bai Ningbing chanted, and smiled faintly. From then on, his expression froze. A cold wind suddenly blew, and the frosty air suddenly rose like a mist. Crack, crack, crack. Large amounts of frost spread from his feet, and like a growing mountain, the glacier rose from the ground. The surging white ice was like a dragon beast, like a landslide or tsunami, crushing towards First Gen Guyu. First Gen Guyu screamed, and resisted with all his strength. The red hair on his head stood up, and blood mist rose from his body. Large amounts of blood guillotine and blade-winged blood bat goo were controlled by him, and crashed into the glacier, slowing it down a little. But in the end, he was still suppressed, imprisoned, and swallowed by the glacier. The huge glacier filled the whole blood barrier, and only around Fan Yuan, Bai Ningbing purposely left a small space for him. Bam! With a soft sound, the blood-curtained skyflower was broken by the glacier. Without any obstruction, large amounts of frost energy spread out, and the frost immediately condensed, forming a glacier that spread everywhere. Even the blood-curtained skyflower goo has been broken! Such power! Master Tenshiro did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly flew up into the sky. Under his shocked gaze, he saw the glacier spread everywhere, and actually covered the whole of Qingmao Mountain, from the peak to the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the originally lush and vibrant Qingmao Mountain had turned into a treacherous land of ice and snow. The ice under his feet continued to rise, and Fan Yuan also saw this scene with his own eyes. This thousand-li glacier had witnessed the fall of a young genius, and contained Bai Ningbing's unwilling and helpless sigh. Chapter 200. Fan Yuan immediately activated the chainsaw golden centipede and blood moon goo, trying to break the ice. But the ice layer was extremely thick and cold air pervaded the air. For every inch of ice that was shaved off, another 2 inches condensed. Fan Yuan was trapped in a hopeless situation, unable to escape. Just at this time, a blood light emerged from the bottom of the glacier. The blood light was only a smear at first, but it soon spread out, becoming brighter and brighter, turning into a blood-colored light that flooded the area. Ha! Amidst the laughter, the blood light soared to the sky, and the first-generation Guyu broke out of the ice. Although he was in a sorry state, he was even more arrogant. If this Northern Dark Eye Soul physique's cultivation reaches rank 4, he might be able to kill me. Unfortunately, he is only rank 3 peak stage. Saying so, he focused his gaze on Fan Yuan, who was in the glacier. If the northern dark isophysique can't kill you, then let me do it for you. In the distant sky, Master Tenshiro flew over leisurely. Below him was the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. Earlier, he flew into the sky to help the Ironbeak Flying Crane King kill the Blood River Python, and now he came back with the momentum of victory. Right now, in the entire Qingmao Mountain, there were only these 3 people left. Bai Ningbing had already turned into an ice mountain, his consciousness also dissipating. Fan Yuan was like an insect in amber, trapped in the glacier. In contrast, among the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, the first generation Guyue's aptitude had increased, and the primeval essence in his aperture was more. Master Tenshiro had also recuperated, and recovered most of his battle strength. The 2's gazes focused on Fan Yuan. The first generation Gyue wanted to kill Fan Yuan and take his blood. Master Tenshiro wanted to stop the first generation Gyue, and naturally would not restrict himself by protecting Fan Yuan. Thus, he could only make the first move, and kill Fan Yuan first. With their nature, they would not tolerate a bystander. What if both of them were injured, and a third person took advantage of the situation? Fan Yuan let out a long sigh. When he saw the gazes of these 2 people, he knew that he was definitely going to die. He had lost the Thunderwings Gu and Thousandly Earthwolf Spider. Even if he had them, he might not be able to escape the pursuit of 2 rank 5 experts. He only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation and could not be compared to a rank 5 expert. In this situation, he was like a fish on the chopping block. Moreover, it was 2 incomparably sharp blades. He couldn't fight, and he couldn't escape. However, Fan Yuan had another method. That was the spring and autumn cicada. Fan Yuan sent his consciousness into his aperture. The light film was no longer there, only a rough stone aperture. A large half of the snow-silver true essence ocean was still left. The stone aperture no longer had the ability to recover true essence, but Fan Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, which was why his true essence sea was like this. None of this was important. Fan Yuan focused all his attention on the Gu worm in the middle of the stone aperture. That was his vital Gu, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Only by relying on this Gu to go against the flow of the river of time could he create another miracle, using an impossible method to change the outcome of fate. However, this method was extremely dangerous. Firstly, the river of time was a forbidden area of the great Tao, mortals could not touch it. Once it was trespassed, it would be the same as violating the laws of heaven and earth, and would suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Secondly, the spring-autumn cicada had not fully recovered. It was like a broken boat, forcefully crossing the river of time. It might capsize halfway and sink. Finally, Fan Yuan was only a rank 3 peak stage. Controlling the spring-autumn cicada was like a baby playing with a large knife. He might get injured if he did not do it well. Once I use this spring-autumn cicada, I will have to self-detonate. I will use all my cultivation, my flesh and blood, and all my other Gu worms to become a driving force to push the spring-autumn cicada forward. Compared to my previous life, even if I self-detonate, the force will be too small. It is very likely that I will directly commit suicide. But right now, I have no other choice. I have to use this Gu. Fan Yuan was also helpless. Earlier, he would rather use the stone aperture Gu than the spring-autumn cicada because it was too risky. Out of 100, the success rate might not even be 10%. Many times, when a Gu master uses a high-rank Gu worm, they would have to pay the price of a backlash. Like Gyue Qin Shu. Right now, Fan Yuan could only place his hopes on the fact that the spring-autumn cicada was his vital Gu. Little brat, hand over your life, contribute some blood to your ancestor. Lad, your life is not good, you can only blame yourself for meeting this despicable ancestor. Let me free you from this. First generation Gyue and Master Tenshiro attacked at the same time. Fan Yuan was forced to the edge of the cliff. He could only jump. Spring-autumn cicada, come! His eyes shone with a strange light. He shouted, his body bursting with green and yellow colors. Such an aura? How is this possible? It is actually a rank 6 goo worm. At this moment, the 2 rank 5 goo masters were extremely shocked. But soon after, greedy expressions appeared on their faces. Kill him, take the rank 6 goo. This is a heavenly opportunity, good lad, hand it over obediently and I will spare your life. Their speed increased by 30%. But at this moment, there was a loud boom. Fan Yuan self-detonated. What? Before he died, he seemed to have heard the 2 rank 5 goo masters exclaim. Legend has it that this world has a long river, called time. Humans are like fish in the river, the current is rapid, almost all the fish can only go with the flow. Occasionally, 1 or 2 fish would jump out of the river, looking at the scene downstream. This is foretelling the future. If not for this river, the world would be completely still, turning into a picture. With this river, everything can change, the world can become lively, either declining or flourishing. The river of time, the river water surged. Every drop of water was a story, a scene that happened in the past. In the rapid river water, a small goo worm was swimming against the current. It flapped its wings, struggling to move forward. Every time the surging waves slammed into it, it would be on the verge of capsizing. It carried Fan Yuan's consciousness and memories, its body emitting a faint yellow and green light. The light wavered in the tide, like a candle flickering in the wind. Finally, it only managed to swim a small distance. The yellow and green light almost disappeared. The spring-autumn cicada reached its limit. With a swoosh, it turned into a ray of light and drilled into a wave. Fan Yuan's body shook. A yellow and green light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This light flashed for a moment, and Fan Yuan shuddered. His consciousness and memories rushed into his mind, instantly fusing together. Success! He was overjoyed, he had been reborn again. After realizing this, he immediately scanned his surroundings and observed his own situation. He found his primeval essence was being consumed. His wrists and body were bound by the white eyebrows. Looking again, oh! So it was at this time. Tai Xueling's arrangements had already been activated. Guyue's entire body was bound by iron chains, unable to move. There was also a yellow talisman on his forehead. It was the demon suppression iron chain Gu, as well as the flick bottom Gu. And that Master Tenshiro had also landed on the ground, his body covered in a white halo, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu with all his strength, attempting to exhaust all the primeval essence in Guyue's aperture. Fan Yuan squinted his eyes. Right now, he was bound by the white eyebrows and could not move. He could only exhaust his primeval essence and wait for a good opportunity. Under the effect of the flick bottom Gu, a yellow light flew out of Guyue's body. This yellow light was bigger than a fist, but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated to the ground, revealing the blood skull Gu inside the yellow light. Blood skull Gu! After hundreds of years, I finally see you again! Master Tenshiro cried tears of joy, his expression extremely emotional. Guyue was so anxious that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do, he was tied up and could not move. Another yellow light was captured from the yellow talisman, landing on the ground and turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, 2 peculiar Gu worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. It was the yin-yang rotation Gu. According to Fan Yuan's memories, Master Tenshiro was shouting, Yin-yang rotation Gu! My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good Gu. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human, what a pity, I ruined it. Fan Yuan looked at Guyue's first generation. Sure enough, he was sitting on the ground, kicking his legs and screaming, his hair was disheveled, he had completely lost his composure. Wait a while more, the time is not far. Fan Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, he did not make a move. The third yellow light was captured, landing on the ground. It was a scarlet-red Gu, translucent like a water ball. Fan Yuan's heart shook. Blood curtain skyflower Gu! It was this Gu that changed the situation, allowing Guyue's first generation to make a comeback. Blood curtain skyflower Gu was developed by Guyue's first generation, Fan Yuan did not recognize it before, but now he was very clear of its characteristics. Sure enough, immediately after, Guyue's first generation shouted, "Someone come quickly, kill this Gu worm!" Several Gu masters heard this and immediately went forward to destroy this Gu. Buzz! With a soft sound, blood curtained skyflower reappeared in the world. The blood ball barrier isolated the inside from the outside. A portion of the people were outside the barrier, while the others were inside the barrier. The blood barrier isolated the white brows, and Fan Yuan and the rest no longer fought with Master Tenchiru's primeval essence. They were freed and regained their freedom. Master Tenchiru was obstructed by this barrier. He staggered to stand up and sneered. After some conversation, he could not attack the blood barrier and could only stop, asking, "What Gu is this?" Guyue's first generation said proudly, "Let me tell you, this is my exclusive fusion blood curtain skyflower Gu. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4, it can block rank 5 Gu's attacks. This Gu of mine is rank 5, its defense is even stronger. Water curtain skyflower Gu's owner cannot enter or leave, but my blood curtain skyflower Gu can leave but not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out to chop off your dog head, ahaha." Master Tenchiru was furious and attacked again, but failed again. After calming down, he chose to replenish his primeval essence and wait for the blood barrier to run out. The Gu masters saw that the blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai and were overjoyed. Feeling that their lives were saved, they started to flatter Guyue's first generation. Only Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Guyue's first generation asked for a large amount of yuan stone, and everyone generously contributed. Although Guyue's first generation was tied up and could not move, he could chew the yuan stone with his mouth and replenish his primeval essence at an extremely fast speed. Master Tenchiru saw this and shouted, "You bunch of fools! Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death." Everyone naturally did not believe him. "Humph, using such a low-level tactic to sow discord, aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, 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 this old scoundrel told us not to give, we have to give yuan stone even more." Chapter 201. Large amounts of yuan stone were sucked into Guyue's mouth and crushed. Bai Ningbing looked on coldly. But Fan Yuan moved. He did not look on coldly, but made a different choice from before. "First generation ancestor, the situation is critical. I have the heavenly essence treasure lotus to offer." He was full of sincerity, as he quickly walked over. His face was full of pity and helplessness, but he also seemed to have made up his mind. First generation Guyue laughed loudly. "Very good. You are indeed my descendant. Such filial piety makes me, your ancestor, happy." He had long wanted the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and had once sent a group of blade-winged blood bats to kill Fan Yuan. But Fan Yuan had escaped so quickly that he did not give him a chance. But at this moment, he did not doubt it. First of all, he had not shed all pretenses of cordiality. He had once said that he had sent the blade-winged blood bats to protect Fan Yuan. Secondly, Fan Yuan had taken the initiative to step forward and help White Eyebrow, helping first-generation Guyue to exhaust his inner yuan. This had made the hesitant people firm up their minds. Such a loyal and filial act was still vivid in first-generation Guyue's mind. Finally, the current situation was very clear. Fan Yuan could only place his hopes on first-generation Guyue in order to defeat Master Tenchiru and save his life. First-generation Guyue did not believe that Fan Yuan would destroy his own strong support and attack him. Therefore, when Fan Yuan walked over, first-generation Guyue laughed continuously. "With the heavenly essence treasure lotus, my chances of winning will increase by 20%. All of you, move aside and let him in." Heavenly essence treasure lotus? Outside the blood shield, Master Tenchiru was stunned. He immediately shouted, "You must not!" Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fan Yuan walked to first-generation Guyue's side. "First-generation ancestor, I have thought it through. You were the one who created the Guyue village. Only because of you can there be juniors like us. In the past, you had such great achievements. Today, you will lead the Guyue clan to glory. The heavenly origin treasure lotus should be used by our ancestor. His face was full of admiration, and his tone was full of enthusiasm. Guyue nodded as he listened, thinking to himself, "This young man is quite eloquent, but it's a pity that I still have to kill him for his blood later." But at this moment, Fang Yuan bent down and suddenly attacked. He grabbed hold of Guyue, and then channeled the strength in his waist. Taking advantage of the momentum, he shook his arms. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar. The strength of two boars burst forth, and with all his might, he fiercely threw. Shwa! As soon as Guyue arrived, he threw him out of the blood barrier. It was a deathly silence. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The wind outside was blowing gently. Guyue was smashed to the ground, his red hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was sluggish, and he had yet to react. In front of him, less than 10 steps away, was Master Tenchiru. This old man was still angry, and anxious about Fang Yuan's contribution of the heavenly origin treasure lotus. He did not expect that the next moment, there would be such a major turn of events. He was also stunned, and his eyes stared straight at Guyue. Guyue was his irreconcilable enemy, but at this moment, Master Tenchiru was stunned, as if he was dreaming, and did not move. Inside the blood barrier, everyone was like a statue, silent and motionless. Some people's mouths were wide open, enough to fit a fist. Some people's eyes were wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. Even Bai Ningbing lost her composure, and looked at Fang Yuan with a sluggish expression. Only when a half-destroyed bamboo building inside the blood barrier could no longer hold on, and collapsed, did everyone wake up as if they had been electrocuted. Fuck! Someone opened his mouth and cursed. Fang Yuan, what stupid thing did you do? Someone pointed at Fang Yuan, his whole body trembling. First-generation ancestor! Someone tried to run out and pull Guyue back, but the blood-curtained skyflower blocked their way. Despicable little thief! How dare you lie to the ancestor? I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive! First-generation Guyue reacted, lying on the ground, and cursed. Ha! Among the panic-stricken crowd, someone laughed loudly. It was none other than Bai Ningbing. He laughed until tears came out, and gave Fang Yuan a thumbs up. Interesting, really interesting. Fang Yuan, have you gone crazy? Fang Yuan, you framed the first-generation ancestor, you even schemed against the ancestor, are you still human? Why yeah, Fang Yuan, you must have been bribed by that white-haired old man. You spy, traitor! Everyone was pointing fingers at him, and the crowd was agitated. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I am rank 3 peak stage, who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill me? Right now, the rank 3 Gu masters in the blood barrier could be counted on one hand, and because of the earlier battle, their primeval essence was sparse. Yuan stone was also contributed, and could not be replenished. As for the others, they were mostly mortals, or rank 1 or rank 2 Gu masters. Without first-generation Guyue, Fang Yuan could indeed look down on everyone in this blood barrier. Fang Yuan laughed, and slowly bent down, picking up the 2 Gu from the ground. His left hand held the blood skull Gu, and his right hand held the yin-yang rotation Gu. These 2 Gu belonged to first-generation Guyue, but right now, they were covered in a layer of faint yellow light, sealed by the bottom of the talisman Gu, and could not respond to first-generation Guyue's desperate calls. But this seal was also an obstacle to Fang Yuan. He needed to undo the seal before he could refine these 2 Gu worms. Forcefully breaking the seal would only lead to the destruction of these 2 Gu. This situation was different from the blood-curtained skyflower Gu. To activate the blood-curtained skyflower Gu, one had to crush it. After breaking the seal, one could use it. But Fang Yuan was not impatient. He knew what was going to happen next. Be it the demon suppression iron chain Gu or the bottom of the talisman Gu, they were both contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu, and were about to turn into blood water and die. Ha ha ha, my good senior brother, to think you would have such a day! Hand over your life! Master Tenchu roared, and rushed to the sky, attacking fiercely towards First Generation Gyue. First Generation Gyue was bound by the demon suppression iron chain Gu, and could not move, becoming a human target, and could only passively take a beating. He cursed in pain, and struggled with all his might. Suddenly, the iron chain turned into a pool of blood water, and he regained his freedom, flying towards the blood barrier. There was a loud bang. Without a doubt, he was blocked by the blood barrier. This blood-curtained skyflower goo was personally refined by him, and was his proudest invention. It had outstanding defense, and once used, it could not be moved, and could not be closed. To him, it could only be used, and could not be entered. Little bastard, you will die a horrible death! First Generation Gyue's grievance, and his hatred towards Fan Yuan, could not be washed away no matter how much water he poured into the heavens. Master Tenchu naturally chased after him, laughing madly. First Generation Gyue could only give up on the blood barrier, and turn to resist Master Tenchu. He had chewed large amounts of Yuan stone earlier, and had considerable primeval essence. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could stabilize his footing. First Generation Ancestor, do your best. First Generation Lord, we will cheer for you. Ancestor, you are our only hope. The battle between the two rank 5 experts attracted everyone's attention. Fan Yuan retracted his gaze, and looked at Bai Ningbing. The current situation was like a battle between two tigers, and he, Fan Yuan, was only a rabbit. Whether it was Master Tenchu, or First Generation Gyue, they were all sly and cunning people. The possibility of both of them being injured, and him gaining an advantage, was too small. No one was stupid, and neither of them were hot-headed because of a fierce battle. Moreover, this blood barrier could only provide temporary safety. Once the blood barrier's effect wore off, everyone inside, including himself, would definitely be killed by First Generation Gyue and Master Tenchu. He had just been reborn once, and the spring-autumn cicada was once again in a weakened state, and could not be used again. The only thing he could do now was to strengthen himself as much as possible. He would do his best to fight for a chance of survival. Fan Yuan already had a plan in mind. But in this plan, there was one person who played an important role. This person was Bai Ningbing. The self-destruction of the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique would be a huge influence on the battle. Especially when the two strong people outside the blood barrier continued to exhaust each other. But how could he persuade Bai Ningbing? Fan Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing felt it, and also looked back at Fan Yuan. In the crowd, they looked at each other. Fan Yuan was dressed in a black robe, with black hair and black eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a demonic smile. I have a temporary solution to the 10 extremes, and can bring you back to life. He said his first sentence. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Of course he wanted to live. What method? Fan Yuan changed the topic. But this method's success rate is not high, and has a high chance of failure. But these words made Bai Ningbing even more convinced. Immediately after, Fan Yuan said his third sentence, only to hear him say, But I think even if you fail, it will make your final moments incomparably exciting. Bai Ningbing's heart thumped. Fan Yuan used 3 sentences to strike the deepest part of his heart, and convinced him. He was a smart person, and after thinking for a while, he asked, Then what do I need to do? Fan Yuan's smile widened, and at this moment, the core-sucking goo also turned into a pool of blood water. The blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo seals disappeared, and just as they were about to fly away, Fan Yuan grabbed them tightly. He used the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and these 3 goo were only rank 4, and immediately submitted. Fan Yuan poured his primeval essence into them, and instantly refined them for his own use. What's going on? Damn it! Outside the blood barrier, Gyue's head hurt, and he lost connection with the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. He was incomparably shocked, and immediately lost his composure. He charged towards the blood barrier. How can this be? How can you refine my 3 goo so quickly? Guyue let out a miserable howl, and crazily attacked the blood barrier. Fan Yuan snatched food from the tiger's mouth, and snatched the blood skull Gu and yin yang rotation Gu. This was simply taking his life. Everyone was shocked, and took a step back. First generation Guyue was like a beast in a desperate situation, and his eyes started to spew fire. But soon Master Tenchu attacked. I want you to die, I want you to die. First generation Guyue went berserk, attacking without defending, and vented all his anger on Master Tenchu. Master Tenchu was shocked, and suffered a heavy blow. Both sides tangled together again, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. Fan Yuan laughed loudly, and said to Bai Ningbing, "Follow me to kill!" Before he finished speaking, he attacked resolutely. The chainsaw golden centipede roared madly, and cut a Gu master beside Fan Yuan in half. Blood Skull Gu. Chapter 202. Fan Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly stop, the enemy is right in front of us, how can there be internal strife? Quickly stop or else. Everyone was shocked. Fan Yuan was ruthless again, killing another clansman. www.CReadReadNet. I will only kill Guyue clansmen, those who are not involved, step down. Otherwise, I will slaughter all of you. Fan Yuan roared. Everyone was shocked and retreated. They did not expect Fan Yuan to be so crazy. Fan Yuan has gone crazy. He has lost his mind, let's attack together. That's right, if this continues, we will not be able to wait for the first generation to defeat the enemy, we will all be killed by Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was like a hornet's nest, the crowd was agitated, but no one dared to attack immediately. Many people were roaring and shouting. Ha, interesting. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed, and suddenly attacked, killing someone beside him. Lord Bai Ningbing, you! The person who died was a Bai clansman. Not good, Lord Bai Ningbing has also gone crazy. Everyone was shocked. Fan Yuan's gaze focused as he looked at Bai Ningbing. He did not expect him to have such a change. Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally. Since you can kill clansmen, I will naturally not be weaker than you. Sai, since the situation is already over, no matter what the result is, the casualties are too heavy. Bai village can no longer be a village. The only clan leader who has helped me is also dead, so I might as well kill him as well, for the fun of it. Hee, that would be for the best. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, and his figure flashed as he began his massacre. These clansmen were going to die anyway, so he might as well let them die in his own hands, and increase the aptitude of Fan Yuan and not Guyue's generation. How could these people in the blood barrier be a match for Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's combined forces? Especially Bai Ningbing, who was close to death, his strength was very strong, and he killed many more than Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan stabbed him from behind and drew his blood. After killing 100 people, the blood skull Gu reached its limit, the surface of the crystal skull became bright red. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, activating the blood skull Gu above his head. The skull opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of fragrant blood, drenching Fan Yuan from head to toe. Fan Yuan enjoyed this, he breathed in deeply and enjoyed everything. He had black hair and a black robe, and his entire body was bathed in blood. He was like a devil from hell that had come into being. When the surrounding people saw this, they were all frightened out of their wits and howled miserably. My aptitude has really improved. Fan Yuan's aptitude was originally C grade 44%, but because of the man-beast life burial Gu, it dropped to 43%. But now that the blood spring had seeped into his body and filled his aperture, his aptitude rose by 10%. It reached 53%. It really is a good treasure. No wonder Guyue treasures it as much as his own life. Fan Yuan opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction before starting a new massacre. The two of them stirred up a storm of blood within the blood barrier. It was a bloodbath. Fan Yuan, you crazy bastard! Guyue coldly rushed over. Fan Yuan dodged her attack, then raised the chainsaw golden centipede and slashed. The young girl was split into two. Fan Yuan, spare us, we are your uncle and aunt! Gu Yuedong too and his wife knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Fan Yuan sneered and waved his left hand. The blood moon blade flew out, and 2 heads fell to the ground. The blood skull Gu took the blood of Guyue's clansmen and condensed it into a blood spring essence, watering Fan Yuan again. I'm enjoying this. Fan Yuan closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He felt a warm flow of air flowing through his body, making him feel refreshed and rejuvenated. His aptitude rose by another 10%, reaching 63%. A Gu master's aptitude was C grade at 4 or 5, B grade at 6 or 7, and A grade at 6 or 7. At this moment, Fan Yuan officially left C grade and became B grade. But my cultivation has fallen. Fan Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze solemn. Fan Yuan's aptitude rose to B grade, but his cultivation fell from rank 3 to rank 2. It was strange. In Guyue's generation, the cultivation did not fall and the aptitude increased. Why did this happen to Fan Yuan's body? This is troublesome. It should be the stone aperture Gu. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. He, Fan Yuan, had used the stone aperture Gu to squeeze out his aperture's potential, causing his cultivation to rise to rank 3 peak stage. But this blood skull Gu irrigated the blood spring essence, increasing the aperture's potential and raising Fan Yuan's aptitude. Without a doubt, these 2 Gu were in conflict. But the blood skull Gu was rank 4, while the stone aperture Gu was rank 3. The blood skull Gu was above the stone aperture Gu, causing Fan Yuan's aperture to change from stone to light membrane. But the effect of the stone aperture Gu was also disappearing. It even started to reduce Fan Yuan's cultivation. Fan Yuan did not expect such a change in such a short period of time. But Bai Ningbing was getting stronger and stronger, he slaughtered in all directions. Fan Yuan did not have to worry and did not take the initiative to attack, continuing to take his clansman's bloodline. Outside the blood barrier, Guyue's generation saw his clansmen being slaughtered and flew into a rage, roaring continuously, but there was nothing he could do. He had inherited his bloodline and waited for hundreds of years, wanting to kill his own bloodline to raise his aptitude. After planning for so long, in the end, it was all for someone else's benefit. This kid, he is so ruthless at such a young age. His demonic nature is even deeper than his ancestors. Master Tenchura saw this and was inwardly shocked. The slaughter continued. 4 to 6 hours later. Fan Yuan's cultivation fell to rank 1 initial stage, but his aperture returned to light membrane, able to recover primeval essence. He had drenched himself in blood for close to 10 times, and as time went on, the effect became worse. The first 2 to 3 times, it was still a 10% increase, but towards the end, it increased by a few points. However, his aptitude had skyrocketed from the original C grade 43% to 90%. 90% aptitude is a grade. A grade aptitude. In my 500 years of my previous life, I relied on luck to raise my C grade aptitude to B grade after 200 years. To think that this was a blessing in disguise, directly raising my aptitude to a grade. Fan Yuan clenched his fist, inwardly excited. Bai Ningbing stopped killing and walked over. What should we do next? Inside the blood barrier, only the 2 of them were left. The others, be they Gu masters or mortals, were all killed. Outside the blood barrier, no one was spared from the shockwaves of the battle between the 2 rank 5 experts. In the entire battlefield, only the 2 people inside the blood barrier and the 2 people outside were left. Fan Yuan cast his gaze outside the barrier, speaking leisurely. Next, we just have to wait for Guyue's generation to escape, and the blood-curtained skyflower disappearing. And then? Bai Ningbing asked. And then? Fan Yuan turned his body and glanced at Bai Ningbing, smiling. And then you can die. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Oh? What do you mean? Soon after, his eyes narrowed into a line, his eerie blue pupils hiding a dangerous killing intent. The Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique self-detonation is very powerful. Although your cultivation is low and the chances are not high, you can fight against a rank 5 expert. When you self-detonate, you can control the direction of the frost, right? Fan Yuan smiled. How would I know? Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. I never self-detonated. I know, you can do it. Fan Yuan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Uncontrollably, the scene of Bai Ningbing self-detonating appeared in his mind. And that sentence. Live on for me, witness the wonders of this world. I will stay by your side. After you self-detonate, when the time is right, I will save your life and bring you back to life. Fan Yuan said. What if you don't save me then? Fan Yuan smiled indifferently. Then you need to take a gamble. When you self-detonate, I will always be by your side. If you doubt my sincerity, you can release the ice tide at any time to kill me. I believe you have already felt it. That's right, my cultivation has already fallen to rank 1 beginner stage. At that time, I will not have any power to resist. But if you believe me, then I might be lying to you, and I will not bring you back to life in the end. In fact, I might not even have the ability to revive. So you have to take a gamble. What you choose not only depends on what you think now, but also what you think before you die. Bai Ningbing was silent. Fan Yuan's words made him take a gamble. Actually, wasn't Fan Yuan also taking a gamble? He used his life as a wager, and it all depended on what Bai Ningbing thought. So exciting, so interesting. Then I can only take a gamble, haha. After a while, Bai Ningbing raised his head and clapped his hands as he laughed. Fan Yuan ignored him and focused on the battle outside the blood barrier. As he expected, Gen 1 Gyue was at a disadvantage, and was completely suppressed by Master Tenchiru. Although he had replenished his primeval essence, he had less primeval essence with every use. In a protracted battle, how could he compete with Master Tenchiru in terms of consumption? Moreover, Master Tenchiru had already figured out his methods, and would not let Gen 1 Gyue easily turn the tables. This is really infuriating. After a while, Gen 1 Gyue howled to the sky. Little thief, you ruined my 100-year plan. I will let you off for now, but I will definitely kill you in the future to vent my hatred. After saying this, Gen 1 Gyue flapped his wings and flew towards the horizon, escaping from the battlefield. Don't go! Master Tenchiru immediately turned into a light and chased after him. Without the sound of their fierce battle, the battlefield immediately quieted down. This was a good opportunity to leave, but the blood barrier skyflower became a huge obstacle. After about 4 hours, the blood barrier gradually thinned and was about to disappear. However, at this moment, a white light flew from afar and turned into Master Tenchiru. He was injured, and the wound extended from his left shoulder to his waist. It was so deep that bones could be seen, and purplish-red poisonous blood flowed out. However, Master Tenchiru was in high spirits, and he was filled with the joy of avenging his great hatred. He held a head in his right hand, and it was disheveled and bloody. It was Gen 1 Gyue. He actually killed Gen 1 Gyue? Bai Ningbing revealed a surprised expression. Fan Yuan laughed. Looks like this old man really hates Gen 1 Gyue. He must have paid a heavy price for killing Gen 1 Gyue. As they spoke, the blood barrier completely disappeared, and the two no longer had a barrier. Little thief, quickly hand over those 2 gu. I am in a good mood now, so I can spare your lives. Otherwise, when this blood barrier disappears, I will make you die without a burial ground. Master Tenchiru floated in the air and looked down arrogantly, laughing loudly. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and smiled lightly, but did not speak. Master Tenchiru was furious. Good lad, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, you deserve to die. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a white light and pounced forward. Bai Ningbing laughed boldly and took a big step forward. I was waiting for you. Saying so, his skin lost all color, and he turned into an ice sculpture. A cold wind suddenly rose, whistling and sweeping. Frost spread, and endless glaciers rose. Chapter 203. Bam bam bam! The glaciers cracked as Master Tenchiru attacked. In a blink of an eye, he had almost reached the surface of the ice layer. We cannot let this old man escape! Fan Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing could no longer speak, he resolutely self-detonated an arm, turning it into a vast frost wind. The wind blew and the glacier spread, rapidly increasing the thickness of the ice layer by 100 feet. Master Tenshiro roared in the ice, attacking crazily. Bai Ningbing self-detonated his arm again. The glaciers pressed down again and again, suppressing Master Tenshiro's attempts to break through. Under Bai Ningbing's special manipulation, the frost was like an army, firmly surrounding Master Tenshiro. Although Master Tenshiro was rank 5, after killing first-generation Gyue, he was also at the end of his rope. He charged forward again and again, but was still trapped in the ice. It is actually the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. But if you want to kill me with just this, you are dreaming, he finally realized, activating the life-retaining jade burial goo. A green jade light shone, enveloping his whole body. Next, the light turned from illusion to reality, turning into a transparent jade coffin, firmly protecting him. The jade coffin was extremely sturdy. Bai Ningbing tried many times, but to no avail. Finally, he could only deepen the ice layer around the jade coffin, forming an ice mountain that was hundreds of feet tall. Fan Yuan had been concentrating on observing the entire process. As expected of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though it was the second time, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. He was beside Bai Ningbing. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's arms were all gone, he had turned into an ice sculpture. Even his face was starting to blur, gradually covered in frost. Everything was on the surface, his consciousness was gradually dissipating. Once it dissipates, he would truly die. Seeing the ice layer around him starting to spread towards him, Fan Yuan was clear. Relying on himself, it would be extremely difficult to escape. Sooner or later, he would be sealed in the glacier and freeze to death. It is time. Immediately, he took out a pair of goo worms from his aperture. These 2 goo worms, one emitted black light, the other emitted white light. They chased each other and formed a Taiji light sphere. It was the yin-yang rotation goo. Go! With a thought from Fan Yuan, the black glowing goo immediately flew out and entered Bai Ningbing's ice sculpture. Although Fan Yuan was rank 1, he had a large amount of rank 3 Snow's silver primeval essence stored in his aperture. Almost all of it was used to activate the goo worm. In an instant, black light soared into the sky. Yin Qi gathered and formed a vortex in the air. A brand new life force brewed within the ice sculpture and continued to flourish. The dazzling black light dissipated, and the ice sculpture made a cracking sound. Its surface cracked into pieces and scattered down. Bai Ningbing was still in her white robe and silver hair. Her arms were still intact. Her features were picturesque, and her cheeks had a cute blush as she broke out of the ice. The ice tide stopped abruptly, and the cold air dissipated in an instant. The layer of ice around Fan Yuan had spread to only a few inches away from him. He had narrowly escaped death. I actually came back to life. Bai Ningbing was rather shocked. She looked at her own lily-white hands and touched her entire body. She was filled with disbelief and ecstasy. Fan Yuan laughed heartily. I used the yin-yang rotation yin goo on you just now. This goo can use yang to give birth to yin, allowing you to be reborn and become a new person. It is a rank 4 healing goo and has the effect of reviving the dead. But it has a flaw. Once it is used, the goo master's aptitude will drop by 10%. Bai Ningbing originally had the 10 extreme physique, which meant she had 100% aptitude. Now that it dropped by 10%, she was on par with Fan Yuan and had 90% aptitude. But this news might be a nightmare to others. But to Bai Ningbing, it was good news. This feeling is great. My aptitude has dropped, and I no longer have the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Haha, so what if it's 90%? She laughed loudly. Fan Yuan, however, shook his head. It is very hard to change the 10 extreme physique. Although this method has lowered your aptitude, as long as you continue to cultivate, your aptitude will continue to recover. One day, you will return to the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. At that time, you will need the remaining Yang Goo. It can allow you to turn around again and lower your aptitude by another 10%. Saying so, Fan Yuan ignored Bai Ningbing's fixed gaze on the yang gu and kept it in his aperture in front of her. The yin-yang rotation gu in this world only work in pairs. You have already used the yin gu, so you must use the yang gu in my hands for it to have any effect. Using other yang gu will not have any effect. Don't think of snatching it. This yang gu has already been refined by me. With a thought, I can make it self-destruct. Fan Yuan said casually. Right now, Bai Ningbing was still a rank 3. He was only a rank 1, so he naturally needed a method to make Bai Ningbing hesitate and unable to deal with him. So that's it. Fan Yuan, you are really good at scheming. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh. What do you want me to do to get the yang gu? Hee hee. Fan Yuan laughed for a while before saying seriously. This Qing Mao mountain has already turned into an ice mountain desolate region. The 3 great clans and countless living beings are all frozen under the ice. In 3 to 5 days they will all die. Such a phenomenon will definitely attract the attention and exploration of many people. Moreover, that old guy is not dead, he is sealed in the jade coffin, waiting to escape. We cannot stay on this Qing Mao mountain anymore, we must leave this place. What about me? I only have rank 1 cultivation now, and my goo worms are not complete yet, so I cannot roam the world alone. In this situation, I will have to rely on your strength. The world is so big and exciting, and Qing Mao Mountain is only a small corner of it. If you follow me to roam the world, it will be exceptionally exciting. So that's it. You've really arranged everything properly. Humph. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, her heart filled with happiness and surprise, but she was also somewhat helpless. But Fan Yuan's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. I can agree to it. But there is one thing I need to be clear about. What is it? Fan Yuan asked. It is not me following you, but you following me to roam the world. Bai Ningbing's red lips curled up, laughing proudly. Ha! Fan Yuan laughed heartily. Then, where are we going next? What do you think? Bai Ningbing asked. Bai Gu Mountain. Fan Yuan answered, laughing continuously. What are you laughing at? Is it so funny? Bai Ningbing did not understand. Fan Yuan laughed until tears came out. You still haven't noticed anything wrong? What's wrong? Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows, her expression suddenly becoming extremely interesting. Surprise, fear, confusion, panic, shock, anger, all these were tangled up on her face. She looked at her full and round chest, shouting, how did I become a woman? Her voice reverberated in Qing Mao Mountain, shaking off a few snowflakes. That's for sure. Yin-yang rotation gu, if the yin gu is used on a male body, it can turn yang into yin, becoming a woman. If the yang gu is used on a female body, it can turn yin into yang, becoming a man. Yin-yang rotation, what did you think it was? Fan Yuan said matter-of-factly. Fuck. Bai Ningbing stared angrily at Fan Yuan, cursing angrily. This time, she had to get that one and only yang gu. Brother Bai, don't be impatient. Being able to survive is already a great fortune. Fan Yuan consoled. Great fortune, my ass? Why don't you try turning into a woman? Bai Ningbing's angry roar reverberated in the snowy mountains and glaciers. 2 days later. The sun hung high in the sky, the ice and snow melted, and a clear spring flowed on the iceberg. Kacha, the ice cracked, and a jade light soared into the sky, hovering in the air and turning into a jade coffin. With a bang, the jade coffin exploded, and Master Tenshiro let out a long howl, seeing the light of day again, regaining his freedom. This life-preserving jade burial gu was a rank 5 gu, and was extraordinary. As long as the gu master had a breath left, it could preserve his life and delay his injuries. Not only that, the jade coffin that was formed was extremely sturdy, and could be called a powerful defensive weapon. Damn thief! He cursed in a voice that was both angry and impatient. Although he killed his lifelong enemy, Guyue, he did not take back the Blood Sea true inheritance. How would he explain it to his sect when he returned? In his memory, the ice cave where Fan Yuan was in had already been broken. I hope he did not go far. He inspected the surroundings, hoping for luck. He used his goo to scout, and found that there were still many remnants of life in the depths of the ice layer. Life was tenacious, and could often create miracles. This glacier had only been covered in snow for 2 days, not enough time for all the life forms to die. Found it. To think he actually hid here, the most dangerous place is the safest place? So crafty. Master Tenchiru's body suddenly shook as he found something, and was pleasantly surprised. He rushed into the ice layer, and soon, he fished out an ice cube. Inside the ice cube, Fangjing's body was covered in a layer of moonlight. It was the moon raiment. He was already on the verge of death, and he only had 1 breath left. Master Tenchiru swore that he would never forget Fan Yuan's appearance for the rest of his life. However, he was a rank 5 expert after all, and when he saw Fangjing, he was immediately disappointed. This person is not him, it's just that they look alike. Sigh. He sighed deeply, and suddenly he was stunned. Wait a minute, they look so alike, it's very likely that they are twins. In that case, he is that thief's close relative. Master Tenchiru's blurred eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. With his close relative in hand, he could refine the kinship bloodworm. It was because of the rank 5 kinship bloodworm that he could find Guyue's generation in this vast world, among all the living beings. I did not completely fail the sex mission. There is still hope. This lad is my only hope. I must save him. Fangjing opened his tired and heavy eyes, and woke up with difficulty. Where is this? His eyes were blurry, and he could only see a blurry figure in front of him. At the same time, his whole body was sore, and he had a splitting headache. His last memory was in the wilderness of the 3 clans competition. The sky was filled with iron-beaked flying cranes, and everyone around him was running away. He was wearing the moon raiment, but he was surrounded by flying cranes. In the midst of the battle, a flying crane pecked at his forehead. He fainted immediately, and rolled down the cliff. You are the old man on the back of the crane? When he saw the person in front of him clearly, Fangjing was so shocked that he struggled to get up, but he fell down halfway. Lad, you still want to run away in front of me, Master Tenchiru? Master Tenchiru stroked his beard and sneered. He looked at Fangjing from head to toe and said, Speaking of which, I am your savior. If not for me, you would have frozen to death. I advise you not to move recklessly, don't blame me if you fall down. Fangjing looked around him, and was instantly shocked. The surrounding clouds were floating, and he was lying on the back of the giant crane. He was high up in the sky, and he was walking in the sky. Who are you? Where are you taking me? Fangjing exclaimed. I am Master Tenchiru, and I naturally have to return to Central Continent. Central Continent? Fangjing shouted in shock. Chapter 204. Yellow Dragon River, southern border's 3rd largest river, was over 8,000 kilometers long, originating from Huanghua Mountain, flowing through Xianming Mountain, Guibei Mountain, Qingmao Mountain, Baigu Mountain, Leicai Mountain and others, finally flowing into the sea. If one looked at the entire southern border from a bird's-eye view, the Yellow Dragon River was like a character, passing through more than half of the southern border's area. The character roared and stirred up the sand, the waves were grand and majestic. Splitting the shore, piercing through the gorge, shocking the earth, bringing the clouds and spitting out the mist into the sky. The Yellow Dragon River's current was rapid, the yellow water surging. The fish, turtles, snakes and mussels in the river were full of vitality. At this moment, on the river's surface, a bamboo raft was tossed about in the waves. This jade-green bamboo raft was tattered and full of scars. In the middle of the bamboo raft was a simple mast, with a white tattered sail. There were resources piled around the mast, stabilizing the center of gravity. The bamboo was tied up with hemp ropes. Some places were tied up again and again, evidently on the river surface. They had been urgently processed many times. The river water surged forward, the bamboo raft rode the current, drifting with the waves. Every time the river water slapped, the bamboo raft would emit sounds of being unable to bear the heavy load, making one's heart skip a beat. On this bamboo raft that seemed like it could fall apart at any time, there were two youngsters. One was a young man, with an ordinary face, wearing a black robe, black eyes, and black hair. The other was a young girl, wearing a white robe, blue eyes, and silver hair, looking like an immortal. They were Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Ever since the battle on Qingmao Mountain, Bai Ningbing self-detonated the northern dark eye soul physique, trapping Master Tenshira temporarily. They spent a lot of effort to break out of the ice, cut down the green spear bamboo, and after building this bamboo raft, they immediately escaped. Fan Yuan's thousandly earthwolf spider was already dead, while Bai Ningbing's white form immortal snake had flown away earlier, with no news of it. The two did not have goo worms to travel on, relying on their own strength. Their speed was too slow, and would definitely be chased by Master Tenshira. Thus, Fan Yuan had no choice but to use this method. Yellow Dragon River had a tributary at Qingmao Mountain. Back then, that rank 5 river swallowing toad had followed the main river channel of Yellow Dragon River and accidentally landed at the foot of Qingmao Mountain. From the tributary, the bamboo raft entered the main river. Following the river, it traveled more than 1,000 miles in a day. Naturally, its speed was extremely fast. It's already been 5 days. Looks like that old man won't be coming. Fan Yuan stood on the bamboo raft and looked behind him as he muttered. The bamboo raft's speed was ultimately not faster than the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. However, the Ironbeak Flying Crane King was a beast after all, so it needed to rest. It couldn't be compared to the bamboo raft, which relied on the flow of the water to stretch on endlessly. The longer it took, the safer Fan Yuan would be. Moreover, Fan Yuan remembered that after Master Tenshira killed Gyue, he came back alone. The Ironbeak Flying Crane King was most likely dead. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fan Yuan. Although she couldn't hear the contents of Fan Yuan's words, she knew what Fan Yuan meant. She laughed. What's there to worry about? If that old thing chases after us, we can just turn around and fight to the death. The battle on this Yellow Dragon River will be very exciting. But if we die here, we might end up as food for the fishes and prawns. Hee, this is quite interesting. Fan Yuan ignored her and stared into the distance. Thinking about it, after 5 days, they were already very close to Baigu Mountain. In his memories, there was a hidden inheritance in Baigu Mountain. It was set up by a pair of righteous rank 4 Gu masters, waiting for a fated person. I did not personally experience Baigu Mountain's inheritance in my previous life, I only heard about it. But it is said that in this inheritance, there are some rounds that require 2 people to work together to pass. Fan Yuan secretly glanced at Bai Ningbing as he thought of this. Although he was traveling with Bai Ningbing, it was only because of the situation and the pressure of a strong enemy. He himself was only rank 1 initial stage, he needed help to roam the outside world. Moreover, Bai Ningbing had become a girl. And he had the Yanggu. It was the same as having a hold on her greatest weakness, forcing her to compromise. If they really entered Baigu Mountain, would they really be able to work together? This was a huge problem. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound could be heard. Not good, the rope fell off again. This sound was too familiar to Bai Ningbing, she immediately cried out in alarm. The river water was extremely strong, and in these 5 days it had broken the rope binding the bamboo spear many times. But fortunately, Fan Yuan had made ample preparations before he set off. Quickly get the rope, I will handle this for now. Fan Yuan quickly squatted down and used his hands to hold the area where the rope had split, preventing the terrible situation from worsening. The river water was extremely strong, and holding the bamboo raft required a lot of strength. Bai Ningbing was far from being able to handle it. Only Fan Yuan, who had the strength of 2 boars, could do it. Fortunately, this situation had happened many times before, and Bai Ningbing had experience in dealing with it, quickly fetching the rope on the bamboo raft's simple mast. Coming! She quickly came over and handed over the rope. Fan Yuan quickly fetched it and quickly tied it, sweating profusely as he wrapped several ropes, barely managing to hold the raft in place. The bamboo raft is already badly damaged. According to this situation, It can only last for one more day. After one day, we will have to reach the shore. Fan Yuan sighed. The Yellow Dragon River was not safe, and there were many dangers hidden in the surging river water. If the bamboo raft collapsed in the middle of the river, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing would fall into the water, and their lives would be in unpredictable danger. Thud. Suddenly, a soft muffled sound could be heard. What sound? Fan Yuan instantly frowned. Bai Ningbing tilted her ears, her expression puzzled. What sound? Why can't I hear it? Ginseng roots grew out of Fan Yuan's ears, and almost immediately after, a continuous thud sound could be heard. The bamboo raft also started to shake slightly. There's something in the river, it's attacking the bamboo raft! Bai Ningbing exclaimed. With a whoosh, a black line shot out from the river beside the bamboo raft and brushed past Bai Ningbing. This black shadow was extremely fast, and could not be seen with one's eyes. Bai Ningbing only felt a chill beside her ear, and a stream of liquid flowed down her cheek. She subconsciously touched it, and it was blood. What the hell is this? She cursed, and looked up, only to see a shuttle-shaped black fish falling from the sky into the river. It's a shuttle swordfish, damn it, quickly reach the shore! Fan Yuan shouted, and hurriedly pulled the sails. This shuttle swordfish had two sharp heads, and a large midsection, like a shuttle. They could only be seen in the great rivers and seas. Often, there were hundreds or thousands of them. They were carnivorous, and often set out in groups to hunt prey that were dozens or even hundreds of times larger than themselves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One after another, black arrows shot out from the river's surface. The bamboo raft shook violently, and a large number of shuttle swordfish hit the bamboo raft. Fortunately, the green thatched bamboo was an excellent bamboo, and was extremely hard, so it was able to resist. A large number of shuttle swordfish stabbed into the bottom of the bamboo raft, causing it to be in a precarious situation. The sails were adjusted, and with the help of the river wind, the bamboo raft tilted to the side of the river. But the school of shuttle swordfish in the river did not give up. A large number of black shadows swam, and fiercely attacked. Crack! A green spear bamboo broke, and a shuttle swordfish crashed into the bamboo raft. Its momentum was exhausted, and it landed at Bai Ningbing's feet. Its body was covered in tightly packed scales, and its head was shaped like an awl, shining with a dark light. Bai Ningbing looked at it helplessly. After she self-detonated, all the goo worms on her body were frozen to death. Yin-yang rotation goo only saved her, but did not have the ability to revive her goo worms. Crack, crack, crack. Next, a large number of bamboo shards broke. The bamboo raft withstood the first wave of attacks. It was already outstanding enough. It could no longer withstand the second wave. The river water spread, and the bamboo raft was damaged, starting to sink. Quick, quick, quick! Fan Yuan cursed, and protected the sails. If the sails were lost, the bamboo raft would have no power, and Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing would die if they fell into the river. The shuttle swordfish prepared for the third wave of attacks, and large numbers of shuttle swordfish shot out like a rain of arrows. The bamboo was pierced, the hemp ropes were torn, and the bamboo raft started to collapse. Canopy goo! Fan Yuan barely activated the rank 3 goo worm, and immediately, the primeval sea in his aperture fell at a terrifying speed. This was under the situation where he had a 90% a grade aptitude, and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Rank 1 initial stage green copper primeval essence could not meet the requirements of the canopy goo in terms of quality. Even the white light armor that was formed was extremely weak, and did not have the aura of a rank 3 cultivator. Bam bam bam. The shuttle swordfish crashed into the white light armor, producing a series of muffled sounds, but could not harm Fan Yuan. But Bai Ningbing was already injured, and she frantically dodged on the bamboo raft, dodging the shuttle swordfish that shot up from below. At the same time, she stood behind Fan Yuan, relying on him to block most of the attacks. The situation was extremely dangerous, and the sails were also broken, with many holes covering the surface of the sails. The bamboo raft's power was getting weaker and weaker. There was less than a third of the bamboo raft left, and a large amount of river water rose up, covering the feet, and it was about to sink. Damn it, could it be that even a rank 5 goo master can't kill me, but I am going to die in the hands of these puny shuttle swordfish? Bai Ningbing sighed. With another wave of attack, the bamboo raft would definitely collapse, and they would definitely die if they fell into the water. However, the shuttle swordfish group's attack had yet to arrive, causing Bai Ningbing to hold her breath, her heart on edge. We've reached the shore, the shuttle swordfish group won't swim to the shallow waters. Huff! We are temporarily safe. Fan Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his body extremely sore and limp. These days, he had not slept or rested, controlling the sails and constantly adjusting the direction of the bamboo raft. He had almost reached the limit of his stamina. Bai Ningbing also fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. Her white robe was dyed red with blood, and there were dozens of injuries on her body. Fortunately, she had battle talent, and with the bamboo raft to reduce the shuttle swordfish's momentum, she only suffered light injuries. Fan Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing, and immediately felt pain on his body. He was also injured, and blood flowed out continuously. The canopy goo had only been activated for a few minutes, and the primeval sea in his aperture had completely dried up. Without protection, his body of flesh and blood naturally could not resist the shuttle swordfish. His original plan was to drift for another day. But there are unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky, and people have their ups and downs. Plans can never keep up with changes, and there was still a distance to Baigu Mountain, but Fan Yuan had to reach the shore now. The sails had already lost their use, and Fan Yuan used all his strength to steer the bamboo raft away from the reefs, and stranded on a beach. The two waded through the water, stepping on the soft sand, and reached the shore. Bai Ningbing covered her injuries, and sat down. Her face was pale. If this goes on, we will definitely lose too much blood, and it bodes ill. What goo worms do you have that can heal me? Quickly take them out. Fan Yuan smiled bitterly. Where would he get a healing goo? Chapter 205. 5 days ago, Fan Yuan was reborn on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, he was working together with Bai Ningbing inside the blood barrier, and in the midst of the massacre, he had collected some spoils of war. But these goo worms were all injured. These 5 days, Fan Yuan had been drifting around the world, and due to the lack of food, they all died one after another. Healing goo worms, Fan Yuan had always been lacking, and had never found one to his liking. Unfortunately, my goo worms all died in the self-detonation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be injured like this. Bai Ningbing looked up at the sky and sighed. But Fan Yuan laughed. Don't be too pessimistic. Not everything can be solved with goo worms. Eh? Bai Ningbing looked over in confusion. She saw Fan Yuan secretly activating his primeval essence, and spitting it out. A red light appeared, and a lantern-like flower goo appeared, slowly rotating and floating in the air. It was the Tusita flower. Fan Yuan willed, and the Tusita flower's red light surged, and in the brilliant red aurora, several items flew out. There were bandages, a large medicine pot, and a small medicine bottle. The powder in the small medicine bottle can disinfect and reduce inflammation. A small amount is enough. The medicinal paste in the large medicine pot can stop bleeding and regenerate muscles. You should know how to use bandages, right? Fan Yuan said, splitting the items into 2 portions, and giving 1 portion to Bai Ningbing. These are mortal methods, but they have been taught in the academy. Bai Ningbing took it, and her lips curled. You are quite well prepared. Saying so, she opened the large medicine pot, and a pungent stench assaulted her nose, causing her to tilt her head back, and exclaimed, Why is it so smelly? Fan Yuan smiled, and did not reply. He took off his clothes, and first poured the powder in the small medicine bottle. His wound immediately felt a burning pain. He then opened the large medicine pot, and the medicinal paste inside was like mud, a black-green color, and the smell was unpleasant. But Fan Yuan was already used to it in his previous life, and was unmoved. He took out a handful of black-green medicinal paste, and smeared it evenly on the wound, his movements extremely practiced. Then, he wrapped the wound with a bandage and wrapped it round and round. Soon, the treatment was done. Because of the medicinal paste, a cool feeling quickly spread from the wound, replacing the original burning and pain. "Your medicinal paste is quite useful." Beside him, Bai Ningbing was still tending to his wounds, gritting his teeth as he gasped for air. Her white robe was torn and tattered. Now that she was applying the medicine, her breasts were almost exposed. Her body was exposed, but she was not aware of it. While using the medicine, she sighed. Now that I think about it, how good it would be if I had a goo worm that could heal me." Fan Yuan glanced at her, then summoned the tussoda flower and produced 2 sets of clothing. He had made ample preparations. He had planned to run away anyway, so he had prepared many sets of clothes. In addition, Bai Ningbing was about the same age as him and had a similar body shape, so his clothes were quite suitable for her. "Take this." He handed a set of clothes to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the clothes and was slightly surprised. "I didn't expect you to be so well prepared." "It's better to be prepared," Fan Yuan replied, then took off his remaining clothes and his soaked shoes and socks, changing into new clothes. Immediately, he felt much better after changing into comfortable and clean clothes. Bai Ningbing also changed into new clothes, casually throwing the tattered white robe on the beach. But her expression was not good. Evidently, now that she was out of danger, she realized the changes in her body after dressing her wounds and changing her clothes. "What do you plan to do next? When are you going to give me the Yanggu?" She walked forward and asked with a frown. Fan Yuan picked up the black robe and socks. "Didn't I say it before? I'm going to Baigu Mountain. As for the Yanggu, I have to wait until I reach rank 3. Bai Ningbing's frown deepened, raising her voice. "I have to wait until you reach rank 3? She had never thought that one day she would fall into such an awkward situation. A man had actually turned into a woman. After the stimulation of life and death faded, this damned strange feeling surged in her heart. If it was possible, she did not want to endure it any longer. Fan Yuan raised his head and looked at her, not saying a word. He walked to the river and used the river water to wash his clothes. Although this black robe had holes, it could be used again after some repair, unlike Bai Ningbing's white robe. He did not know how long he had to survive in the wilderness. He could not waste this robe. Bai Ningbing was a smart person. Fan Yuan's silence made her realize her true situation. Now, she only had rank 3 cultivation, but did not have a single goo worm on her. Even if she did, she would not dare to do anything to Fan Yuan. The yang goo was refined by Fan Yuan, and as long as he willed it, it could self-destruct. The yin-yang rotation goo came in a pair. If this one was destroyed, then Bai Ningbing would never be able to become a man again. Looking at Fan Yuan's back, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling extremely gloomy. She was a genius of the Bai clan, yet she had fallen to such a state, being manipulated by others. This feeling made the proud and arrogant Bai Ningbing extremely unhappy. "We don't have a healing goo now. If we meet with danger again, what should we do? The problem is not just this. I don't have a single goo worm on me. I have no battle strength. No, I have to capture some wild goo worms to refine, otherwise I won't even have the strength to protect myself." Bai Ningbing was speaking, when her stomach suddenly growled. "Damn it!" She held her stomach, feeling a wave of hunger. "Hey, the one who washes the clothes, quickly take out some of your dried meat, I'm starving." During the 5 days of drifting on the bamboo raft, they had been relying on the dried meat that Fan Yuan brought for food. Although the dried meat was hard and felt like dry wood when chewed, it could fill the stomach and provide energy. Fan Yuan stood up, using his hands to dry the water off the black robe, and shook it before replying to Bai Ningbing. "What are you in a hurry for? Hold it for me." Bai Ningbing frowned, and reluctantly took the black robe. Fan Yuan called out tussoda flower, and took out a bag of dried meat. Bai Ningbing grabbed it without hesitation, and started chewing. He chewed until his teeth were cracking, and his teeth were sore, but he was enjoying it. Fan Yuan looked at her with a smile. When had this Bai clan genius ever been hungry? Thinking of his previous life's experience, he could understand her feelings now. Bai Ningbing chewed a piece of dried meat, and licked his dry lips. The dried meat is filling, but it's too hard. Sigh, I'm already satisfied to have dried meat to eat. The smile on Fan Yuan's face became wider, and under Bai Ningbing's shocked gaze, he took out a metal pot. You even brought a metal pot? That's great, we can use water to boil the dried meat and eat it. If it's water, we can use river water. But we need firewood to start a fire, so we might have to chop down trees. Saying so, Bai Ningbing looked around, and felt troubled. The shoal they had landed on was water on one side, and tall cliffs on the other 3 sides. The cliffs were covered with dense trees, but there was not a single piece of wood on the shoal. If Bai Ningbing wanted firewood, he would have to climb up the cliff and chop down the trees. If it was his glorious past, doing this would be a piece of cake, and he could do it with ease. But now, she did not have a single gu, and if she wanted to climb up this slippery cliff, she would have to spend a lot of effort. Bai Ningbing was troubled. Right at this moment, Fan Yuan took out a pile of coal. Coal was much easier to use than wood, and Bai Ningbing was pleasantly surprised. Following that, Fan Yuan took out flint, kerosene, and a metal frame. Everything was quickly set up. Bai Ningbing saw this, and her expression turned solemn, her azure eyes staring at Fan Yuan. You are too well prepared. Did you want to leave Qingmao Mountain long ago? Fan Yuan's preparations were a little too excessive, even bringing these things, and the intelligent Bai Ningbing found some clues. What do you think? Fan Yuan laughed, and did not answer Bai Ningbing's question, but pointed at the metal pot. You can go scoop some river water. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Fan Yuan's attitude made her gnash her teeth in hatred. She scooped the water, and Fan Yuan had already started the fire. First, he boiled the water in the metal pot, and Fan Yuan poured a small bag of dried meat into it. Not long later, a meaty aroma wafted out. Bai Ningbing smelled it, and subconsciously licked her lips. Fan Yuan took out a pair of chopsticks and spoon, and started eating heartily with Bai Ningbing. The cooked dried meat only needed to be chewed a few times before they swallowed it. The boiling hot meat soup made the two feel even more comfortable. The only fly in the ointment was that the yellow dragon river water contained silt, so it tasted terrible when eaten. But in this kind of situation, how could they not be satisfied with such treatment? I'm still not full, give me another half bag of dried meat. Bai Ningbing was not satisfied, and rubbed her stomach. Fan Yuan immediately rejected. I can't eat any more, I have to use it sparingly. Why are you so stingy? Look at the forest in front of us, how many wild animals can there be? Bai Ningbing shouted in dissatisfaction. Fan Yuan glared at her. Of course I know there are wild animals in the forest, but wild animals also represent wild beasts. How many wild beasts can you deal with now? What if we encounter a herd of wild beasts? What if we encounter wild goo worms that ambush us? Even if we kill a wild beast, is its meat poisonous, and can we eat it? Do you have any poisonous goo worms? Bai Ningbing choked, and was speechless. Fan Yuan snorted. Bai Ningbing was a genius of the Bai clan, and was naturally arrogant. This beating was enough. If he continued, it would be as bad as not enough. He sat cross-legged, and took down the pot. He hung the freshly washed black robe on the metal frame, and used the remaining heat from the coal to dry it. Fan Yuan continued. It's getting late, we will spend the night here. Tomorrow we will explore the forest. I specially chose this place. With cliffs on 3 sides, there will be very few wild beasts that can reach this beach, so it is relatively safer. But we cannot be careless, we will take turns to keep watch. This was the benefit of having 2 people. Fan Yuan willed, and summoned the chainsaw golden centipede and the sky canopy goo. I'll lend these 2 goo worms to you for now. Familiarize yourself with them, Fan Yuan said. He was only at rank 1 initial stage now, and could barely activate a rank 3 goo worm. Even with a grade recovery ability, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he could not display the power of a rank 3 goo worm. Thus, he might as well give it to the rank 3 Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the goo worm, and could not help but look deeply at Fan Yuan. Between goo masters, goo worms could be borrowed. Within the goo worm, the goo masters will reside. As long as they get the master's acknowledgement, others can communicate with the goo worm and use its power. Of course, it would not be as easy as refining it himself. Also, as long as the original owner willed and wanted to go back on his word, others would immediately lose control. But even so, goo masters rarely lend their goo worms to others. Chapter 206. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bai Ningbing stretched out her slender hands, caressing the dark golden carapace of the rank 3 goo. She mumbled with a complicated expression. She had suffered quite a bit from the Chainsaw Golden Centipede in her battle with Fang Yuan. She did not expect that there would be a moment where Fang Yuan would lend it to her. Fang Yuan's method of using the Chainsaw Golden Centipede left a deep impression on her. Bai Ningbing immediately followed suit, waving the Chainsaw Golden Centipede like a sword. From time to time, she would use her mind to control the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's body, waving it like a whip. The silver edges of the chainsaw spun, drawing a strange and distorted light in the air. Sky Canopy Goo! She kept the Sky Canopy Goo in her aperture, raising her eyebrows and secretly injecting her white silver primeval essence. Immediately, her body lit up with a white armor. Fate is really mysterious. To think that one day, I can actually use your goo. She looked at Fang Yuan and sighed. Fang Yuan was silent, but he sat cross-legged beside the warm coals, closing his eyes. He sent his mind into his aperture, and a full A-grade talent primeval C immediately appeared. 90%. It was originally just a little over 40%, but now it had more than doubled. Although my cultivation dropped from rank 3 to rank 1, and a few years of hard work were wasted, it was all worth it. But this is all worth it. Fang Yuan was very satisfied. Throughout history, goo master cultivation had 3 main points. First was talent, second was resources, and third was goo worms. These 3 aspects were indispensable, and were the most important. Originally, Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and he used all sorts of methods to use resources and goo worms to make up for his lack of talent. The few years he spent at Qingmao Mountain were quite difficult. Although his cultivation progress was good, it was also the result of his hard work, racking his brains and taking risks. If his talent had been a grade, his life would have been completely different, and he would have reached rank 3 long ago. Fate makes fools of people. I have a grade talent now, but the stable growth environment in the village is gone. In terms of resources and goo worms, it can't be compared to before. Fang Yuan was roaming outside now, and his cultivation was too weak. His life could be in danger at any time, and it was naturally not as stable as Qingmao Mountain. Of course, there was no stable trade to exchange for what they needed. Fortunately, I have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My biggest problem in terms of resources has been solved. At the very least, I won't have to worry about it before the 3rd rank. Fang Yuan scanned through with his mind. In the 90% green copper true Yuan sea, there was a blue and white lotus rooted in his aperture at the bottom of the sea. Its petals were plump and filled with pure and holy celestial qi. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was rank 3 and had huge potential. In order to refine it, he directly destroyed the spirit spring of the Gyue clan. It was equivalent to a miniature mobile spirit spring. Back when Fang Yuan was rank 3, it was able to continuously recover Fang Yuan's primeval essence, allowing his recovery speed to reach B grade. Rank 3 cultivation was white silver primeval essence. Right now, Fang Yuan was at the initial stage of the 1st rank green copper primeval essence. With the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus in Fang Yuan's aperture, his primeval essence recovery speed was extremely fast. If I use a rank 1 goo, my primeval essence recovery will be shocking, almost limitless. If I use 1 or 2 rank 2 goo, although my primeval C will drop, it will continuously recover, and the C will be relatively stable. If I use a rank 3 goo, my primeval essence will fall sharply, the consumption will be far greater than the recovery. In no time, my primeval C will completely dry up. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. After all, it was green copper primeval essence, and it was an initial stage jade green one. The quality was too low. Other than this heavenly essence treasure lotus, Fan Yuan had some other goo. First was his vital goo, spring autumn cicada. This rank 6 goo was rank 7th in the world's strange list. Once it became his vital goo, it could no longer be moved out of the aperture. Right now, it was at the center of the aperture. After another rebirth, its aura was no longer as strong, the yellow-green light had completely disappeared. It was dispirited and extremely weak. It concealed its body, and as time passed, it silently absorbed the river water of the river of time, starting another round of recovery. Fan Yuan understood in his heart. I cannot use spring-autumn cicada in a short period of time. Once I use such a dangerous state, I will sink into the river of time and self-detonate for nothing. Without spring-autumn cicada's pressure, the other goo worms released their nature. The rank 2-4 flavors liquor worm's chubby body flashed with 4 different lights. High up on the quintessential essence sea, he was happily playing in the water. The carp fossil-like stealth scales goo quietly lay at the bottom of the sea, allowing the primeval sea water to wash its scales. A black beetle with a pair of iron pincers on its head flew above the sea. This was the plunder goo. Circling and playing with it was the remaining white armor yang goo from yin-yang rotation goo. The rank 4 blood skull goo was also at the bottom of the sea, occasionally flashing with a bright red light. As for the other goo worms, including the blood moon goo, they had turned into a red crescent, hidden in Fan Yuan's palm. The earth communication ear grass had become one of Fan Yuan's ears, not showing normally. The tussida flower was placed on Fan Yuan's tongue. As for the sky canopy goo and chainsaw golden centipede, they were lent to by Ning Bing. Counting the numbers, Fan Yuan now had a total of 12 goo worms. This number was too much. Normally, it was normal for low-level goo masters to have 2 to 3 goo. At rank 4 or 5, it would increase to 4 to 5 goo. Even the great divine investigator Tai Shuileng only had around 7 goo. Don't look at Gyue's generation and Master Tenshuru, those were special cases. Both were old monsters with hundreds of years of accumulation. The number of goo worms Fan Yuan had was 3 to 4 times that of ordinary goo masters. Too many would bring a heavy financial burden to the goo master, as well as logistical pressure. These goo were carefully selected by Fan Yuan, and were easy to raise. But now, the resources carried by the tussida flower were limited, and still brought a burden to Fan Yuan. The first to bear the brunt was the 4 flavors liquor worm, as it needed wine as food. There was a lot of wine in the tussida flower, but in total, it could only last it for half a year. In this half a year, I need to find new wine. Or I can reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm back into the liquor worm. Next was the plunder goo. The plunder goo's food was hard to find, and there was not much left in the tussida flower, so it could only last for 5 months. Next was the earth communication ear grass. The earth communication ear grass fed on ginseng roots, but there was a lot in this tussida flower, and it could last for close to a year. As for the blood skull goo and blood moon goo, they both needed fresh blood, and needed to be carefully calculated. If the yin-yang rotation goo had both yin and yang, it would be a complete taiji light ball, with yin and yang energy transforming, and would not need the goo master to provide food. But now it lacked the yin goo, and only the yang goo was left. Fan Yuan had to release it once in a while to absorb the yang energy in the surroundings. Raising the yang goo was very important. With the yang goo, he could restrain Bai Ningbing. With a cheap bodyguard like Bai Ningbing, he would have a guarantee of survival. This meant that from now on, Fan Yuan could not casually go into caves or underground holes. If he was trapped in a special environment, without yang energy, the yang goo would starve to death. At that time, the desperate and furious Bai Ningbing would become Fan Yuan's greatest enemy. Right now, Fan Yuan's situation was a little awkward. The goo worms in his hands were generally of higher ranks. Rank 3, rank 4, and even rank 6. Unfortunately, his cultivation was only at rank 1. High-rank goo worms, to him, were cumbersome and not convenient to use. More importantly, he was severely lacking in healing and movement, these were his two biggest shortcomings. Next, I need to solve these problems and collect wild goo worms. Hopefully, my luck is good, and I can find a suitable goo worm. Being able to escape from the shuttle swordfish group was my luck. But I can't be so lucky every time. Fan Yuan pondered for a while, then with a slightly serious expression, he slowly opened his eyes. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw Bai Ningbing holding a white eggshell, walking over. Look! I just activated the chainsaw golden centipede and let it drill into the ground. I didn't expect there to be an egg hidden under the beach. It was broken by the chainsaw golden centipede, Bai Ningbing said. This egg was half the size of a wash basin, the white eggshell was completely broken, and only some yolk remained. Fan Yuan only took a glance at the eggshell, and his expression suddenly became nervous. Not good, this is the egg of a six-legged crocodile. Don't tell me this beach is where the six-legged crocodiles lay their eggs? He quickly stood up. Quick, activate the chainsaw golden centipede, see how many more of these eggs there are under the beach. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold, and she pointed behind Fan Yuan. It's too late, look! Fan Yuan turned around, and saw hundreds of dead trees on the surging yellow sand river surface. The dead trees swam ashore one by one, and they were all huge crocodiles. These crocodiles had thick carapaces, sharp teeth, and 3 pairs of legs. At this moment, countless pairs of red eyes stared at Bai Ningbing. 6-legged crocodiles. Bai Ningbing subconsciously loosened her hand, and the white eggshell fell on the sand. The eggshell broke, and the yolk flowed out. Roar! The 6-legged crocodiles roared angrily, and moved their 6 legs, charging towards the 2 youths. At the same time, Qingmao Mountain, the old site of Gyue village. White snow covered the land, and glaciers covered the land. A group of people stood silently in the snow, like iron nails, nailed into this white world. Father! Tai Ruinan knelt on the snow, screaming as tears flowed down her cheeks. 5 to 6 days ago, Tai Shueling had an intense battle with Gyue, and even before his death, he was still worried about his daughter's safety, and sent out the giant mountain puppet Gu and iron hand grappling Gu. The giant mountain puppet Gu was like a bronze mask, covering Tai Ruinan's face and protecting her. The iron hand grappling Gu turned into a giant hand, and brought her far away from Qingmao Mountain. Not long after, these 2 goo worms that were contaminated by the blood frenzy goo turned into blood water. Tai Ruinan rushed back to Qingmao Mountain like a madwoman. But on the way, she met with danger, and was surrounded by beast groups. At the moment of danger, Tai clan's reinforcements arrived. Tai Shueling was a prudent person, and as a precaution, he had already sent a letter to the clan asking for reinforcements. Tai Ruinan received the help of the reinforcements, and rushed back here. But she saw the whole mountain covered in ice and snow, freezing all life, and there was no news of her father, he was completely missing. She and the Tai clan reinforcements searched for several days, and finally had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Divine Investigator was dead, and her father was dead. Chapter 207. Lord Divine Investigator died in battle. This is the glory of the Tai clan men. Lady Ruinan, please restrain your grief. A young Gu master behind her consoled. On the snowy ground, Tai Ruinan knelt, her cries weakening. Her shoulders trembled and her hands were clenched, the white snow melted into water in her hands. The young Gu master frowned, continuing, These days, we have investigated the entire battlefield. We found some traces left by humans, and a small number of survivors escaped from this battlefield. Lord Divine Investigator's letter mentioned about the Blood Sea inheritance. I am very worried now. Is there that demonic Gu master who inherited the Blood Sea inheritance among these survivors? Tai Ruinan heard this and stopped crying. She stood up from the cold snowy ground, a gust of cold wind blew, but her haggard face showed determination. The hatred of father's killer is irreconcilable. Regardless of whether this demonic Gu master is alive or not, we need to follow the traces and track him down. How did father die, and who killed him? I must get to the bottom of this. The young girl's voice was hoarse, but as she spoke, her gaze brightened and her tone was firm. The young Gu master heaved a sigh. Tracking and searching must be done. Our Tai clan's people cannot die without knowing the reason. However, Lady Ruan-Nan, you don't need to go. Before coming here, the clan leader instructed us to bring you safely back to the village. Tai Ruan-Nan stared. What? Don't even think of chasing me away. The young Gu master smiled, looking at the sky. In the azure sky, there were a few white clouds. Tai Ruan-Nan wanted to argue, but her pupils shrunk. You! Before she finished, her eyes closed and she collapsed on the snowy ground, falling into a deep sleep. Gui! The young Gu master spoke. Yes. I order your group to escort Lady Ruan-Nan back. Yes. Gui hesitated. Then what about you, young master? Me? I will naturally follow the Yellow Dragon River and continue my pursuit. The young Gu master smiled proudly. The Yellow Dragon River surged, the wind blew. Hundreds of six-legged crocodiles climbed onto the shoal, attacking Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn it! Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling a heavy psychological pressure. If it was before, she wouldn't care about this crocodile group at all. A single ice blade storm would be enough to deal with him. But now, she only had the Sky Canopy Gu and the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and also did not have the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes scanned the surroundings as she cursed. It's all your fault for choosing such a good place. There are 3 cliffs here, how are we going to escape in such a hurry? Why are you panicking? This was only a group of 100 beasts, not a group of 1,000. If it's 1,000 beasts horde, we'll definitely die. But there's still a chance of survival for the 100 beasts. We can fight them. Fan Yuan quickly put away his clothes, metal rack, and metal pot, and retreated behind Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan's confident look made Bai Ningbing feel slightly assured. What are you looking at? Hurry up and fight! Fan Yuan glanced at her and urged. Why else would I lend you the Gu worms? Don't forget, the Yan Gu is with me. Bastard! Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, her heart filled with anger as she cursed. She did not know if she was cursing the 6-legged crocodiles, or Fan Yuan, or both. But no matter what, she held the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and charged forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The silver-edged saw spun wildly, and the rank 3 Gu's violent aura spread out, causing the 6-legged crocodiles to stop their charge. A bunch of ugly worms! Bai Ningbing sneered, charging forward and slashing fiercely. A 6-legged crocodile's back was hit, and with a miserable cry, sparks flew as it was cut into 2. Blood splattered on Bai Ningbing's face and clothes. She was stimulated by the smell of blood, and battle intent emerged on her face. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede slashed horizontally and vertically, creating a gust of wind. Over 26-legged crocodiles died one after another. The situation was good, but Fan Yuan's expression turned grim, shouting, Avoid the 6-legged crocodile's back armor, attack their abdomens. Ha ha ha, such a domineering Gu worm, much better than the ice-blade Gu. I like it. Bai Ningbing turned a deaf ear, laughing maniacally. She had transformed into a female, and her beauty was like that of an ice fairy. But once she started fighting, she showed her past heroism, surging like a man to the point of insanity. But gradually, the frequency of her attacks started to slow down, and the effects of her attacks became weaker. What's going on? Earlier, one attack could cut a 6-legged crocodile in half, but now, 3 attacks can only heavily injure it? Bai Ningbing raised the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and saw that the silver-edged saw was uneven, and its sharpness was greatly reduced. She was born smart, and immediately thought of Fan Yuan's warning, and curled her lips and snorted. A 6-legged crocodile charged in front of her, and suddenly jumped. It opened its bloody mouth, and its shadow shrouded Bai Ningbing. Courting death! Bai Ningbing quickly lowered her body, raising the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and slashed at the 6-legged crocodile's stomach. Swoosh! With a soft sound, the 6-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut by Bai Ningbing, and a horrifying wound was formed. This unlucky six-legged crocodile was still in the air, but large amounts of blood spurted out from the wound, and its internal organs spilled out. With a plop, it finally landed on the beach, and instantly dyed the surrounding sand red. Its body violently twitched twice, and then completely stopped moving. It could not be any more dead. So easy? Seeing such a good attack, Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows in surprise. The six-legged crocodile's back was hard and thick, but in comparison, its stomach was extremely soft. Its white stomach was its weakness. Fan Yuan had 500 years of experience, and naturally knew all of this. But Bai Ningbing grew up on Qingmao Mountain, and had never left before. The teachings she received were also limited, so she naturally did not know. Roar! The crocodiles roared. Dozens of six-legged crocodiles were killed, and the beast horde suffered such a setback. The deaths of their companions incited their rage and wildness. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes stared fiercely at Bai Ningbing. Wild beasts had limited intelligence. The lightning leakin had human-like intelligence, but among the huge beasts, it was a special case. These wild beasts treated the most dangerous enemy as their number one priority, and the first target to be eliminated. As for Fan Yuan, who was hiding at the back, they gradually ignored him. Come! Bai Ningbing did not retreat, but advanced instead. She was not someone who did not know how to adapt. After gaining an advantage with that attack, she immediately changed her battle method. The centipede's tail stabbed into the beach, and then its body shrunk, and its saw-tooth suddenly whipped up. The six-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut open, and blood and internal organs spurted out. One by one, six-legged crocodiles fell to the ground, and Bai Ningbing went on a killing spree. At this rate, the crocodile horde is not a threat. It seems that my true threat is not this beast horde, but Fan Yuan. The situation was good, and Bai Ningbing could not help but have other thoughts. The Yanggu was in Fan Yuan's hands, causing Bai Ningbing to be cautious, and had no choice but to listen to Fan Yuan. But he was a Bai clan genius, proud and arrogant. How could he resign himself to fate? If I kill Fan Yuan, will I be able to get that Yanggu? Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light, and a thought appeared in her mind. But the moment this thought appeared, it was immediately dispelled. She understood Fan Yuan like she understood herself. With Fan Yuan's personality, he was as hard as steel, ruthless and meticulous. Even if he really died, he would definitely destroy the Yanggu. This was 100%, and there was no other possibility. Moreover, I don't have any goo worms on me. Whether it is the sky canopy goo or the chainsaw golden centipede, they are all his. No matter what, I have to get my own goo worm. Fan Yuan's lips curled up, and he looked at the battlefield in front of him. Bai Ningbing's movements were slightly hesitant, and the light in her eyes was seen by him. Towards Bai Ningbing's thoughts, Fan Yuan was clear. Fan Yuan was not surprised, and even understood Bai Ningbing. If it was him, he would have the same thoughts. Both of them were arrogant people. How could they be willing to be manipulated by others? However, the situation is stronger than the person, so what if he is a genius? Fan Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Fan Yuan was confident. With such a huge weakness in his hands, Bai Ningbing was like a butterfly in a spider's web. Struggling a little at the beginning was expected, and was inevitable. But in the end, she would fall into his hands, recognize reality, and be tamed by him, becoming a useful chess piece. The battle continued. Large numbers of six-legged crocodile corpses fell on the shoal. Bai Ningbing was panting, sweating profusely, and her attacks slowed down. She did not have enough stamina. Strength had always been her weakness. When she fought with Fan Yuan in the past, she was at a disadvantage because of Fan Yuan's strength of 2 boars. Now that she had fought for more than an hour, her stamina was running out. After all, she did not sleep or rest, and floated on the bamboo raft for 5 days and 5 nights. The rest and reorganization from before was too short. What made it even more difficult for her to talk about and irritate her were the 2 lumps on her chest. Every time she moved, these 2 burdens would move, and she was not used to it. Fan Yuan, are you still not going to make a move? She panted heavily, shouting. As she spoke, she dodged a six-legged crocodile's attack, and used her sore knees to stand up. Fan Yuan's voice was cold. Once I make a move, I will attract the six-legged crocodiles. Do you want me to die? If I die, you will not get the Yanggu. 3 six-legged crocodiles surrounded her, and Bai Ningbing had to retreat a few steps. She was so tired that she almost fainted. Her stamina had reached its limit, and her eyes were dim. The chainsaw golden centipede was extremely heavy, and kept pulling her towards the ground. She gritted her teeth. Fan Yuan, if I die, can you still live? Don't worry, I'm behind you. Fan Yuan was calm, leaning on the cliff. He willed, and the blood moon goo flew out of his palm, towards Bai Ningbing. Catch it, use it well. The blood moon goo originated from the moonlight goo, and Bai Ningbing was very familiar with it. She immediately used it, shooting out several bright red moon blades, and immediately stabilized the dangerous situation. But good times did not last long. Although Bai Ningbing managed to catch her breath, the primeval essence in her aperture was gradually running out. Chapter 208. Ordinary rank 3 Gu masters would use guerrilla tactics to deal with beast groups, continuously using yuan stones to recover primeval essence in their aperture. It was not easy for Bai Ningbing to fight head-on and persevere until now. If a Gu master's primeval essence ran dry, their battle strength would plummet. Bai Ningbing started to turn her head around, looking at the cliff behind her to see if there was any possibility of escaping. When she saw Fan Yuan's leisurely expression, leaning against the cliff, she flew into a rage and scolded. Fan Yuan, I'm fighting with my life on the line, and you're actually watching the show? Fan Yuan snorted. The former Northern Dark Eye Soul physique, the great Bai Ningbing, now you can't even deal with 100 beast group? Bai Ningbing was flustered and exasperated. If you have the guts, go! Fan Yuan sneered. If I had rank 3 cultivation, I would have exterminated this group of 6-legged crocodiles long ago. Why would it be your turn? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but pant. She was fuming with anger. Fan Yuan said sternly. Bai Ningbing, I think you're used to being extravagant. You had the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique before, so your primeval essence recovery was very fast. Now that it has fallen to a grade 90%, if you still use it like before, you will naturally not have enough primeval essence. Outstanding Gu masters use their primeval essence bit by bit, never abusing it. Next, you will fight according to my instructions. Your battle tactics are too crude, you need to be more meticulous. Huh! Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. My battle tactics aren't meticulous? Do you know how many times I've been praised by the clan leader and elders, that I am number 1 in battle tactics in the Bai clan? What's there to compare with a bunch of mortals? You listen to me carefully. Bai Ningbing sneered, but Fan Yuan continued to speak. His voice inevitably floated into Bai Ningbing's ears. At first, she didn't care, but gradually, her expression started to change. From disdain, to solemnity, and finally to solemnity. Fan Yuan's words could be said to be pearls of wisdom, every sentence incisive and profound. This was the summary of his 500 years of experience from his previous life, the essence accumulated over time. How could Bai Ningbing not be shocked by this little brat? No, little girl. Fan Yuan had lived for 500 years in his previous life. He was old and wise. Even Guyue's generation or Master Tenchure's experience couldn't compare. These two old monsters seemed to have lived for close to 1,000 years, but most of their time was spent in deep sleep, struggling at death's door. The real activity time was at most 200 to 300 years. If it was any other time, Bai Ningbing would just listen to Fan Yuan's guidance. She was proud and arrogant, so no matter how shocked she would not do it. However, now that she was facing the pressure of the crocodiles, her body involuntarily followed the instructions, and she immediately received immediate results. The 6-legged crocodiles died one after another, but her condition was getting better and better. Even though she did not have much primeval essence and stamina left, after using them wisely, she reduced the number of unnecessary attacks and increased the effectiveness of her attacks, allowing her primeval essence and stamina to slowly recover in battle. After 15 minutes, more than half of the six-legged crocodiles were dead, and more than 200 corpses had fallen. They finally stopped attacking and started to retreat. Following that, a huge figure slowly rose from the river. It bared its teeth, which were as sharp as blades. Its yellow vertical pupils reflected Bai Ningbing's figure, emitting a cold killing intent. This was the king of the six-legged crocodiles. 100-beast king crocodile king. Different from the other six-legged crocodiles, this crocodile king's body was bigger, like a yak. It did not walk on 6 legs, but only used 2 of its hind legs to walk. It walked like a human, but its back was as thick as a bear's. A crocodile tail covered in scales dragged a deep mark on the beach. The other 4 legs were in the shape of claws, which could be called 4 arms. Its arms were thick, and its muscles were as hard as stone. Bai Ningbing could not help but smile bitterly. If she fought this 100-beast king alone, she would have a chance of winning. But now, after the intense battle, her remaining stamina and primeval essence were severely lacking. It would be hard to deal with this 100-beast king that was in perfect condition. But at this time, Fan Yuan's voice came from behind. "Take it!" A ray of blue and white light shot into her aperture. It took the form of a lotus and planted itself at the bottom of her aperture. Immediately, her primeval sea started to rise rapidly. Bai Ningbing was surprised and happy. "What goo is this?" "Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus," Fan Yuan answered. "So this is the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. No wonder even Gyue's generation wanted it," Bai Ningbing exclaimed before scolding. "If you had such a goo, why didn't you lend it to me earlier?" Fan Yuan laughed, saying to himself, "Fortunately, this crocodile king is only at 100-beast level. Remember, its weakness is the white skin on its chest." Saying so, his body flickered, and like a ripple of water, his figure gradually disappeared. He activated the stealth scales goo. "Crafty and treacherous!" Bai Ningbing scolded Fan Yuan in her heart, before concentrating on the crocodile king. On its chest, there was indeed a piece of white skin, but it was only the size of a wash basin. It was also faintly protected by its 4 claws. How could it be easy to hit there? "Howl!" The crocodile king roared, and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only rely on herself, and after dodging the attack, she swung her arm. The chainsaw golden centipede smashed into the crocodile king's back. Sparks flew, and the chainsaw golden centipede bounced up, almost knocking Bai Ningbing down. There was a white mark on the crocodile king's back, but other than that, it was unharmed. Whoosh! It swung its crocodile tail, and the wind blew. Bai Ningbing only saw a black whip in front of her, thick and long. She had no time to dodge, and could only activate the sky canopy goo. With a muffled sound, she was sent flying for over 10 meters, before crashing into a sturdy cliff. Bai Ningbing sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. The sky canopy goo was a rank 3 goo, with outstanding defense, but it could not cushion the impact. Bam bam bam. The crocodile king moved its 2 thick legs, creating deep pits on the beach as it charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone, but she did not move as she looked at the crocodile king charging towards her. The crocodile king was ferocious, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. If it was anyone else, they would either be paralyzed from fear or run away. But Bai Ningbing was Bai Ningbing. Her willpower was like iron. 20 steps, 15 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. Seeing that the crocodile king was about to reach her, at the last moment, Bai Ningbing leapt. Bam! She managed to avoid the king crocodile by a hair's breadth, while the king crocodile crashed into the cliff. A large amount of rubble tumbled down and buried it in an instant. "A beast will always be a beast!" Bai Ningbing laughed, and was about to chase after the crocodile king when she suddenly thought of something and stopped. The next moment, the crocodile king swung its tail, and the rocks flew everywhere. Bai Ningbing watched quietly, and after a while, the crocodile king finally broke free. It was in a sorry state, with half of its teeth broken, and blood flowing out of its nose. His golden pupils had now turned red. It roared towards the sky, and this time, it crouched down, and with an even faster speed, charged towards Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing retreated, smiling as she gave way. Bam! With a loud sound, the cliff collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. An hour later, the injured crocodile king covered the white skin on its chest, but it could not stop the blood from flowing out. Soon after, it fell on the unrecognizable beach with a plop. This blood moon goo is actually quite useful. Because of its bleeding effect, the crocodile king died so easily. Bai Ningbing thought as she looked at the red moon insignia in her hand. With the crocodile king dead, the remaining 6-legged crocodiles, although there were still hundreds of them, had lost their backbone, and their morale plummeted as they escaped into the river. It's finally over. Bai Ningbing threw away the chainsaw golden centipede in her hand, and sat down on the sand in exhaustion. Fan Yuan's figure appeared, and he squatted beside the crocodile king's corpse, searching. Found it! When he retracted his hands, there was a goo in each of his hands. Bai Ningbing saw this, and was so angry that her breathing became erratic. She had fought with her life on the line, and finally killed the crocodile king, and repelled the crocodiles. But the result was that the unharmed Fan Yuan came out to collect the spoils of war. Fan Yuan looked carefully. Among these two goo, one was on the verge of death, and was still struggling. It was like a turtle shell, palm-sized, but the protruding surface was covered with crocodile-like scales. This was the carapace goo. The other was unharmed, but it did not move, allowing Fan Yuan to pinch it with his thumb and index finger. This was the crocodile strength goo. It was very small, about the size of a human finger. It was like a miniature crocodile, with a head, body and tail, but it lacked crocodile legs. Be it the carapace goo or the crocodile strength goo, they were both rank 2 goo. Normally speaking, 100 Beast King's body had a rank 2 wild goo. 1000 Beast King had a rank 3 goo. Myriad Beast King had a rank 4 goo. As I expected. Fan Yuan looked at the 2 goo in his hands, not surprised. He was experienced, and after observing the battle for a long time, he had already seen through this crocodile king's weakness. Immediately, he let out a trace of the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined these 2 goo. The carapace goo flew to Fan Yuan's back, and turned into a large-scale imprint, like a tattoo, extending from Fan Yuan's shoulder to his waist. It covered his back. As the name suggests, it was a goo that could strengthen a goo master's back defense. The crocodile's strength goo turned into a dark yellow light, and entered Fan Yuan's aperture. It had the same effect as the black and white boar goo. It could permanently strengthen a goo master's strength, the strength of a crocodile. The market price was very high, and it was usually a rare goo with a price but no supply. It's like this again, instantly refining a goo. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing ignored her anger, and her pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. When she fought with Fan Yuan earlier, she had discovered this secret of Fan Yuan's. After returning to the clan, she flipped through the records, and found some supplementary goo that could achieve this effect. But now that she saw it again, she suddenly felt that the truth might not be so. This guy, he has so many trump cards. Sky Canopy Goo, Blood Moon Goo, Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and now he even has Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. His battle techniques are completely superior to what the clan taught him. What goo did he use just now? Bai Ningbing thought of this, and felt a chill in her heart. Chapter 209. 6th segment. Night resting in the treetops. Swish, swish, swish. The river tides came and went. The sky was dark. Under the dusk, the beach was dyed red by crocodile blood, and hundreds of 6-legged crocodile corpses surrounded the 2 youngsters. Beside a huge crocodile corpse, Fan Yuan slowly stood up. When the 6-legged crocodile group attacked, Fan Yuan did not even think of escaping. Although he only had rank 1 initial stage cultivation, Bai Ningbing was rank 3 peak stage. Using her cultivation and his rank 3 goo worm, it was possible to eliminate 100 beast group. On one hand, he needed to use the 6-legged crocodile group as an external force to suppress Bai Ningbing and train her. On the other hand, he needed a suitable goo worm for himself. Although I am rank 1 initial stage, I have a great aptitude, and with the heavenly essence treasure lotus, my primeval essence recovery is extremely fast, thus I can use rank 2 goo worms. But be it the crocodile strength goo or the carapace goo, they are not ideal. Fan Yuan sighed in his heart. The sky canopy goo was rank 3, and was lent to Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan indeed needed a suitable defensive goo for himself. But the carapace goo could only defend the back, it was too small. The crocodile's strength goo was precious, but currently, Fan Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, and was strong enough. If he increased his strength, it would harm his body. Below rank 6, a goo master's body was a mortal body, it had a limit, and could not keep increasing his strength. Fan Yuan had already used the black and white boar goo to modify his body, raising his strength from the roots. If he used the crocodile strength goo now, it would exceed his body's endurance, and would harm himself. That is to say, unless he found other supplementary goo worms and used it with the crocodile strength goo. Before that, using the crocodile strength goo would be suicidal. In Bai Goo Mountain's inheritance, there is a jade bone goo that can increase the strength of a goo master's bones. If I use this goo and use the crocodile strength goo, there will be no problem. But right now, there is still a distance to Bai Goo Mountain, it will take at least 10 days to half a month. Fan Yuan looked towards the southeast direction, and with a thought, he summoned the crocodile strength goo. He gave the crocodile strength goo to Bai Ningbing, and recalled his heavenly essence treasure lotus. Using this crocodile strength goo can increase your strength by 1 crocodile strength. The process is a little tiring, but it should be done after a month of continuous urging, Fan Yuan warned. Bai Ningbing nodded, feeling happy in her heart. With crocodile strength goo, she could make up for her weakness in strength. Previously in Bai Clan village she had also searched for it, but her luck was not good, and she did not find such a goo. To think that he would actually obtain the goo worm that he had yearned for day and night in the wilderness. When a goo master roams in the wilderness, danger lurks everywhere, but at the same time, it is filled with opportunities. Let's go. The smell of blood is too strong here, and the cliffs on 3 sides have almost collapsed. It will definitely attract some ferocious beasts. It's definitely not safe to camp here. Fan Yuan's suggestion received Bai Ningbing's approval. However, before leaving, Fan Yuan gathered as much crocodile blood and crocodile meat as he could and stored them in the tusita flower. Crocodile strength goo feeds on crocodile meat. Fresh crocodile blood could be used to feed blood skull goo and blood moon goo. The sun had already set and night had begun to fall. In the distant sky, stars could be vaguely seen. The cliffs had collapsed from the impact of the male crocodile king, making it easy to climb. After Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing climbed up the cliffs, a lush and dense forest appeared in front of them. The dense forest stretched out, the distant mountains were indistinct, and the depths of the forest were shrouded in darkness. No one knew what dangers or ferocious beasts were living here. Chirp, 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 a strange cry, unknown whether it was the cry of a bird or an ape, entered the 2's ears. The 2 looked at each other, knowing that the dense forest in the wilderness was filled with danger. Especially at night, there was not enough light. Entering the forest at this time was even more dangerous than during the day. But they had no other choice. Let's go. Fan Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, and could only drag her extremely tired body and walk in front, opening the path for Fan Yuan. These trees were at least 4 meters tall. Near the river, it was filled with moisture, and the ground was softer than the mountain soil. The warm and humid weather caused the moss to flourish, covering the ground, rocks, and attached to the tree trunks. The deeper they went, the darker the light became, and the colder it became. Fan Yuan was still fine, but Bai Ningbing could not help but shiver. She had just fought an intense battle, and her entire body was drenched in sweat. Now that the coldness invaded her body, she naturally felt even colder. I say, set up the stove later, let's warm ourselves up, Bai Ningbing said as she explored the path in front. Her voice floated in the dense forest, making the dense forest even more quiet. Warm ourselves up? Hee hee. Fan Yuan laughed. Don't you think this dense forest is too quiet? Let's stop and take a good look at the trees in front. Bai Ningbing's footsteps slowed down, and she looked ahead. The trees in front were short and strong, their roots were coiled like snakes, extending into a stretch. At the end of every branch, there were vines, like green pythons, either coiling around each other or hanging on the ground. The ends of the vines were like Venus flytraps, or like two open shells of clams, waiting for the arrival of their prey. Beast trap tree! Bai Ningbing thought of what the academy taught and recognized this tree. This tree ate meat as food, and every branch softened into a vine with only 2 leaves. The leaves were wide and large, and when they opened, they looked like a giant mouth. Once a prey approached, the vines would pounce like a snake, and the leaves would snap shut, swallowing the prey in one mouthful. Then it would secrete acid, and spend tens of days, or even months, slowly absorbing the prey. Bai Ningbing counted, there were at least 30 to 40 beast-trap trees in front of her. The distance between each tree was long, and between them were ordinary trees. This is a beast-trap forest, no wonder it is so quiet and lacking in life. But it doesn't matter, I can use the strength of a rank 3 gu to forcefully open a path, Bai Ningbing said. Fan Yuan shook his head. What we want now is a safe campsite. I think this beast-trap forest is very good. After we pass through this forest, we might not be able to find a safer place to spend the night in the dense forest. Bai Ningbing heard this, and her eyes widened. Here? Beast-trap forest, it's still safe? Fan Yuan glanced at her, but did not explain. Instead, he turned around and went back the way they came. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. The Yang Gu was with Fan Yuan, so she could only follow Fan Yuan back to that shallow beach. Fan Yuan chose 2 healthy crocodile corpses, and cut open their stomachs, removing their internal organs. After washing them, he dragged them into the forest. You are actually thinking of this? Bai Ningbing was also a smart person, and following them all the way here, she had already vaguely guessed Fan Yuan's goal. She could not help but feel amazed at Fan Yuan's ingenious thinking. Man is the spirit of all living beings, and their intelligence is limitless. To survive, it is normal to think of some strange methods. Let's sleep here tonight, Fan Yuan said, and after explaining a few tricks, he went into the crocodile's stomach alone. Then he rolled inside, and the 6-legged crocodile's body smoothly approached a beast-trap tree. Whoosh! The nearest vine immediately sprang out, as fast as a shadow. 2 leaves opened wide, and after swallowing the crocodile's body, they firmly merged together. Then, the vine twisted, and slowly lifted the heavy leaves to the top of the tree. Go to sleep, we still have to hurry tomorrow. The leaves on the top of the tree rustled, and Fan Yuan's voice came out. Bai Ningbing was stunned on the spot, looking at this scene, dumbfounded. After a while, she came to her senses. The sun had completely set, and darkness enveloped the area. The night wind blew gently, passing through the forest, making a whimpering sound. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, and followed Fan Yuan's example, entering the crocodile's stomach, and rolling to the beast-trap tree. Almost at the next moment, she felt an external force attacking her, causing the crocodile's body to shake violently. After another wave of shaking, she felt herself rising slowly. Finally, the rising force stopped. Bai Ningbing was lying in the crocodile's stomach, and the crocodile was lying flat on the leaves. She looked outside, and through the gaps between the leaves, she could see the stars in the sky. The surroundings were quiet, and the stars were bright, as if mischievous children were winking at her. The sky is full of stars, our luck is not bad, tomorrow will be a good day. Fan Yuan's voice came from outside. Bai Ningbing didn't reply. She shifted her body to make herself more comfortable. But the ice-cold crocodile's body still gave her a chill. At the same time, a sweet smell entered her nose. Bai Ningbing was not surprised. According to Fan Yuan's instructions, this was the beast-trap tree starting to secrete acid. But this acid needed at least 3 months to corrode the crocodile's body. Bai Ningbing hid in the crocodile's body, and was temporarily safe. Right, I should use the crocodile strength goo first, then rest. Bai Ningbing thought in her heart, but her eyelids were as heavy as a mountain, and gradually closed. Almost instantly, she fell into a deep sleep. She was too tired, first drifting for 5 days and 5 nights, and then fighting with the crocodile group. In the battle, she surpassed the limits of her physical strength, and dug out a portion of her potential. Maybe it was also because she had transformed into a female body, but Fan Yuan's intentional or unintentional pressure made her physically and mentally exhausted. Fan Yuan, however, did not sleep. He lay in the crocodile's body, and called out Tusita Flower, taking out some cotton clothes and cloak. He divided them into 2 parts, placing one under his body, and the other on his body. Even though it was torturous, after this arrangement there was a sense of warmth. The crocodile's body seemed to have turned into a comfortable bed of leaves. Fan Yuan still had some energy left, so he closed his eyes and sank into his mind, activating his primeval essence to nourish his aperture. Although he did not have the liquor worm, which increased his primeval essence. But Fan Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and with the help of his great aptitude, his nourishing time was greatly increased. His primeval sea surged, rising and falling like tides, and waves washed against the aperture's 4 walls. Every time he consumed a bit, it would be replenished immediately. Even if he nourished his aperture for an entire night, it would not be a problem to consume his primeval essence. But Fan Yuan did not do so. Nourishing his aperture could not replace sleep. After midnight he stopped cultivating, and closed his eyes to sleep. Chapter 210. The sun was high in the sky, and the clouds were white. The sun shone on the earth, and the yellow dragon river flowed. The dense forest beside the river formed a sea of green. On the treetops of the beast-trapping trees, vines climbed, and 8 or 9 leaf cages stood tall like clams. Suddenly, one of the cages shook violently. Poof! A bright red crescent blade shot out from inside, piercing through the leaves. A young girl, wearing a light-colored robe and covered in a layer of white armor, came out of the leaf cage. She was agile, and the tips of her feet tapped on the branches a few times. She leaped continuously, and finally landed safely on the ground. It was Bai Ningbing. During the entire process, the beast-trapping tree did not move at all, and was deathly still. Bai Ningbing looked at the beast-trapping tree, and couldn't help but think of Fan Yuan's words yesterday. For any prey that escapes, the beast-trapping tree will not attack again. This is because any beast that escapes is not something that the beast-trapping tree can deal with. Although the beast-trapping tree has no intelligence, this evolved instinct makes it more adaptable to survival. Achoo! Bai Ningbing couldn't help but sneeze. She rubbed her nose, and looked around, sizing up the surroundings. In this beast-trapping tree forest, most of the tree crowns had leaf cages raised high, like green shells. It seems that the smell of blood on the shore attracted many wild beasts. The beast-trapping tree had a good harvest last night. Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she moved her limbs and shook her head. She slept very uncomfortably last night. The crocodile's corpse was hard, and the night was cold. Although she was extremely tired, she woke up a few times from the cold. As a result, she had dark circles under her eyes, and her spirit was not good. But after a night of cultivation, her strength had recovered by more than half. At this moment, she purposely stood in a sunny place, and used the sunlight to dispel the cold in her body. Bai Ningbing, let me out! A voice came. It was Fan Yuan. He didn't need the earth communication ear grass to hear the commotion. Bai Ningbing looked at another beast-trapping tree. On the crown of this tree, the leaf cage that swallowed Fan Yuan was still in the same place. She smiled to herself, but didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested, bathing in the sunlight and delaying on purpose. After more than a quarter of an hour, she shot out a blood-red crescent blade and cut the vines. The shell-like leaves bumped against the tree trunk and finally fell to the ground. Bai Ningbing slowly walked closer, activating a blood moon goo and cutting the leaves. Only then did Fan Yuan come out. Why are you so late? I woke up a long time ago, and even cultivated for a while. Fan Yuan's face was ruddy and he was in high spirits. The clothes and cloak he had taken out last night had already been put away. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Fan Yuan's current state was out of her expectations. She had thought that Fan Yuan was like her, that he didn't sleep well, that he was cold and hungry. Thus, he deliberately delayed and tortured him a little more. He didn't expect Fan Yuan to be in such a good state. It's getting late. We still have to travel today. Let's eat first. Fan Yuan spat out the tusita flour and took out the coal, the iron frame, the iron pot, the water bottle, the dry biscuit, and the rest. He moved quickly and quickly cooked a pot of meat soup. Then he searched the area and picked a large bunch of tree mushrooms from the moss on the beast-trapped tree's trunk. These tree mushrooms were thin and shriveled, with a dark purple or black color. Bai Ningbing looked at Fan Yuan placing the tree mushrooms into the pot and questioned. Wild plants can't be eaten carelessly, they might contain poison. Yes, you're right. Fan Yuan nodded. You can choose not to eat them. Bai Ningbing coldly laughed. You're poisoned. I don't have any healing goo worms. Fan Yuan's face was indifferent as he took out a spoon and drank a big mouthful of the meat soup under Bai Ningbing's gaze. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Only when Fan Yuan drank 5 to 6 mouthfuls of the meat soup did she confirm that there was no danger in the soup. Taking the spoon and drinking, her eyes shone. This meat soup was much better than yesterday, it had a fresh taste. Her gaze moved to the tree mushrooms floating on the surface of the meat soup. Obviously, the difference was because of this tree mushroom. She could not help but size up Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was sitting on a rock, drinking soup and eating biscuits with his head lowered, looking spirited. Even though they slept in the same environment, when Bai Ningbing compared herself to this dispirited state, she could not help but feel a trace of admiration that even she did not want to admit. Of course, if she knew that Fan Yuan secretly took out his cloak and clothes to keep himself warm, she would definitely have a different feeling. Fan Yuan felt Bai Ningbing's gaze on him. But he did not raise his head, only smiling faintly, pretending not to notice and continuing to eat and drink. Ever since the battle on Qingmao Mountain, when Bai Ningbing took the initiative to save him, Fan Yuan could feel the pure demonic nature in her body. Demons are crazy, unreasonable, and stubborn on their own path. Bai Ningbing's demonic nature made Fan Yuan see the value in her. But Bai Ningbing was also a complicated person. On one hand, she was pure and immature. With a new life, the problem of the northern dark eye soul physique was temporarily solved. So she did not want to give up, loved life, and was not willing to die. But on the other hand, her demonic nature was awe-inspiring, and she pursued excitement, so she had an unparalleled free and easy personality. She was not afraid of death, and if death was exciting enough, she would definitely die calmly. Such a person was like a young dragon, full of curiosity towards the world, untamed and wild. She had her own path, her own ambition and aspiration. Bai Ningbing had not grown into a demon, and could only be considered a demon child. But she was a true demon, and her path could not be changed, and her direction could not be changed, and it was even more impossible to make her submit. True demons were only loyal to themselves, and worshipped in the darkness alone, walking their own path. True demons could respect others, but they could never submit to others. True demons were their own kings, supreme and unsurpassed. Fan Yuan understood Bai Ningbing, because Fan Yuan understood himself. He knew that Bai Ningbing would never submit to him, but not submitting did not mean that he could not subdue her. Not being able to change her path did not mean that he could not make use of her. If Fan Yuan had rank 3 cultivation, he naturally would not need Bai Ningbing. But now, he was only rank 1 initial stage, and Bai Ningbing's value was very high. But to subdue her and make use of her, he needed to spend some effort. Bai Ningbing was intelligent and proud, and could not be forced. He could only use some small matters or external forces to slowly grind away at her character. Secretly taking out some clothes to keep warm was not because Fan Yuan was petty. Earlier, when Bai Ningbing purposely delayed, Fan Yuan did not pursue the matter, but it was not because he was magnanimous. To subdue Bai Ningbing, it will take a long time. But there is no need to be anxious. Let's take it slow. I also need time to recover my cultivation. After the two had their fill, it was already noon. The ground was filled with the footprints of wild beasts. They continued their journey, with Bai Ningbing leading the way. They walked towards the southeast direction of the forest. The deeper they went, the taller the trees in the forest. Earlier, the beast-trapped trees were only 3 to 4 meters tall, but gradually, trees that were 5 to 6 meters tall appeared. Occasionally, a 7 to 8 meter tall tree king would appear, like a crane among a flock of chickens. Of course, there were also withered tree trunks that fell to the ground, covered with thick moss. Or at certain joints there were small green sprouts. Or there were broken trees that were split into two by lightning, displaying the might of heaven and earth. These huge creatures grew densely here, covering the sky and covering the sun. The deeper they went, the colder they felt. The strong sunlight was blocked by the lush leaves that formed the walls, and could only pass through a small gap, allowing some mottled light and shadows to enter. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled, the light and shadows swayed, like shattered gold. The forest was not peaceful. Occasionally, they would see deer, foxes, rabbits, and other animals scurrying about. Most of them were birds, all kinds of birds, some in groups of 3 to 5, some in groups, either flying in the sky, or standing on the branches and leaves, competing with each other's voices. Occasionally, the roar of a tiger could be heard from afar. The two of them walked and stopped at times, relying on the earth communication ear grass. Fan Yuan avoided many dangers. But some places could not be avoided, and they had to rely on Bai Ningbing's battle strength to force their way through. Rank 3 cultivation was enough to deal with the normal problems in the wild. Night fell again, and Fan Yuan found a safe campsite. This was a rocky hill. Bai Ningbing was extremely tired. Even if it was a hard rock, she would fall asleep the moment she laid down. When she woke up the next day, her whole body felt uncomfortable, and her head could not move properly, evidently suffering from a stiff neck. Moreover, her sneezing became more frequent, evidently the cold had entered her body. Fan Yuan saw this, but continued on his way. The two of them walked very slowly, because they lacked a movement goo. Previously, Fan Yuan had the thousandly earth wolf spider, while Bai Ningbing had the white form immortal snake goo. They were both goo used for transportation, and both were rank 5. Unfortunately, one died and the other escaped. But Fan Yuan was not impatient. His cultivation was weak, and he needed time to cultivate. Every day, he would travel in the day, and even if it was time to rest, he would make use of every minute and second, cultivating non-stop. At night, he would usually cultivate deep into the night. A few days later, Bai Ningbing fell sick, catching a cold. Her head was dizzy, her battle strength fell sharply, and her whole body heated up. Fan Yuan could only stop and take out the Tusita flower's medicinal herbs, giving them to her. He also applied some ointment on her body. It was burning hot, and could remove the moisture in her body. After resting for 6 days, Bai Ningbing finally recovered. This illness was a huge blow to her head. During this period, there were a few times when she was dizzy, her limbs weak, and she could not even apply the ointment. In the end, it was Fan Yuan who helped her. If not for Fan Yuan, I might not have survived. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart after recovering. Even if she was extremely unwilling to admit it, it was the truth. In the past, her tone was firm, and her mouth was fierce. But after this incident, her words became less, and she was often silent. Sometimes, they would travel for half a day without speaking a word. Her words became less, and naturally, Fan Yuan's authority increased. In this way, he slowly became the leader of the two. Chapter 211. 8th segment, Xian Yuan Divine Chicken. Time passed. Half a month later, Bai Ningbing had lost a lot of weight, but her whole body exuded a vigorous aura. She was even more spirited, her blue eyes looking around, and from time to time a bright light flashed. No doubt, she had adapted to this wandering life, and learned many things from it. Fan Yuan was clear. Although Bai Ningbing was quiet, it did not mean she admitted defeat. She had a strong will in her heart, learning seriously and trying hard to adapt. Occasionally she would give some rebuttals, although shallow, they were no longer immature. Fan Yuan could feel that Bai Ningbing was improving every day. But this situation was not out of his expectations. It was not easy to subdue Bai Ningbing. Any true demon had a strong will to resist. Under the hot sun, the two hid in the bushes, carefully observing this valley. In the valley, there was a huge crocodile sleeping soundly. This was a lava crocodile. It was the size of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster, and was 10 meters long. What was especially eye-catching were the 2 protrusions on its back, as if they were 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 plumes of black smoke came out of the volcanoes, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. This lava crocodile is a 1,000-beast king! The risk of killing it is too high. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. On the 1,000-beast king's body, there was a wild rank 3 goo worm. Together with the beast king's strong physique, even a rank 3 peak stage goo master would have a hard time winning one-on-one. Riches come from danger. It is not easy to find a crocodile in the forest. The crocodile's strength goo needs crocodile meat to feed, but it has already been consumed by more than half. Let's test it out first, Fan Yuan said. The lava crocodile group lived underground, and only the beast king had the ability to drill out of the ground to breathe in the fresh and moist air, and enjoy the scorching sun. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and stood up. Ever since she got the crocodile's strength goo, she had been using it. Right now, her strength had increased greatly, but she was still a distance away from the power of a crocodile. The lava crocodile king was in a deep slumber. When Bai Ningbing was 50 steps away from it, it suddenly opened its scarlet gold eyes. Poochie! It slowly propped up its body, turned its head, and breathed out 2 streams of hot air from its nostrils. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. Even after activating the sky canopy goo, she could still feel a scorching aura assaulting her. She didn't take out the chainsaw golden centipede. Instead, she swung her hand and shot out a blood-colored crescent blade. The third advancement moon blade hit the lava crocodile's back, slicing off a few pieces of its thick armor and successfully enraging the lava crocodile king. It aimed at Bai Ningbing, opened its huge mouth, and spat out a dark red lava fireball. The lava fireball was the size of a millstone. Bai Ningbing did not dare to receive it and dodged it. Boom! The lava fireball drew a trajectory in the air and smashed into the mountain rock. Amidst the sound of the explosion, rocks flew everywhere, and flames flew everywhere. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky and gradually dissipated. At the location of the explosion, there was a huge crater. Dark red lava flowed inside and outside the crater, gradually cooling down. Rank 3 lava explosion goo. Fan Yuan looked at this scene and immediately understood in his heart. Half an hour later, Fan Yuan threw a rope from the mountain wall and pulled Bai Ningbing up. The lava crocodile king roared a few times, but did not pursue. After Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figures disappeared, it laid on the ground again, closing its eyes and enjoying the sunlight. This was because Bai Ningbing's attacks were mainly probing. The lava crocodile king did not feel that she was a threat. It only treated her as a wild beast that trespassed its territory and chased her away. This lava crocodile king has a total of 3 goo worms living in it. One is the lava explosion goo, one is the flame stomach goo, and the last is the accumulating ash goo. All 3 are rank 3 goo worms. Attack, defense, healing, the 3 most basic aspects are covered. After leaving the valley, Fan Yuan summarized on the way. Bai Ningbing frowned. She had personally probed earlier and knew that killing this crocodile king was extremely difficult, almost impossible. Forget about that lava explosion goo, the blood moon goo cannot break through the flame stomach goo's defense. We can only use the chainsaw golden centipede to fight in close combat. But if we break through the flame stomach like this, the chainsaw golden centipede will be crippled. These days we have used it to open a path, and its silver edges are already damaged. Even if we break through the flame stomach goo's defense, the lava crocodile king still has the accumulating ash goo to heal itself. Its stamina is definitely more than both of us combined, and we will definitely lose if we fight a long battle. More importantly, it can drill into the ground and return to its nest. We have no ability to stop it from returning, Bai Ningbing said. Fan Yuan nodded. Your analysis is reasonable, but I want to kill it even more. The accumulating ash goo feeds on ashes, and is easy to raise. It is a very suitable healing goo worm for us. Goo worms are good, but we need to be alive to enjoy them. You may have the yang goo, but don't think of commanding me to risk my life to fight. Bai Ningbing snorted. We can't fight it with force, but we can outsmart it. If it were other wild beasts, it would be fine. But with this lava crocodile king, we can attract other beast kings and cause them to fight, then we can reap the benefits. Fan Yuan said. He did not want to give up because of the difficulty. Creating a possibility from the impossible was his favorite thing to do. If it were other fierce beasts on the surface, unless they had just migrated, they would have their own territory. They knew each other's existence, and there would be no hope of them fighting. But the lava crocodile king was different. Normally, it lived underground and would occasionally drill up to the surface to get some fresh air. It was like a fish in the deep sea, jumping out of the sea. Its existence was not known by other beast kings. It could only be considered a stowaway. Other than beast kings like the lightning lichen, most beast kings did not have high intelligence. As long as a beast king was attracted, they would feel a threat to their lives and start fighting. By the time both of them were heavily injured, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing would be able to take advantage of the situation. Fan Yuan's words made Bai Ningbing's eyes brighten. She nodded. We don't have a movement goo, this method is still risky. But compared to fighting the lava crocodile king, there is a higher chance of success. We can give it a try. Similar to human society, wild beasts also had their own territories. Powerful beast kings often led herds of beasts and occupied areas with abundant natural resources. Like humans forming a mountain village and occupying a spirit spring. Between forces there were bound to be borders. As long as they explored in other directions, they would naturally find something. For the next 5 days, Fan and Bai explored with the lava crocodile king as the center. The northwest direction was where they came from, so there was no need to explore further. Going around the valley, in the southeast direction, they found a white ape beast group. The leader was an old white ape, a 1,000-beast king. The white ape's speed was very fast, and on the way, they would be caught and surrounded by the white apes. Thus, they immediately gave up on this plan. In the southwest direction, there was a rotting swamp with an overwhelming stench. This was the world of poisonous beasts. Venomous snakes coiled under the withered tree roots, fist-sized venomous bees fluttered around, and a black spider the size of a washbasin sat on a spider web that was as big as a piece of paper. From the center of the swamp, there was a frog's cry that sounded like thunder. Fan Yuan deduced that the master of this swamp was a healing goo, poison-swallowing frog. It was rank 4, small in size, and fed on poison. If a goo master was poisoned, they could use it to swallow the poison, and it would have a healing effect. Its movement speed was not good, but to go deep into the swamp and lure it out was even harder. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not have a healing goo. If they were bitten by the poisonous beasts, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, it was very difficult to find a small poison-swallowing frog in such a huge swamp. The two finally found a beehive the size of a house in the northeast direction. Inside lived a terrifyingly large insect group, frenzy needle bees. This bee group was not to be trifled with. Once a frenzy needle bee becomes a goo, its stinger would have the ability to pierce. That is to say, even if Bai Ningbing used the sky canopy goo's white armor to protect herself, the rank 3 frenzy needle bees would still pierce through. The night wind howled. The wind entered the cave, causing the bonfire in the cave to flicker. This was a small mound, and they found a cave inside. This cave's location was not ideal. Firstly, it was not facing away from the wind, and the wind blew straight into the cave, bringing with it a deep chill at night. Secondly, the roof of the cave was open, like a patio, and one could see the stars in the night sky. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing were silent, sitting around the bonfire. Fan Yuan was expressionless, while Bai Ningbing sighed in disappointment. We have explored the surroundings these days, and although your idea is good, there is no suitable target. It seems we can only give up on the lava crocodile king. Man proposes, God disposes. We do not have enough strength, and can only rely on luck. Forget it, I wanted to raise the crocodile strength goo. But now, it seems that killing the lava crocodile king is not realistic. We will set off tomorrow, and continue towards Baigu Mountain. Fan Yuan nodded helplessly. But at this time, suddenly, the lava crocodile king's furious roar could be heard from outside. What's going on? It's that lava crocodile king! The two looked at each other, and immediately walked out of the cave, looking into the distance. They saw that in the valley, rainbow lights were shining, and flames were rising, emitting an imposing aura. In the dazzling rainbow lights, a golden pheasant the size of a small hill appeared. Its comb was like gold, standing tall. The feathers on its body shone with a myriad of colors, constantly changing and shining. Not good, it's the Xian Yuan divine pheasant, a myriad beast king level bird. The lava crocodile king is in trouble. Fan Yuan immediately said. Xian Yuan divine pheasant? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. This is a solitary myriad beast king, flying in the sky, and landing on the ground when hunting. Divine pheasants are rare, and are scattered all over the world. All kinds of rainbow goo live on their bodies. Once they fight, the sky will be filled with rainbow lights, and the rainbow will be dazzling. Sigh, there is no hope for the lava crocodile king. Let's quickly retreat, this divine pheasant's vision is extremely sharp, like an eagle's. If it discovers us and attacks us, it will be very bad. Saying so, Fan Yuan retreated into the cave. Chapter 212. About half an hour later, the lava crocodile king let out a final scream and went silent. Then, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing heard the sound of Xian Yuan divine chickens pecking at their food. However, the Xian Yuan divine pheasant had a huge appetite. One lava crocodile king wasn't enough to satisfy its appetite. That night, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not sleep. After the screams of the lava crocodile king, they heard the wails of the white ape, the cries of the poison-swallowing frog, and the buzzing of the swarm of bees. Most importantly, it was the divine Xian Yuan pheasant's resonant cry. At dawn, the Xian Yuan divine rooster flew away. In the sky, it drew out a colorful rainbow of light. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing only dared to walk out of the cave when they saw the tail of the rainbow completely dissipate in the sky. The two of them arrived at the original valley. The valley was already beyond recognition, and more than half of it had collapsed. The lava crocodile king's belly flipped up as it laid on the ground, dead as a doornail. Its belly was pecked open by the Xian Yuan divine rooster, and its flesh and internal organs were all devoured. All that was left was a broken skeleton supporting the dark red crocodile skin. The two searched for a while. Soon, they found pieces of red glass shards. This was the remains of the flame stomach goo. Evidently, the lava crocodile king activated the flame stomach goo's defense, but it was forcefully destroyed by the Xian Yuan divine pheasant, causing the flame stomach goo to be destroyed. As for the other lava explosion goo and accumulating ash goo, they were nowhere to be seen. That was not surprising. Once the host died, the goo worms living on the wild beasts would leave on their own as if they had lost their home, roaming around again. The accumulating ash goo was an ideal healing goo. It was most suitable for Fan Yuan's current situation. But things don't always go your way. Not getting the accumulating ash goo was within Fan Yuan's expectations. However, it wasn't as if they didn't gain anything. There was still some flesh left in the lava crocodile king's corpse. The Xian Yuan celestial chicken had eaten a big portion, but it still left some leftovers for Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing worked hard for the whole morning, cutting up the crocodile meat and storing it in the tusita flour. This crocodile meat is enough to feed the crocodile strength goo for another 3 months. Let's go check out other places. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing arrived at the territory of the white apes. Groups of white apes frolicked and played in the originally dense and flourishing forest. Broken trees were everywhere, and the white apes' severed limbs were mixed among them. Some old, weak, and young white apes were guarding the corpses of their relatives. They were wailing, and the whole forest was filled with a sad and miserable atmosphere. Last night, the Xianyuan divine rooster had brought disaster to this group of thousands of white apes. Now, there were only 200 or 300 of them left, and a few hundred Beast King-level white apes were injured. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. This is the moment when the white apes are at their weakest. Should we make a move? Fan Yuan stopped her. It wasn't that he pitied these white apes, but he knew that in a way, the white apes were even more dangerous now. Soldiers who mourn are bound to win. Don't provoke these white apes. If you provoke them, they will attack furiously and won't rest until they kill us. Even though those 100 Beast Kings are injured, they're not something you can handle alone. Bai Ningbing heard this and glanced at Fan Yuan, giving up on the idea of making a move. The two arrived at the rotten swamp in the southwest direction. The swamp had become unrecognizable, turned upside down by the Xianyuan divine rooster. The living environment was greatly damaged, and the swamp's power was reshuffled. Although the divine rooster had flown away, the swamp was not peaceful. All kinds of poisonous creatures were fighting and running around. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood at the edge of the swamp, and in a short while, they saw 3 battles from afar. One was a battle between 2 colorful poisonous snakes, and in the end, one swallowed the other. But not long after, a scorpion the size of a crab came and killed the poisonous snake. The second battle was between a poisonous powder moth and a blue toad. The battle suddenly erupted, and the toad swallowed the moth into its stomach. But a moment later, the moth suffocated in the toad's stomach, and the toad was also poisoned to death. The third battle was between a black spider the size of a basin, rolling out of the mud. The surface of its body was covered with ants. After a while, the ants won and devoured the spider. Seeing this chaotic scene, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Finally, they arrived at the nest of the frenzy needle bees. The house-sized nest had already collapsed. The surroundings were quiet, not a single frenzy needlebee was left. The two walked closer. Soon, a sesame-like fragrance entered Bai Ningbing's nose. She sniffed. What is this smell? It is the smell of a beehive. Frenzy needle bees do not make honey, but their beehive is an excellent goo refinement material. At the same time, it is also a type of food that can be eaten by humans, Fan Yuan said as he pried open a part of the beehive. Crack. The beehive fragment was dark yellow. Under Bai Ningbing's curious gaze, he placed the beehive into his mouth, crushed it in one bite, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. The taste of the beehive reminded him of the taste of biscuits on earth, fragrant and crispy. But there was no doubt that this natural food was much better than biscuits. It had a hint of sweetness, but was not greasy at all, instead giving off a refreshing feeling. The taste is good. Bai Ningbing also pried open a piece and ate it, immediately feeling her mouth salivate. The sweet taste made her frown unconsciously relax. We are almost finished with our salted meat and biscuits. Why don't we collect some beehives and put them in your tusita flour? Bai Ningbing suggested. Fan Yuan looked at the sky, his expression somewhat worried. I have the same intention, but we need to move quickly. You are worried that the lava crocodile king and the white ape's corpse will attract other fierce beasts. Don't worry, there is no wind today, it will take some time to attract other wild beasts. This period of time is enough for us to squander. Bai Ningbing smiled. Fan Yuan shook his head, but just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Buzz, 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 the sound of the swarm of bees flying rapidly reached their ears. Bai Ningbing followed the sound and looked at the sky, only to see a dark cloud formed by countless frenzy needle wasps. They were killing the two of them. Although the frenzy needle wasp's nest was pushed down by the Xianyuan divine pheasant, and the most delicious part of the nest was eaten. But not many of the frenzy needle wasps were killed. The frenzy needle wasps could not cause any harm to the Xianyuan divine pheasant. After the latter ate, and drank to its heart's content, it did not waste any energy to kill these insignificant little things. The frenzy needle wasp's home was destroyed, and their intelligence was low, so they began to chase after the Xianyuan divine pheasant. But after the Xianyuan divine pheasant flew into the sky, they could not catch it, so they could only return to their nest and prepare to rebuild their home. Then they saw two ewes standing in their home, eating their beehives. Under such circumstances, what was there to hesitate about? Their anger towards the Xianyuan divine pheasant was completely transferred to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At once, countless frenzy needle wasps flapped their wings, and like millions of raindrops, rapidly descended. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Still not running? Fang Yuan turned around and ran, spreading his legs. With this reminder, Bai Ningbing also turned around and chased after Fang Yuan. The frenzy needle wasps chased closely behind them. Fang Yuan ran in front, while Bai Ningbing fell behind. They did not have movement goo worms, and Bai Ningbing was quickly caught by the frenzy needle wasps. Bam bam bam. Bai Ningbing activated the sky canopy goo, and the white light armor shook. In an instant, he suffered over 1,000 attacks. The frenzy needle wasp stinger was like steel and iron, very hard. Together with their high speed, they were no less than a rain of arrows. The huge quantity caused a qualitative change. Bai Ningbing's primeval C continued to fall. The frenzy needle wasp's attacks could not be underestimated. What was more troublesome was that several of the frenzy needle wasps had already become goo. The rank 3 frenzy needle wasps had the ability to penetrate, and even the sky canopy goo could not defend against it. Bai Ningbing's back soon had several bloody holes, causing her to groan in pain. Her running speed was stimulated, and she actually broke through her usual limits. Bai Ningbing had never thought that one day she would be able to run so fast on foot. Mountain rocks and trees seemed to be crashing towards her. She had no choice but to focus all her attention. Once she tripped on something, the frenzy needle wasps would immediately surround her. Under the group attack, she would definitely die. With Bai Ningbing sharing the pressure, Fang Yuan's situation was much better. He activated his primeval essence and poured it into the back armor goo on his back. The skin on his back was uneven and slightly bulged, turning into a thick and hard crocodile skin armor. Ordinary frenzy needle wasps could not hit the crocodile skin armor. As for the few goo, they were all attracted to Bai Ningbing. After running for another 7 minutes, the frenzy needle wasps were still in hot pursuit. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were panting, and their speed started to slow down. We're saved, there's a lake in front! As the situation became more dangerous, Fang Yuan suddenly shouted. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. The trees gradually became fewer, and a blue and white watery light appeared, mixed in with the green color, increasing in number. The two rushed out of the forest, and a lake appeared in front of them. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, and with a splash, he jumped into the lake. Bai Ningbing followed closely behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The frenzy needle wasps locked onto them, and also shot into the water. The white armor on Bai Ningbing's body shook intensely, and in an instant she suffered a large number of attacks. She bit her lips in pain, and her hands paddled, trying her best to dive deeper into the water. After a while, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing came ashore from another place. The beehive smell on their bodies had already been washed away. Looking at their original location, there were still large numbers of frenzy needle wasps circling in the air, attacking the water surface from time to time. The frenzy needle wasps were small in size, but they were very agile. Even if they fell into the lake temporarily, as long as they did not go too deep, they could fly back up. Damn it! Bai Ningbing cursed softly. Her heart still had lingering fear. Her expression was very unsightly. Be it Xianyuan divine pheasant, white ape group, or frenzy needle wasps, she could not deal with any of them. If she had been discovered by Xianyuan divine pheasant last night, she would have become its food. Rank 3 cultivation, in this cruel world of nature, was only at the bottom. I've had enough. When can we reach Baigu Mountain? Sure, be quiet. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. He half squatted and pointed at the remains of a bonfire on the shore. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned. Undoubtedly, this was left behind by someone else. Chapter 213. The lake was calm, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Having just escaped the frenzied needlebee's pursuit, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's mood was heavy. In front of them, there was a trace indicating that someone had started a fire to roast meat at this location. Earth communication ear grass. Fan Yuan willed, and ginseng roots grew out of his ears. The ginseng roots dropped down and rooted into the ground, causing Fan Yuan's hearing to increase sharply. After listening for a while, his expression relaxed, not discovering anyone hiding in the surroundings. Then, he walked up to the remains of the bonfire and reached out to rub the ashes. He did not let go of any other clues. This bonfire was started half a month ago. The person was alone and should not be nearby. After a while, Fan Yuan reported the results of his investigation. Alone? Clan Gu masters travel in groups of at least 5 people. It seems this person is a demonic Gu master. Bai Ningbing frowned, sighing. If it was a clan Gu master, they were all righteous, and there was a possibility of interaction. If it was a demonic Gu master, once they met, it would be a battle. Such a scene was not because righteous people are usually kind, while demonic people are evil. But when they are alone, they would show their true nature. In the wilderness, there were no restrictions, so they could act without worries. Righteous Gu masters usually travel in groups. Thus, when dealing with matters, they would consider the opinions of the people around them, and act closer to the normal social norms. Demonic Gu masters usually travel alone, with high vigilance and a strong sense of danger. Without anyone to rely on, they would first ensure their own safety. This was not good news for Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. If they met a righteous clan Gu master, they could still avoid fighting. But if they met a demonic Gu master, a battle was unavoidable. Unless they showed great strength, causing the demonic Gu master to cower in fear. However, Gu masters who could travel alone in the wilderness were mostly rank 4, and had special methods. How many weaklings could there be? But Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing, one was a rank 3 rookie, while the other was a rank 1 initial stage. Without sufficient comprehensive Gu worms, walking in the forest could be said to be difficult, with dangers everywhere. If he met a demonic Gu master, he would definitely be in trouble. Fortunately, we discovered the traces of this bonfire in advance. Next, don't rush blindly. Take a rest first. At the very least, treat the injuries on your body, Fan Yuan said. Bai Ningbing nodded. With his reminder, she felt a dull pain in her back. Fan Yuan summoned the tusita flower, took out some bandages and herbs, and gave most of them to Bai Ningbing. The carapace Gu's defensive area was small, and its practicality was barely satisfactory. But this time, it was a great help to Fan Yuan. Because Bai Ningbing attracted the majority of the attacks, the wounds on Fan Yuan's body were negligible. Fan Yuan quickly took care of his own matters and rushed over to help Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took off her clothes, revealing finger-sized bloody holes all over her back. It was a ghastly sight. Frenzy Needlebee Gu was a rank 3 Gu. They were numerous and had the ability to penetrate. It countered the Sky Canopy Gu, but fortunately Bai Ningbing had used the Ice Muscles Gu before. The 2 layers of defense combined to protect her life. Hiss hiss, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, taking in a deep breath from time to time, enduring the pain of treating her injuries. After a while, the injuries were treated. Fan Yuan placed the empty medicine jar and the remaining bandages back into the tusita flower. There isn't much medicine left, and so are the bandages. Even though we have been frugal, we have reused the bandages as much as possible. It seems we need to find a healing Gu as soon as possible. Fan Yuan stood up, his expression solemn. Medicine would be used up eventually, and it was difficult to concoct them, so collecting them took time. If there was a healing Gu, not only would the effects be much better, it would also consume primeval essence. Primeval essence could be recovered naturally. Comparing the two, it was clear which was better. But an ideal Gu worm was hard to find. In fact, in this half a month, they had encountered many opportunities. But it was either they were not strong enough, or the environment did not allow it, and the conditions to capture it were not sufficient. We need to get a healing goo. But before that, I have a problem here, Bai Ningbing suddenly said. What problem? Fan Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing was naked from the waist up. She turned around and pointed at her chest. Here, it's these 2 lumps of rotten meat. They are too much of a hindrance. When I run, they are bouncing. When I fight, they are also a burden. I want to cut them off, but I am worried that the wound is too big, and without a healing dew, it will be even more troublesome. She was a genius of Bai clan, and had always been focused on cultivation, ignorant of other aspects, and did not pay attention to women. Although she had turned into a female body, she had been a male since young. Psychologically, she did not care, and did not treat this body as something important. Anyway, she knew that the yang gu in Fan Yuan's hands could help her, and she felt that she would return to a male body sooner or later. Thus, Bai Ningbing had never treated herself as a woman. Fan Yuan expressionlessly glanced at her. It will be troublesome to cut it off. You can bind your chest. What is binding my chest? Bai Ningbing asked. It is using a bandage to wrap the chest, treating it like a wound, and fixing it in place, Fan Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's expression was vexed and helpless, sighing. Sigh, I can only do this for now. The sun gradually set in the west, and night fell. Wild beasts continuously came to the lake to drink water, and the 2 did not dare to stay by the lake for long. Not far away, Fan Yuan found a natural cave on the precipitous rock wall. Although the space was small, it was safe enough. After getting rid of the birds, this became their temporary residence. A few days later, Bai Ningbing's injuries gradually recovered. The 2 set off again, heading towards Baigu Mountain. But considering that mysterious demonic Gu master, along the way, Fan Yuan was extremely careful, constantly stopping and using the earth communication ear grass to scout the surroundings. On the 2nd day of their journey, his cautiousness reaped him some rewards. Under the tree, he found firewood that had been burned to ashes. Evidently, it was done by that demonic Gu master. On the 3rd day, they found traces of an intense battle beside a stream. The corpse of a huge green python lay there. The python meat on its body had been devoured clean by other beasts, leaving only its bones. The ground was filled with its scales, and the stream had changed its course. The surrounding trees were all broken and fallen. Fan Yuan observed carefully, and his tone relaxed. That demonic Gu master once fought with the green python here. This is 100-beast king level green python, and such an intense battle, it seems that this demonic Gu master's cultivation is only rank 3. But even so, Fan Yuan did not want to meet this demonic Gu master. He would rather deal with those unintelligent wild beasts or Gu worms. An intelligent Gu master would make full use of every bit of strength. A rank 3 demonic Gu master, to Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing, was much more threatening than frenzy needle bees. But things did not go according to plan, and on that afternoon, the 2 found traces of the demonic Gu master again. This demonic Gu master is injured. There are pieces of flesh on the ground. It seems he was poisoned, Fan Yuan said. On Earth, there were no pythons with poison. But in this world, it was extremely common. Bai Ningbing heard this, and her eyes brightened. No doubt, this was good news. The weaker the demonic Gu master, the more advantageous it was for them. In the next few days, the traces left behind by the demonic Gu master increased. With his 500 years of experience, Fan Yuan deduced that they were getting closer to the injured demonic Gu master. Be extra careful. We can deduce that the demonic Gu master's injuries are getting worse, and the green python's poison has already corroded her body. But because of this, the demonic Gu master's mentality is unstable, and it is easy for them to go to extremes. Fan Yuan reminded Bai Ningbing. If they were to fight, Bai Ningbing would be the leader. Fan Yuan's rank 1 initial stage cultivation was not enough. Their biggest advantage now was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. As the 2 moved forward, they became even more careful. Their speed became slower, and the distance they traveled became shorter and shorter. Finally, one afternoon, Fan Yuan opened his eyes, the ginseng whiskers on his ears shrunk to nothing. I found that demonic goo master. She is in that cave, on her last breath. Just now, he heard the faint sound of human breathing in the cave. Take advantage of the enemy's weakness. Bai Ningbing wanted to fight, her eyes showing a fierce light. But she was stopped by Fan Yuan. Don't be impatient. Why do you need to fight? From the looks of it, in a few days she will die from the poison. I see. Bai Ningbing's killing intent lessened. But at this time, the two of you outside, why are you still hiding? I've found you. A weak voice came from the cave. Hearing this voice, the demonic goo master inside was a woman. Fan Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. Don't you want my yuan stone and goo worms? The voice came from the cave again. Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing retreated even faster. Although the other party was weak, there was a sense of certainty in her tone. She must have made some arrangements in the cave, setting up a trap, and had no fear. Moreover, no one would be stupid enough to fight with a dying person. You want to leave after coming? Humph, how can there be such a good thing? Stay behind! Suddenly, a figure shot out from the cave. It's up to you. Fan Yuan's figure flickered, and he hid himself. Bai Ningbing snorted, activating the sky canopy goo and summoning the chainsaw golden centipede, facing the person. The two fought for 3 rounds, and the demonic female goo master was at a disadvantage. She was a middle-aged woman, not wearing shoes, and had a pair of big bare feet. Thick black hair grew on the soles and back of her feet. Her face and arms were covered in a strange green color. It was caused by the green python's poison. After a while, the demonic female goo master was slowly losing. She suddenly stepped on the ground, and shot back into the cave. Bai Ningbing chased closely. Don't chase a cornered enemy! Fan Yuan quickly reminded, but it was too late. Bam! A loud sound, and the ground under Bai Ningbing's feet suddenly exploded. Her whole body was blown away. Chapter 214. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose. Bai Ningbing was on the ground from the explosion, but with a flip, she stood up again. She had the sky canopy goo's protection and was unharmed, but the sky canopy goo in her aperture was shaken, and the white armor on her body dimmed. What is this? Bai Ningbing cursed, focusing her gaze. At the location of the explosion, there was a small crater with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. In the cave, the demonic female goo master laughed proudly. Good! I didn't kill you this time, little girl. If you have the guts, come again? Humph! Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Although she was furious, she was not an impulsive person. The explosion just now was protected by the sky canopy goo. But if it were to happen a few more times, the sky canopy goo would be destroyed. What method was that just now? An explosive attack came from underground. If I leave the ground, would I be able to avoid that attack? Bai Ningbing thought in her heart. She was not stupid, although she was ignorant in other aspects. She was extremely sharp and intelligent in battle. I don't have a flying goo, and even if I jump, I will still touch the ground. No, I don't have to attack. This guy's words just now were obviously to provoke me into attacking, hee. Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing laughed sinisterly. Do you think you will be safe if you hide in the cave? As long as I guard the entrance, you won't have to worry about not coming out. Ha ha, then go on and guard. I have already prepared a large amount of food. The wind and rain are strong in the outer sect. Let's see who can outlast the other. The demonic female goo master immediately retorted. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. The more time passed, the more advantageous it was for her. Because this demonic female goo master was poisoned by the green python, the longer she stayed, the weaker she would get. But at this time, Fan Yuan cupped his fists towards the demonic female goo master. We met in the wilderness, we were just passing by. Sigh, making things difficult for you is making things difficult for ourselves. Let's hope we never meet again. Goodbye. Saying so, he turned and left. Why are you leaving? She is only a rank 3 goo master. As long as we understand that explosion method, we will win. Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows. Fan Yuan snorted coldly. You are also a 3rd rank, I am only a 1st rank. It's more important for us to hurry on with our journey. Don't get into so much trouble. It's better to be safe than sorry. Bai Ningbing was stunned for a moment before she realized that Fan Yuan was performing. Although she didn't know what Fan Yuan was planning, based on her understanding of him, Bai Ningbing still chose to cooperate with Fan Yuan. She purposely said angrily, You're always so timid. Sigh, forget it, I'll spare your life. She looked deeply at the demonic female goo master, not concealing her killing intent. Soon after, she followed Fan Yuan into the forest, out of the demonic female goo master's vision. After pulling away enough distance, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. That explosion of hers isn't something to worry about. She didn't use it when she fought me just now. It was not until she retreated into the cave and I stepped on the spot that the explosion occurred. I guessed that she was a goo worm that was buried in advance, but it couldn't be moved. We can lure a group of wild beasts and use them to attack the cave, testing her methods. These words revealed Bai Ningbing's battle prowess without a doubt. But Fan Yuan laughed, asking in reply, And then? Bai Ningbing was stunned. Fan Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. According to what you said, we lure a group of wild beasts to test her methods, but so what? Force her into a desperate situation. She knows she has no chance of survival and will fight to the death, pulling someone down with her. Even if we manage to keep our lives, we will suffer losses. Moreover, even if we defeat her in the end, she will definitely have the thought of letting us get nothing and destroy all the goo worms in her hands. A goo master only needs a thought to destroy their own goo worms. We don't have any targeted methods. If we kill her, we won't be able to get her goo worms, so what's the point? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. Earlier, they were on guard against this demonic goo master because they were afraid of her sneak attack, and to protect themselves. But when the two of them discovered this demonic goo master's true strength, their intentions naturally changed. He would kill this weak demonic goo master and obtain her goo worms to strengthen himself. There were many types of wild goo worms, but there were too few that were suitable and easy to feed. The goo worms on a goo master's body would definitely be carefully selected by their owner, and would definitely consider all aspects. If they could get it, it would be much more reliable than capturing wild goo worms. But very few people could take all the goo worms after killing the enemy. Other than the losses during battle, the goo master could make the goo worms self-destruct with just a thought. Many defeated people, as long as they had enough time to react, would not leave their goo worms for their enemies. It was not hard to kill this demonic goo master, but it was not easy to take all the goo worms on her body. Don't you have a plunder goo? Bai Ningbing suddenly asked. A plunder goo has too little effect. It can deal with wild beasts, but against a goo master, there are harsh conditions to succeed. Fan Yuan shook his head. Bai Ningbing suddenly thought of something, and said worriedly, If we leave like this, we might end up overreaching ourselves and let her escape easily. What should we do? Fan Yuan laughed, and said with a firm tone, In the short term, she will not escape. Righteous goo masters, no matter if it was a clan inheritance or a sect, they would go through a certain level of nurturing and have higher qualities. But demonic goo masters were often mixed in good and bad. Some were traitors of the righteous path, fugitives. These people had gone through training and had the foundation of a goo master. And some were farmers, hunters, who had opened their aperture by chance and obtained some inheritance, and could be considered to have become a goo master halfway through their training. This demonic female goo master, her accent is coarse, her battle skills are lacking, and she does not have enough survival experience. Every time she camped, she would leave behind clear traces. Even if she was injured, she would not cover such an important clue like blood. I see that her physique is rough and robust, and she has big hands and feet, but she was originally a farmer. She only obtained a small inheritance. Fan Yuan continued to analyze. That explosion just now should have been caused by a rank 2 grass goo that she buried in advance, called charred thunder potato. No matter who stepped on it, there would be an explosion. A farmer, how much knowledge can she have? She was poisoned by the python, and with no way to deal with it, her injuries became more and more serious. Her heart was filled with fear and no sense of security, so she subconsciously planted many charred thunder potato goo at the entrance of the cave. If we force her, she will do something extreme. But taking the initiative to leave can let her breathe a sigh of relief, and temporarily calm her emotions. She will definitely suspect if we really left. Going out is dangerous, and she might bump into us. And those charred thunder potato goo gave her a huge sense of security. So in the short term, she will not leave. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, listening quietly. Even though she was very unwilling, she had to admit that Fan Yuan's analysis was extremely reasonable and penetrating. She could not compare. Your analysis is correct, but she has snake venom in her body, and dragging it out is not a solution. She will eventually walk out of the cave. Bai Ningbing retorted. Fan Yuan nodded, pointing at his right ear. So, we need to monitor her. His Earth communication ear grass, although only rank 2, had a detection range comparable to many rank 3 goo worms. Bai Ningbing shook her head. This move of yours has its drawbacks. Activating the Earth communication ear grass consumes primeval essence continuously. Even if you have the heavenly essence treasure lotus and can replenish your primeval essence, a person's energy is limited. However, a person's energy was limited. They needed rest and sleep. You can't possibly keep eavesdropping, right? Facing such a question, Fan Yuan rolled his eyes. When did you become stupid? The other party is only one person, but we have 2. Goo worms could be borrowed, and the 2 of them could use the Earth communication ear grass alternately, taking turns to rest. Bai Ningbing's expression froze, and her eyes flashed with embarrassment. Damn it! Such a simple question, how can I not understand it myself? She gritted her teeth, blaming herself for making such a low-level mistake. Fan Yuan laughed in his heart. In the end, Bai Ningbing did not want to see Fan Yuan surpass her, so she subconsciously wanted to refute Fan Yuan, but ended up losing sight of the other and losing her footing. Fan Yuan was happy to see such a retort, because every time Bai Ningbing failed in her rebuttal, he would be convinced by Bai Ningbing. This kind of submission was minuscule, and it was a subtle influence. Even Bai Ningbing herself could not feel it. By the time she came to her senses one day, she would have already been used by Fan Yuan unknowingly. To Fan Yuan, the demonic female Goo Master was only one of his targets, and Bai Ningbing was the second. Qin Chuihua was terrified. She was originally a peasant woman who accidentally fell into a hole in the ground when she was plowing the soil. In the cave, she found a corpse, and without knowing it, she obtained the inheritance and became a Goo Master. Goo Master! Qin Chuihua could never have imagined that one day, she would become a high and mighty Goo Master. But after a short period of joy, she was met with misfortune. A mountain leopard as big as a cow, with a green whirlwind around it, attacked her village. The entire village died, and she was chased by the leopard, using her goo worms to escape. After wandering in the wild for half a year, the goo worms she had were getting lesser and lesser. Finally, recently, she met a green giant python. Although she killed the python, she was poisoned. Especially today, she had encountered 2 Goo Masters. This was already her 3rd time meeting Goo Masters. The previous 2 times taught her a painful lesson, and taught her to protect herself. But she was still a half-baked Goo Master, and lacked the foundation of a Goo Master. Thinking of the battle earlier, Qin Chuihua panicked. She was not that girl's match. Luckily, she had buried many charred thunder potato goo. Luckily, that boy was cowardly and chose to leave. Qin Chuihua saw their figures disappear into the forest, and heaved a sigh of relief. But she could not be sure that they had really left. Her investigative goo allowed her to see everything within 350 steps. The degree of clarity was as if it was right in front of her. But she did not have X-ray vision. Let's wait. After 3 more days I will go out. Qin Chuihua thought to herself. Now she had learned to be cautious and patient. Chapter 215. High up in the sky, the winds howled. Die! Master Tenchu roared, gathering his remaining strength and turning into a white light, charging towards Zhengyue. You want to kill me, you are too naive! Blood White opened its mouth, baring its fangs as it charged towards Zhengyue. Bam! Amidst the loud explosion, a huge force surged over and blew the two of them far away. Both were heavily injured. The mountains will not change, the rivers will continue to flow. Junior brother, today's enmity will be avenged in the future. Zhengyue laughed loudly, flapping the black bat wings on his back, about to fly away. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded over him. He raised his head. It was the heavily injured Ironbeak Flying Crane King. It didn't die? Damn it! Zhengyue's expression changed. After being intercepted by the Ironbeak Flying Crane King, Master Tenchu also rushed over to pincer it. Finally, the Flying Crane King fell to the ground, and the Blood White was destroyed. Master Tenchu grabbed Zhengyue's head, hovering in the air, his gaze unfocused for a while before coming back to his senses. He raised his head and laughed 3 times, before his laughter turned into sobs. After venting for a while, he flew towards Qingmao Mountain. But he was suppressed by Bai Ningbing's self-detonation, and had no choice but to use the life-burying jade goo. When he broke out of the ice, he frantically searched, but only managed to dig out the dying Fangjing. The scene on the wall faithfully showed the scene at that time. What happened next was not worth mentioning. It was the scenery on the way back from Master Tenchu. Crane Gate was one of the oldest sects in Central Continent. Historically, when the sect members went out to carry out urgent missions, they would bring along a goo worm to record the process of the mission. Regardless of whether the mission was successful or not, the goo master would report back to the mountain, and the sect would conduct an assessment based on the recorded process. Although Master Tenchu was a sect elder, he was not exempt from this rule. But he was too senior, and few goo masters in Crane Gate had the qualifications to assess him. Even the current Immortal Crane sect leader didn't have it. However, at this moment, the old man sitting cross-legged in front of Master Tenchu. But it was extraordinary. He Fengyang, Supreme Elder, Rank 6 Goo Master, known as Winged Crane Flying Immortal. He was wearing a white robe with a black belt, and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat. His face was that of a teenager. Gentle as jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, reaching all the way to his waist. His deep and serene eyes stared at the image on the wall, and then he slowly withdrew his gaze. Master Tenchu stood respectfully in front of him, not even daring to breathe loudly. As a matter of fact, Master Tenchu had been asleep for nearly 1,000 years, and Immortal Shen was still his junior. However, the so-called qualifications were never based on age, but strength. Although Master Tenchu was a rank 5 and was only 1 rank lower than He Fengyang, he was still a rank 5 master. But this was the difference. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Rank 5 was immortal, rank 6 was an immortal. Master Tenchu. He Fengyang spoke slowly. His voice was clear and gentle like a stream. Yes. Master Tenchu quickly responded. You killed the sect traitor this time, but did not retrieve the blood skull goo. Instead, you were toyed with and suppressed by 2 juniors. In the room, He Fengyang's voice reverberated. Master Tenchu's head drooped even lower. He showed an ashamed expression. However, one of them had the northern dark eye soul physique. It is not strange that you were suppressed. What is gratifying is that you did something to remedy the situation. Let me ask you, is the youngster you brought back really the twin brother of the youngster in the painting? He Fengyang asked. I have already investigated, it is so. The one who escaped was the elder brother Fang Yuan. The one who was captured was the younger brother Fang Jing. What is even more amazing is that these 2 brothers are not on good terms. After I showed Fang Jing the video of his brother slaughtering his clansmen, he wants to kill his brother immediately. Master Tenchu laughed sinisterly. He Fengyang nodded slightly. It seems that you already have a plan. But do you have enough time? Master Tenchu's expression changed. His tone suddenly became gloomy. You are right, Grand Elder. I have already reached the limit of my lifespan. I am a dying person. I only have a few days left to live. Even if I have the life-burial jade goo, it will not change this situation. In his situation, only by finding the lifespan goo could he solve the root of the problem. But the lifespan goo was hard to find. There were a few in the Crane Gate, but it was not his turn. It had always been firmly in the hands of the sect leader and the few supreme elders. So not long ago, I gave up my life savings and goo worms in exchange for a spirit incubating flea. I will bring Fangjing into the sect and take him as my disciple. After that, I will guide him to refine the kinship bloodworm. After that, I will urge him to kill his brother and take back the blood skull goo for the Crane Gate, Master Tenshura said. He Fengyang raised his eyebrows slightly. It sounds like you are very confident in your plan. But will that Fangjing really be manipulated by you? Although his aptitude is not bad, he is still a child. After I die, I will store my soul in the spirit incubating flea. It will accompany him as he grows and guide his cultivation. The road has already been paved for him, he can only walk on it. At this point, Master Tenshura knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging. Elder, please give me one more chance. He Fengyang was silent for a while, then said, All right, I will grant you one last chance. Thank you, Elder, thank you, Elder. Master Tenshura was overjoyed. Go. I will wait for your good news. In less than 20 years, I will definitely succeed. Master Tenshura's voice trembled with excitement. He could only retreat. Southern border, Wanqing Mountain, Tai Clan City. The tall and thick black stone city walls stretched for thousands of li. Tai Clan City started from the waist of the mountain, with countless stone houses and iron buildings arranged in order, stretching all the way to the peak of the mountain. Under the sunlight, the city was bustling with people and carriages. It was a scene of prosperity. The clan leader pavilion was near the peak of the mountain. It was heavily guarded and there were few people around. The patrol teams took turns patrolling. The goo masters were all capable and meticulous. On the roof of the clan leader pavilion, two people stood. One was a middle-aged man. His expression was cold as steel, but his eyes hid some gentleness. Standing beside him was a young girl, her gaze sad but firm. It was Tai Ruanan. You have only returned for a few days? But this is already the 19th time you are asking for my resignation. Your father's death made me extremely sad. You lost your mother when you were young, and now your father, but you must remember, you still have me as your uncle. You are my niece, I will not let you take the risk. Tai family's patriarch sighed. Tai Ruanan's gaze was burning. She looked straight at Tai clan leader. Uncle, do you know? Although father is gone, I feel happy for him in my sorrow. Father's life was determined to eradicate evil, to punish criminals. He did it, even when he was injured, he did not retreat. He persevered, walking his own path. And now, it is time for me to continue. Tai clan leader was dazed. At this moment, he saw Tai Shueling's shadow on Tai Ruanan. So similar these eyes, this gaze. In a daze, Tai clan leader seemed to have returned to his youth. Tai Shueling was standing beside him, staring at the demon suppression tower at the peak of the mountain, saying resolutely, I will kill all the criminals in the world, and let the world be filled with justice and love. I will imprison all the demonic path members in the demon suppression tower. Even if I fill the demon suppression tower to the brim. The vow of the past was still ringing in his ears. But his best friend was no longer around. The eyes in front of him merged together. Tai clan leader shook his head, dispelling the memories. He looked at the stubborn girl in front of him with a gaze that was filled with admiration and love, worry and encouragement. The path you've chosen is the path you've chosen. It is not easy to walk on. Tai Ruanan did not reply, but turned to look at the mountain peak. At the highest point of Wanqing Mountain, there was a majestic iron tower. It had a majestic aura, as if it could hold up the sky, stepping on the tall mountains. White clouds were like fog coiling around it, causing it to look blurry to outsiders. It added a layer of mystery to it. This tower was not only a grand sight in southern border, it was famous in the world. Even in central continent many people had heard of it. Demon Suppression Tower. The tower was 1,000 feet tall, with close to 100 floors. The tower was simple and unadorned. It was majestic and full of vicissitudes, giving off a righteous aura. Ever since it was built, Tai clan Gu masters had imprisoned many demonic Gu masters inside. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands? Even Tai clan leader might not know. It was the symbol of the righteous path, the deepest pride of Tai clan Gu masters. Many demons and demonic heirs buried their ambitions here, leaving behind sorrow, regret, unwillingness, and regret. Demonic Gu masters would turn pale when talking about it, while righteous Gu masters would be exhilarated when talking about it. Tai Ruanan spoke with a firm tone, as if talking to Tai clan leader or to herself. There is a demon suppression tower at the peak of Wancheng Mountain. I also have a demon suppression tower in my heart. Father did not finish walking this path, so let me take his place and continue walking it. I can't hold on anymore. Qin Shuihua felt dizzy, her vision blurred, and she felt nauseous from time to time, wanting to vomit. But she could not vomit, her whole body was weak, and waves of fatigue assaulted her. Her original plan was to hold on for 3 days, but after 1 day, she knew she was too optimistic. The harm the snake venom brought to her was getting worse. She knew she was forced into a cliff, and had to find a healing Gu worm as soon as possible. Damn it! If not for those 2 thieves, I might have already caught wild Gu worms and cured the snake venom. She was restless. Ever since she was poisoned, she had been trying to find a healing Gu worm. But the vast forest was filled with danger, and she did not have any methods to catch worms, so she had no progress. Bai Ningbing raised the dagger in her hand, about to cut her right ear. Wait! Fan Yuan stretched out his hand, grabbing her arm. The sharp blade was just inches away from Bai Ningbing's right ear. To use the earth communication ear grass, she needed to cut off her right ear and replace it. It was just an ear, it was not a big deal. Compared to the huge harvest, Bai Ningbing did not feel any pity. Demonic cultivators were vicious and merciless. They were vicious to others, but even more vicious to themselves. And it was these people who could give up and give up that could accomplish great things. No need to cut it, she's out, Fan Yuan said, and started to move. He used the earth communication ear grass, and followed behind Qin Shuihua. Not long later he heard the sounds of fighting. The 2 stayed close to the lush shrubbery, sneaking closer. They saw this demonic female Gu master fighting with a twin-headed boar. After watching for a while, the 2's eyes shone with excitement. Qin Shuihua's condition was terrible. Her battle strength had dropped by more than half. As for this twin-headed boar, it was a solitary 100-beast king, possessing a defensive Gu. This will be a battle of attrition, we can take advantage of it. She really buried a charred thunder potato Gu. Strange. This Gu master has fought for so long, but her primeval essence has not been used up yet. Looks like she has some support Gu, like heavenly essence treasure lotus, fish bubble Gu, and so on. After watching for a while, Fan Yuan felt that the time had come, and called out the stealth scales Gu, handing it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded in understanding. She hid her body, and quietly approached. Bam! With a loud explosion, the twin-headed boar stomped another charred thunder potato Gu. This time, it completely collapsed and could no longer get up. It fell on the ground, struggling continuously. A hole was blasted in its stomach. Its intestines slowly flowed out. Fresh blood flowed out. This damned boar, its skin is really thick. It exploded for so long before it died. Qin Shuihua breathed roughly, leaning on the tree trunk, her vision turning black. This fierce battle had left her completely powerless, and she was overwhelmed by extreme fatigue. The fear in her heart supported her, not letting her faint. I can't. I need to hurry back to the cave. If I faint in the wild, it's too dangerous. She was about to attack. Suddenly, she heard a strong wind sound. Strange, why is there wind? This was her last question in life. Bai Ningbing patiently approached him step by step, her attacks as fast as lightning. He used the boar's death, and the demonic female Gu master's relaxed state of mind to kill her in one strike. Qin Shui Hua's head was crushed by the chainsaw golden centipede. It was smashed into pieces. The headless body fell to the ground with a thud. Got it! Fan Yuan laughed heartily, walking over quickly. Bai Ningbing had already squatted down, her mind entering Qin Shui Hua's aperture, and said with some disappointment, "There are only 3 Gu in the aperture." Gu worms refined by Gu masters were somewhat stiff, not as agile as wild Gu worms. The demonic female Gu master was already dead. The aperture walls gradually darkened, but these 3 Gu were still inside. But this was not a problem for Fan Yuan. "Plunder Gu!" he willed, and easily took out these 3 Gu. They were a rice bag grass Gu and an iron thorn bramble Gu, and a charred thunder bean mother Gu. Of course, these were not all. Fan Yuan searched for a while, and found a hairy leg Gu and a jumping grass Gu on the demonic female Gu master's leg. Finally, he found a bookworm in her mangled brain matter. But unfortunately, this bookworm had already been killed by Bai Ningbing in one strike. This bookworm should be an inheritance item. The contents inside helped her learn many things about Gu masters. There must be some secret recipes and so on, Fan Yuan said regretfully. Forget about the bookworm. This demonic Gu master actually doesn't have a healing Gu? Bai Ningbing was disappointed. Fan Yuan was silent, not saying a word. No healing Gu. He had expected this result. The demonic female Gu master was affected by the snake venom. If she had a healing Gu, even if it was not sterilized, she would not be in such a sorry state. What he was curious about was, in the battle earlier, the demonic female Gu master's performance was very strange. Especially in terms of primeval essence, her recovery speed surpassed a grade, comparable to the 10 extreme physiques. But she was not one of the 10 extreme physiques, and only had a grade aptitude. The Gu she collected did not help her recover her primeval essence. So this is how the chest is wrapped. At this time, Bai Ningbing opened the demonic female Gu master's chest wrapping cloth. Fan Yuan's gaze focused, seeing a silver triangular tattoo on the corpse's chest. "It's Third Watch Gu!" Fan Yuan was surprised. "Third Watch Gu, what is that?" Bai Ningbing raised her brows and asked. "This Gu is rank 5, and can speed up time by 3 times. It can only be used once, and is a consumable type Gu. When it is used on a Gu master, it will form this silver triangular tattoo on their chest." Soon after, Fan Yuan explained in detail. Third Watch Gu, when used on a Gu master, can speed up this Gu master's personal time by 3 times. The river of time surged and flowed at the same speed. To a normal person, 1 day was 1 day. But to a person affected by the Third Watch Gu, 1 day was equivalent to 3 days of condensed time. Qin Shui Hua, who was affected by the Third Watch Gu, would definitely have rapid cultivation progress. Others would spend a day nurturing their aperture, but she would spend 3 days nurturing it. The cultivation effect was obvious. There was another huge benefit, and that was the primeval essence recovery speed. On her body, the river of time flowed faster, 3 times faster than normal people. Thus, the primeval essence recovery speed was also 3 times faster. This was also why, in the battle earlier, her primeval essence recovery speed shocked Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. However, in balance, there are advantages and disadvantages. Third Watch Gu had such huge benefits, but it also had huge disadvantages. First, the biggest disadvantage was the loss of lifespan. When the time flowed faster by 3 times, one's lifespan would be greatly shortened, reduced to 1/3 of the original. Qin Shui Hua had received the inheritance for less than a year, but to her, it was 2 to 3 years. Secondly, any injuries that needed time to heal would worsen. The green python's poison needed time to slowly permeate, and the damage would gradually worsen. When others were poisoned by this poison, 1 day was 1 day's effect. But when Qin Shui Hua was poisoned, 1 day was 3 days of accumulated effect. This was also the main reason why she was in such a sorry state. To be affected by the third watch goo, it seems this girl's inheritance is at least a rank 5 inheritance. Unfortunately, a pearl before swine, falling into the hands of these people. Bai Ningbing snorted, looking at the headless corpse at his feet with some disdain. In the long run, the third watch goo was very harmful, forcefully reducing a goo master's lifespan to a third. But in fact, it was very useful for demonic goo masters. Because demonic goo masters usually fought alone, without the support of a clan or sect. They also had to defend against the righteous path, so they had to prioritize survival. Only surviving was the most important. Everything else was empty. And the higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of survival. The third watch goo condensed the goo master's lifespan, condensing the brilliance of a lifetime and blossoming, like drifting cherry blossoms or fireworks, short but wonderful. But without the third watch goo, the cherry blossoms would have been eradicated before they could bloom. This is not strange. Goo masters who use the third watch goo are all brave and diligent people. But this girl's character is different. She is timid and likes to procrastinate, without the courage to move forward. It is only right for her to end up like this today. Fan Yuan glanced at the corpse on the ground, before retracting his gaze. Bai Ningbing's expression was somewhat ugly. Without a healing goo, what would happen? This demonic female goo master in front of him was the best example. Would this also be the portrayal of his future? Fan Yuan smiled and patted her shoulder, consoling. The paths of this world are all created by people. But everyone has their own path. No matter how broad the path of others is, it might not suit you. You and I are walking on our own paths, what is there to worry about? Bai Ningbing heard this, and her expression was dazed, before gradually rising. She nodded, saying, "You are right." Fan Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at the vast forest in front of him. After killing this demonic goo master, he obtained several goo worms, causing his strength to rise sharply. But he also knew he lacked a healing goo, and at the same time, he did not place his hopes on his luck. Next, he might obtain a healing goo, or he might end up like this demonic female goo master, dying without any gains, waiting anxiously for a cure. Maybe at the next moment, he would be trampled to death by a beast group, his life's ambition vanishing. But what did it matter? The path was under his feet, he just had to continue. Goo Master Text, welcome readers to log in. Chapter 216. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the aperture, the waves rose and fell continuously, crashing against the aperture walls. The waves were emerald green, the waves surging endlessly. This was a rank 1 initial stage primeval essence. Rank 1 goo masters possess green copper primeval essence. Initial stage was emerald green, middle stage was pale green, upper stage was dark green, and peak stage was dark green. The surrounding aperture walls shone brightly, and under the impact of the emerald green waves, its foundation increased bit by bit. Suddenly, the white light shone brightly, before dimming. The white light condensed, forming a water-like ripple. At this moment, the aperture wall's light film deepened into a water film. Done! I've finally advanced from rank 1 initial stage to middle stage. A faint sense of joy rose in Fan Yuan's heart. Initial stage goo master's aperture walls were light films, while middle stage was water films. Once the water film was formed, it meant that Fan Yuan's cultivation had returned to rank 1 middle stage. It has been over 20 days since I killed that demonic female goo master. During this period, I cultivated day and night without stopping, not wasting a single moment. It is not strange for my cultivation to advance to middle stage. Fan Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What a pity! If I had a liquor worm, my speed would be even faster. The liquor worm could raise a rank 1 goo master's primeval essence by a small realm. Using the liquor worm to assist in cultivation could achieve twice the result with half the effort. After Fan Yuan's rebirth, other than the spring-autumn cicada, the first thing he obtained was the liquor worm. Afterwards, he bought another one from the caravan, and refined the two into the 4-flavor liquor worm. Unfortunately, the 4-flavor liquor worm was only effective for rank 2 goo masters, and was of no help to the current Fan Yuan. In fact, Fan Yuan had obtained 3 liquor worms on Qing Mao Mountain. The third was the spoils of war he obtained from killing Gu as Yaolo. This liquor worm had been in Fan Yuan's hands, until the Tai father and daughter came to Qing Mao Mountain. To prevent being exposed and fearing Tai Shuiling's detection methods, he destroyed the liquor worm and the other spoils of war. Things had already happened. Whether his actions were right or wrong, since Fan Yuan had done it, he had never regretted it. Right now, if he kept the liquor worm in his hand, it would certainly be of help to him. But at least during the entire process, the father and daughter of the Tai family didn't find out about Gu's medicine. If I reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, I will be able to obtain a first revolution liquor worm. Unfortunately, there are many requirements for reverse refining, and I can't meet them yet. Gu masters nurture Gu, use Gu, refine Gu. Gu refinement was divided into fusion refinement and reverse refinement. Fusion was to raise a low-rank Gu worm to a high-rank Gu worm. Reverse refinement was the exact opposite. There were many ways to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. He could use the prodigal son Gu to obtain 2 rank 1 liquor worm. Or he could use the revert Gu, but this method could only get 1 liquor worm. If he used butterfly transformation Gu, he would obtain the eerie Chi butterfly. If he used unpredictable Gu, the Gu worm he obtained would be uncertain, it might even be a completely new Gu worm. To Fan Yuan, the best solution was to get the prodigal son Gu. But the prodigal son Gu was much more precious than the liquor worm, it was too difficult to obtain. The most practical solution was still the revert Gu. If he used the revert Gu, he would lose a liquor worm. But Fan Yuan would still choose to do it without hesitation. Keeping the 4 flavors liquor worm and using it after he reached rank 2 was under a stable situation. Right now, Fan Yuan was in a precarious situation, wandering from place to place. Survival was the most important thing. And the faster his cultivation, the higher his chances of survival. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Outside the cave, monkey cries could be heard, as well as footsteps. Fan Yuan's ears twitched, he was very familiar with these footsteps. Sure enough, not long after, Bai Ningbing appeared in front of Fan Yuan. His whole body was covered in a layer of thorny clothing. This special robe was completely made up of dark green vines and sharp black wooden thorns. While it gave Bai Ningbing a defensive effect, it could also be used as an attack. To those who fought barehanded, these wooden thorns that were as hard as steel would leave a deep impression on them. This layer of thorny clothing was formed from the iron thorn bramble Gu. After Bai Ningbing killed the demonic female Gu master, he had his eyes on this rank 3 grass Gu. He asked for it, and refined it into his vital Gu. So troublesome. Every time I enter the cave, I have to be so careful. That charred thunder potato Gu, can't you bury less of it? He grumbled as he stared at his feet, sometimes jumping, sometimes striding, cautiously avoiding some spots. It's better to be safe than sorry. Fan Yuan replied indifferently, before looking at Bai Ningbing's waist. On his waist hung a string of monkeys. These monkeys were small, the biggest was no bigger than an arm's length. They had round heads, and their bodies were covered in fine and thick black fur, glossy and shining. What was most eye-catching was the leaves growing on their waists. These green leaves formed a circle and connected into one, covering the monkey's hips and butt. It looked exactly like a grass skirt. These monkeys were the grass skirt monkeys. The grass skirt monkeys were delicious, and these days Bai Ningbing and Fan Yuan had been eating them. The captured grass skirt monkeys also realized what was going to happen next. They struggled with all their might, but it was useless. The entire cave echoed with their shrill and panicked cries. Looking at the time, it was lunchtime. Roast them, I'm a bit hungry. Bai Ningbing rubbed her stomach, throwing the strung-up grass skirt monkeys on the ground. I'll deal with them first, you can roast them. The meat you roast is much better than mine. She squatted down, about to kill the monkeys. Fan Yuan stopped her. Today, I'll teach you a new way to eat them. Immediately, he hooked his finger, and a blood light flew out of Bai Ningbing's aperture. The blood light landed on Fan Yuan's hand, turning into a blood moon mark. It was the blood moon Gu. In Fan Yuan's palm, a faint red glow appeared. Although the Blood Moon Goo was a rank 3 goo, Fan Yuan did not use it to attack, thus he could barely control it. Bai Ningbing did not know what Fan Yuan was planning, but her blue eyes stared without blinking. She saw Fan Yuan stretch out his hand, lifting up one of the grass skirt monkeys. He grabbed the neck of the monkey, causing it to be unable to move its head. Next, he placed his palm glowing with red light on the monkey's head, circling it once. Back then, he used the Moon Valley Goo to open rocks. Now, he used the Blood Moon Goo to cut the monkey's head. After circling around his palm, the primeval essence in Fan Yuan's aperture was completely depleted. The red light in his palm disappeared, and Fan Yuan smiled, lightly grabbing the monkey's head, lifting it up. Immediately, half of the monkey's head was ripped open. A complete white monkey brain was exposed to the air. The grass skirt monkey struggled madly, feeling heart-wrenching pain. The screams were sharp and ear-piercing, echoing endlessly in the cave. But Fan Yuan had the strength of 2 boars. His hands were like pincers, not moving at all. The grass skirt monkey's hands and feet were clawless and delicate. It scratched Fan Yuan's arm, but could not hurt him at all. "Have a taste of this fresh monkey brain." Saying so, Fan Yuan took out a soup ladle, handing one to Bai Ningbing. "Are we going to eat it raw like this?" Bai Ningbing hesitated as she looked at the white monkey brain mixed with some traces of blood. Fan Yuan smiled, demonstrating first. He used the soup ladle to cut the monkey brain, digging out a piece and putting it in his mouth. His throat moved, and he swallowed it. In that instant, the grass skirt monkey's cries were raised by an octave. Its body trembled as if it was electrocuted, its limbs flailing around like it was having a seizure. Bai Ningbing tried, digging out a spoonful of monkey brain and putting it in her mouth. Immediately, a vanilla taste spread on her tongue, without the slightest smell of blood. It was as soft as tofu, and with a light bite, the whole monkey brain melted in her mouth, with a hint of sweetness and coolness, filling her mouth with saliva. Her Adam's apple moved, and she swallowed the monkey brain. Her blue eyes immediately shone brightly. Her fair and translucent face also revealed a trace of intoxication. "It's so delicious!" the girl exclaimed. "Only this kind of grass skirt monkey can be so delicious. Their monkey brain is a natural delicacy," Fan Yuan said, digging out another spoonful, and put it in his mouth. It was a small happy thing that he had advanced to the intermediate level. Now that he ate the monkey brain, he felt even more satisfied. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, and her movements were twice as fast as before, swallowing a second mouthful of monkey brain. After a short period of madness, this grass skirt monkey whose head had been cut open was on the verge of death. Its bright eyes, like jewels, had completely dimmed. When the other grass skirt monkeys saw the state of their companion, they struggled madly, trying to escape. But under the binding of the hemp rope, their struggle was futile. In the end, they could only roll on the ground. Eating this monkey brain was similar to eating ice cream or ice cream on Earth. The two of them worked together, and quickly destroyed the monkey brain. Again. Bai Ningbing licked her lips and waved the ladle as if she hadn't had enough. Fan Yuan's primeval essence had already recovered to 90%. He used the same trick, and cut open another monkey brain. For a moment, the delicacies entered their mouths, and the two of them ate happily. Inside the cave, the grass skirt monkey's painful and shrill screams and howls reverberated. After eating the monkey brain, they roasted the monkey meat. The monkey meat of the grass skirt monkey was delicious, especially the breast. The taste of the entire monkey meat was similar to that of grilled fish on sugarcane slices. "Rice bag grass," Fan Yuan willed, and shot out a green light from his aperture. The green light landed on the ground, and immediately sprouted. In a few breaths' time, the green sprouts grew into green leaves, and the green leaves grew into vines. The vines moved, and after covering an area of 10 m, a few branches grew out, and large leaves grew out. These leaves were as plump as a bucket. At first, they were only the size of a finger, but they gradually grew to the size of a fist, and finally to the size of a bull, before they were considered ripe. Bai Ningbing was familiar with the process, and plucked a piece first. She untied the top of the leaf, and there was a handful of rice inside. The rice grains were plump, white and flawless. Bai Ningbing looked up, and poured a mouthful of rice. After chewing and swallowing, she ate the monkey meat. A full stomach is a kind of happiness, she sighed. How are the grass skirt monkeys? Fan Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing's gaze focused. It's fine if we don't go deep into the forest. But once we go deep, the 3 monkey kings will appear. The wine you want is at the center of the forest, you probably won't be able to get it. If you like this work, you're welcome to so. Chapter 217. In this world, humans were not the only ones who knew how to brew wine. The earliest records of wine came from Renzu's legends. Renzu dug out his left and right eyes, turning them into his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and his second daughter, Desolate Gyue. Verdant Great Son and Desolate Gyue were together day and night. He could not help but have feelings for his sister. But Desolate Gyue rejected Verdant Great Son's pursuit time and time again. Verdant Great Son was extremely frustrated because of this. He knew he needed help, thus he asked for Wisdom Gu's help. At first, Wisdom Gu ignored him, hiding as far as it could. But Verdant Great Son persevered. Wisdom Gu could not bear his harassment, and could only tell him a method. In the east of the world, there is a group of honey peach monkeys. They have brewed wine. Go drink it first, then come find me. Verdant Great Son went to the east and drank wine. The honey peach monkeys brewed fruit wine. After Verdant Great Son drank it, from then on, his face became rosy. He smacked his lips as he reminisced. So wine is sweet. Wisdom Gu laughed and said to him, In the west of the world, there is a group of psychic monkeys. They have brewed wine, you can go drink it. The wine brewed by the psychic monkeys was bitter wine. Verdant Great Son went to the west and drank the wine. From then on, his tongue was yellowish-brown. He came back with a bitter look on his face. So even wine can be bitter. Wisdom Gu said to him. Wine is sweet and bitter, love is the same, life is even more so. In the north, there is a group of diamond monkeys. They also have wine, you can go and drink it. The diamond monkeys brewed strong wine. Verdant Great Son liked it very much. He liked strong wine and drank until he was dead drunk. He felt this wine was too much to his liking. He wanted to drink even more after he was drunk. After drinking from the bowl, he still wanted to drink from the jug. Eventually, he vomited into a mess. The alcohol hit him, making him feel like he was about to die. He felt as if there were flames burning and magma flowing inside his body. It's too hot! He shouted. All the heat rushed to the top of his head, and his hair began to burn. From then on, he had hair that burned like fire. When Verdant Great Son woke up, he found Wisdom Gu looking at him. What enlightenment did you get from drinking the strong wine? Wisdom Gu asked him. Verdant Great Son sighed. I finally understand, no matter how good the wine is, you will still vomit if you drink too much. Everything should be done in moderation. Wisdom Gu laughed loudly and said, In the south of the world, there is a group of sky water monkeys. The wine they brewed was pretty good. Go have a drink and see. The sky water monkeys brewed sake, which was the polar opposite of hard liquor. Verdant Great Son lightly tasted the wine, and couldn't help but forget his worries. His eyes were hazy from intoxication, slightly tipsy and floating. Wisdom Gu asked him about his feelings. He gently waved his hand and said, I've already tasted the pleasure of drinking. Don't spread it to the awakened. Wisdom Gu laughed lightly and left quietly. Therefore, in this world, humans were not the first race to brew wine. Monkey, on the other hand, walked in front of the human. Normally, monkeys would know how to brew wine. According to the different groups of monkeys, there were different flavors of wine. But humans called the wine brewed by the monkeys monkey wine. Fan Yuan was resting in this cave. On one hand, he felt the signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation, so he stopped to break through. On the other hand, it was the monkey wine. The higher the rank of the gu worm, the greater the need for food, and at the same time, the feeding period would be longer. Fan Yuan had made ample preparations, but the capacity of the tusita flower was limited. After the long journey, there was already some space left, and it would be best if it wasn't enough to store some monkey wine. Wine could disinfect and also drive away the cold. If he were to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, he would need wine as a supplementary ingredient. Even if the conditions for reverse refinement were not met, it would still be good as food for the 4 flavors liquor worm. But getting the monkey wine was not easy. This grass skirt monkey group, although it was a 100-beast group, had close to 1,000 members. There were 300 beast monkey kings. Monkey groups had always been united, and once they faced an enemy, they would attack together. Although Bai Ningbing was rank 3 peak stage, he was still alone, and attacking forcefully would be courting death. Although Fan Yuan had advanced to rank 1 middle stage, the help he had in this situation was negligible. But Fan Yuan was insistent on snatching the monkey wine, and Bai Ningbing was worried about this. So we need to outsmart them, follow me. Fan Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, and stood up. He carefully stepped on the ground, avoiding the berry-charred potatoes, and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the forest was green, and the sun shone brightly. The two walked for a while, and approached the periphery of the monkey group. Fan Yuan observed carefully, and finally chose a slope. Using the higher ground, he surveyed the area, and finally nodded in satisfaction. He stepped on the ground and said, "Let's dig." After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the two of them had dug a pit that was 30 feet deep and 50 feet wide on the slope facing the sun. Charred thunder bean Mother Gu. Fan Yuan squatted at the bottom of the pit, and with a thought he summoned a gu. This gu was shaped like a potato, and its surface was uneven, and filled with small holes. Its appearance was terrible, but it was a genuine rank 3 gu. "My primeval essence is not good enough, I'll lend it to you." Fan Yuan passed the charred thunder bean Mother Gu to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing held it in his hand, and injected his primeval essence into it. Soon, he could see that on the surface of the bean Mother Gu, there were green sprouts growing out of the small holes. The sprouts quickly grew, blossomed, and bore fruit. In almost a breath's time, the finger-sized dark green fruits ripened. As the branches withered, they fell into Bai Ningbing's hand. Fan Yuan took these dark green fruits, and carefully selected them, eliminating the bad, dead, and empty fruits, leaving less than a third of the good ones. These fruits were the charred thunder potato gu, a rank 2 gu. Buried in the ground, it could use the fertility of the soil to grow. Once a living creature stepped nearby, it would cause a tremor. The charred thunder potato gu would self-detonate. Fan Yuan took out one of them, and instantly refined it. He pinched it between his fingers, and injected his green copper primeval essence into it. The charred thunder potato gu immediately let out a faint green light, and slowly floated up. Next he willed, and the charred thunder potato gu suddenly burrowed into the ground. Fan Yuan purposely buried it deep, and only stopped when the bean gu was an arm's length away from his feet. The primeval sea level in his aperture rapidly decreased, and the surrounding earth's strength gathered on the charred thunder potato gu's body. In Fan Yuan's perception, this small grass gu, in an instant, grew into a fist-sized potato. This was a mature charred thunder potato gu. As long as it was shaken, it would detonate. Bai Ningbing saw this, and could not help but feel strange. "I saw that demonic path female gu master buried the charred thunder potato gu very shallowly, and it would easily detonate. If you bury it like this, even if I stomp on it, I probably won't be able to detonate it, right?" "Of course," Fan Yuan replied, and continued to bury his head. Bai Ningbing slightly pouted. Fan Yuan did not answer her directly, and the prideful her did not pursue the matter. Instead, her gaze concentrated, and she started to ponder. After interacting with Fan Yuan for so long, she knew that Fan Yuan would not do useless things. After Fan Yuan buried the bottom of the pit, he stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling Bai Ningbing to bury the pit together. But after a short while, when the bottom of the pit increased by 15 meters, Fan Yuan called for them to stop, and continued to bury the charred thunder potato gu. Bai Ningbing saw this, and immediately understood Fan Yuan's intention. So it was like this. The charred thunder potato gu is only a rank 2 gu, and the explosion of one has limited power. You buried so many at once, and once it detonates, even 1,000 Beast King would not feel good. But how are you going to lure those 3 Monkey Kings here? Although the charred thunder potato goo was an offensive goo, it could not be moved, and its practical value was greatly reduced. How difficult is this? When the time comes, I just need to catch 2 or 3 young grass skirt monkeys, and taste their brains in this pit. Their screams will definitely attract the angry monkey groups. At first, it will only be an ordinary monkey group, and all you need to do is block them and kill them. After that, it should be those 3 Monkey Kings. Fan Yuan buried the grass goo as he replied. Bai Ningbing could not help but nod. Wild beasts were wild beasts after all, and had limited intelligence. Fan Yuan's plan was extremely crude, but it would definitely be useful. As long as I kill those 3 Monkey Kings, getting the monkey wine will be as easy as pie. Of course, if I can catch a few wild goo from the Monkey Kings, that would be even better. Bai Ningbing pondered. Next, they spent the entire afternoon in this pit. They continuously stimulated the charred thunder potato goo, and then buried it personally by Fan Yuan. Next, the 2 of them filled the pit. After 1 layer of soil, another layer of soil was added. This continued until the pit was filled. The 2 of them were sweating profusely. Fortunately, Fan Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, and Bai Ningbing had the strength of 1 crocodile to perfection. But on the second day, Fan Yuan did not make a move, but continued to dig. Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Fan Yuan said, "1 pit is not safe, we have to make preparations. Every little bit of preparation is a good thing." Thus, for the next 3 days, Bai Ningbing finally realized Fan Yuan's abnormal caution. They dug 5 pits and buried large numbers of charred thunder potato goo. Of course, the first pit was the largest. Because of the ample preparation, the plan to deal with the grass skirt monkeys went very smoothly. Only 2 pits were detonated, and the monkey group was routed. 2 of the 3 Monkey Kings died, and 1 was injured. The injured monkey group escaped with their group. The dead were blown to bits, and the goo worms on their bodies naturally did not survive. Fan Yuan obtained large amounts of monkey wine, so much that the tussada flour could not hold it all. It was enough to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. As for feeding the liquor worm, it would not be a problem for 2 years. If they encountered a caravan, these monkey wine could also be sold for a good price. There is one more thing before we leave. Let's clean up the battlefield and fill the 2 pits, Fan Yuan said. Do we need to be so careful? Bai Ningbing felt pained at the thought of the pits. Fan Yuan glanced at her, and with just 1 sentence made Bai Ningbing obediently work. Did you forget how we found that demonic female goo master? It was by relying on the traces left by the demonic female goo master along the way. Dig a pit, don't end up burying yourself in it. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.